Nothing, guys. No music this week. I overslept, and so you're lucky you're getting show at all. In a manner of a fashion or whatever. So
hope you like it, you ungrateful bastards.
Yeah, right out of the gate, our first guest is the author of Quiet Places, and he happens to be joining us on a show called The Quiet Place.
Who'd have thunk?
In the same year where a movie called A Quiet Place is also a thing. There's a lot of quiet places. This is a thing.
In fact, somebody actually left a review on Amazon complaining that the plot of my book was nothing like the movie.
Oh, what a simp! I believe that would fall under that person would fall under the heading of or the classification of a non-playable character.
Yeah,
I would say so. Yes,
NPC. Yeah. What
this
was that?
novelization by Hubert Selby Jr. is nothing like the Tommy Wiseau movie.
So Jasper Bark, you are here speaking somewhat on behalf of your publisher, Crystal Lake Publishing.
I sometimes work as a spokesperson for them. I've actually been published by Crystal Lake from the very beginning. Very first thing they ever did was an anthology called For the Night is Dark, and I was in that. And that anthology was far more successful than Joe Meinhardt, who is the evil mastermind behind the Crystal Lake Empire, were expected. And after a few more books, he was able to quit his job as a teacher and go full-time. And over the last 7 years, he's actually grown Crystal Lake into one of the leading independent publishers of dark fiction and horror.
And it's run out of South Africa, is that right?
Yeah, he lives in a little town called Bloemfontein.
Okay. Yeah, I thought that was interesting. So is he a one-man operation, or does he have other people that help him out that live in different geographies?
It's fascinating. He actually employs people from all over the English-speaking world. So he's got guys in Australia. He has people from Europe. He has people from the UK, and he has people over in the States working with him on an associate basis. And he's able to provide a livelihood for a lot of people and pay really good royalties to a lot of authors as well.
That is good to hear.
What's the percentage on those royalties?
What do you mean the percentage on the royalties?
Well, when I say there's always people often get this slightly wrong in indie publishing. Mainstream publishing pays you royalties at the point of sale. So every time your book is sold in a bookshop, Barnes and Nobles, you get a small cut of the percentage. A lot of indie publishers like Crystal Lake actually give you a cut of the profits, which is slightly different from a royalty payment. So depending on hard copies and ebooks, you get anywhere from 45% upwards of the actual sale of the actual profits of every single one of the books that are sold. So there's a lot of really fabulous reasons to be published by Crystal Lake, not least the care and attention they take, making certain your work is of the highest quality before it hits the bookshelves. But also the fact that you get a full share in the profits of all your hard work, far more than you would get actually with a mainstream publisher. I've been published by indie and by mainstream publishers, and Crystal Lake are probably the favorite people I've worked with.
Okay. It's funny. It seems like author Brian Keene spends so much time going after anyone who publishes authors in the horror genre. I just wonder, it's like you guys are the publisher that got away, which is a good thing. I mean, it's like you're one of the few publishers that he has not tried to, whose character he has not tried to smear or assassinate. And I'm not trying to put you in the spot where you have to comment, and against Brian Keene. I'm just saying, so it's like you guys must really know your shit, to be armored up, from that possibility. So.
Thank you. I mean, in Brian's defense, it's difficult because if you've been published for any length of time, if you've been doing it, then you've been seriously shafted by a whole host of publishers. And there was a big diaspora in the noughties where a lot of us left mainstream publishing, where you'd get good advances, but you'd get treated really, really badly at the back end. You'd make almost no money once your book was out there. To going to independent publishers who promised loads of editorial freedom and lots of profits. And unfortunately, a lot of them couldn't deliver on that promise. The best will in the world, they couldn't. So people like Brian have really had the sharp end of publishing. I would hope the reason I believe actually Crystal Lake have published one or two of his short stories in their amazing anthology series. But I would hope one of the reasons that he hasn't had a go at Crystal Lake is because they genuinely do look after their authors. They genuinely are very, very fair, and they're quite scrupulous about that.
Cool.
And the other great thing about them is the fact that they work with people of Brian Keene's level, and they work with people of Clive Barker and Joe Hill's level. They're actually at that status where they can publish those people, but they are continually looking for new blood. Just recently, they were open for submission. They got a huge record number, thousands of people sent novels in, and that went through all of them, and they're actually able to launch the careers of two new authors, Nick Roberts and Faith Pierce, who are two exciting new signings that they're quite keen on. But they run things like the Shallow Waters Flash Fiction Anthology, which is open to any author of any standard or any ability. You don't even have to be published. And if you win this, you not only become a published author, you actually get paid proper top industry level pay. So you automatically become a top paid published author just by taking part in these competitions. They're anthologies as well. They, on the one hand, they're encouraging fresh new talent and people who often are appearing in print for the first time alongside some huge name authors, which is an opportunity that you rarely get at an entry level. And even if you're not quite ready to be published yet, if you think you've got stories in you, but you don't quite know how to put it on the page, you keep getting, you're sending stuff out, but nobody's replying, or everybody's just rejecting you with form letters. They also run on their Patreon account a mentor service, or they'll hook you up with top industry standard editors who will take you through the finer points of writing and let you know where you're going wrong, what you need to improve, and they'll help you reach that level you need to get to actually become a professional standard. So it's the great thing about them is they build a community, and it's a community of people who are I sort of think of technical difficulties. Am I still on?
No. I pulled that up on the
Patreon page, which is I'm involved with Crystal Lake. I'm not actually on Patreon, but they let you do everything from vote on the winners of all their story competitions. There's some amazing perks you won't get anywhere else. Some amazing experiences you can have by being a member of their Patreon, which include all kinds of completely exclusive content, online interviews with authors, loads and loads of writing tips, and also an exclusive exposure to authors of the highest caliber. Oh, and there's that idiot there making a making a plea for your money, begging you. At that particular point, I have to add, although I am actually begging you to join their Patreon, they did have my wife and children locked in a closet, so I had to do it.
So yeah, put us over, or the kid gets it. The wife and kid get it.
Pretty much. And in their defense, actually, I did have a very quiet weekend to myself, which kind of was a bit of a bonus.
There's a blurb here from the late Jack Ketchum. So apparently, yeah, these guys are well esteemed in the horror community. This is probably a hard. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, Dallas Mayer, who publishes Jack Ketchum, was a fabulous mentor to so many people, and he was a really good friend to Joe and to Crystal Lake Publishing while he was alive. His loss was very, very keenly felt for all of us at Crystal Lake Publishing, not just from the fact that he produced amazing fiction, but he was a fantastic human being as well.
Yeah, pretty shocking, especially for those of us, who were just readers who did not know that he was ill.
He kept it very quiet, very close to his chest.
Yeah. What I liked about Ketchum, not to get off, on a, into the thickets, into the weeds, but what I liked about Ketchum's style is his ability to really vicariously experience the guilt and regrets and anxieties of someone who has committed murder. I mean, I think he lets it hit home about as realistically as it could possibly be without actually having experienced it, because the moment to moment anxieties, how you have to basically think 10 steps ahead of anyone who's the slightest bit suspicious, towards you, or, I mean, it really, it's very believable, to a point it's uncomfortable to see how, well he writes first time murderers.
Oh man, absolutely. It was interesting. One of his close friends, Richard Lehman, once said that horror authors are experts in worst case scenarios. And I think Jack Ketchum really typifies that. And the way also that his work touches you on deeper levels than just scaring you. You run the entire gamut of emotions in books like The Girl Next Door, or Off Season, or Offspring, or The Woman. Totally just like hits you in the chest and twists that knife.
Yeah, I really like how he built this this lore, up about these tribes of cannibals who were just barely hanging on, for the most lowest tier of existence of survival. As society, modern society, kept encroaching further and further to where they didn't have, hardly any spaces left to hide. And I really like how he brought that out and was able to revisit that repeatedly. But, yeah, I mean, Jack Ketchum's awesome. I mean, what else needs to be said there, like I said, I'm just now starting Quiet Places, your tale of cosmic horror. And what do you think you bring to the table as far as cosmic horror? Would you say you're more in line with a, Laird Barron or John Langan, or are you more in the vein of, I don't know, Legate or, Lovecraft?
That's an interesting question, and you're never. As an author, it's very, very difficult to have the self-knowledge to be able to honestly answer that about your work. A lot of people have likened Quiet Places, which is one of my few non-gory. I tend to be a little bit more in the Ketchum, Lehman, Edward Lee camp. A lot of my work is often quite erotic, quite gory. Quiet Places is slightly more quiet horror. It is much more in the line. I've likened very much to John Langan's work, that particular book, and also Algernon Blackwood. What I hope I bring to cosmic horror is a very twisted imagination. My work's also likened to people like Clive Barker and Lovecraft, and I think the connection is the fact that those two individuals have this amazing, gobsmacking visionary horror that just extends the kind of horizon of what horror can do. I'm not saying my work is of a comparable nature, but that's what I aspire to do. And certainly, I think if you read my work, you'll read things you haven't quite read before in horror. I'm not just rehearsing the old standard tropes and the same old monsters. I think I will definitely show you something you haven't seen before.
What can you give an example of something that you think is like groundbreaking about your not that you're proving yourself, but just something that you had never read before that you could say, hey, I got there first.
I would hope you'd find that most of my work, whether it's stories like I have a story it's become quite notorious and follows me around wherever I go, called Stuck on You, which spawned a urban legend. And it's about a guy who picks up what he thinks is a drug mule driving over the border into Arizona from Mexico, and she's basically offering him a ride for a ride. He takes her out into the wilderness, and as they're actually right in the middle of going at it as hard as you possibly can, it's quite full on erotic. They're struck by lightning. Lightning passes through him, kills her. He wakes up from being unconscious and discovers that she's actually, the muscles of her vagina have clamped shut, and he can no longer remove himself. And he's got all this scarred tissue. He's connected to her body, and he's miles away from his car or any mobile phone, and he has to crawl through the forest with this dead corpse attached to his penis before he gets. And that, believe it or not, that's the beginning of his hardship. That's kind of never been done before. On the other scale, a lot of my works are concerned with an ancient heresy called the Sadik heresy, which is a religion which possibly predates the human race.
What is it? What is it, though?
It's called the Sadik heresy. Again, it's one of these words that's very difficult to describe because it possibly comes from a pre-human language. And going back as far as we know, even in ancient Mesopotamia, the birthplace of civilization, the Sadik heresy was considered to be an ancient heresy from before the dawn of time that was so unspeakable that any sects that practiced it or disseminated its knowledge were automatically persecuted. And this has kind of continued down through history in small, tiny pockets. And it's given birth to unspeakable blasphemies and abominations.
I'm at a loss as to how to spell that.
Q U apostrophe RRMSADDIC, Sadik. And actually, the Sadik heresy is mentioned in Quiet Places. That's one of the pieces of cosmic horror. And again, I don't want to give away too much about the things you'll discover in my work that you may not have read elsewhere, because a lot of it, the joy of reading it, I would hope, is in the surprise and you start out. A lot of my reviews tend to say, I started this book going, oh yes, I know where this is going. And then 40 pages in, I was going, what? I have never read anything like this before, which is one of my favorite quotes to get from reviewers. And it's one I've had quite a lot. So I can blindside you as a reader and take you to places you won't quite expect.
That sounds good to me. So this was I'm not going to be able to pronounce this correctly.
Sadik, I think that's how you pronounce it. Sadik heresy. QU.
Okay. But is that something that you created out of whole cloth, or is this something that actually existed back in a historical record that you've expanded upon?
This is difficult because there are online references to it, and the more that I deny actually having come up with it, the more people think I'm lying. But then again, also I'm known for being something of a literary trickster and something of a hoaxer. So some people think I came up with it completely. Other people, because there's an inordinate framework of references which you can discover online and offline that appear in my work, some other people believe that it actually is just something that I've written about and discovered. So I've got to the point now whereby if I start telling people I came up with it, they don't believe me. If I deny it and say, no, it's totally fictional, they don't believe me either. So I kind of just raise an enigmatic eyebrow.
Okay.
Sadik. I like the way that's musical almost. Sadik. I mean, where can I find that Stuck on You story? Because I mean that's I went all up in that story.
It's funny, two places. It's actually just recently Crystal Lake made it completely free as an ebook, so you can go and download it from Amazon. I think it's no longer exclusive, so you can probably get it for Nook and from Barnes and Noble, all those places. Or it's the lead story in the first book I actually had published by Crystal Lake, which is Stuck on You and Other Prime Cuts.
Here it is. Yep, free. But yeah, I'm sure that collection's pretty awesome. I might just
go ahead and treat yourself.
I might go ahead and snag that. But geez, would the wound technically be cauterized already because of the lightning, or
weirdly? You would have. I did actually. It's one of these strange things as a horror writer. If ever I'm setting off alarms at the NSA, or some guy kicks in the door of my study where I am at the moment and goes through my search history, I have a lot of explaining to do. You go to some very, very strange places as a horror author. So I did spend time actually looking at burn victims and people who have been struck by lightning. Interestingly, my father, when he was a young man, was also struck by lightning. It leaves a kind of strange scar tissue, and it looks almost like a fern, like an underwater fern pattern on the body, as the electrical discharge like crackles through the body. You can imagine, and actually leaves it. So at the point of impact, it's almost cauterized, and then the rest of the body will be slightly raw and it'll be kind of like a third-degree burn.
Oh, it turns out I already had stuck on you for Kindle, oddly enough. But so we wouldn't have to worry about that anyway. But I imagine there's still a threat of going septic if he's stuck in there too long, you know.
Absolutely. And of course, he can't get off a corpse, which is beginning to rot. At first, you know, he's been unconscious for a while, so rigor mortis is setting in, which makes the body difficult to move. And then when the rigor mortis goes out, it's like trying to push a giant kind of blob of 200-pound jelly with your penis up a slope as you're crawling through woodland. And there are bears and other predators and things in this woodland as well. So,
and every little moist, you know, feeling or excretion, he could be thinking, "Oh God, have the maggots started, you know, burrowing in yet? I mean, oh God, what was that?" You know. Well, I mean, hey, you put the image in my head, man.
Yeah, that's because these things get stuck in my head. And this is the wonderful thing about being horror fans, is all these dark thoughts that fester away at the back of just about everybody's subconscious. We have a safe place to put these, to explore the anxieties, and to explore the darker sides of our own nature. It's a safe and it's a healthy place to put them. And I think actually it makes us better human beings, because we can not only admit there are these sides to our character, but we can explore them without necessarily having to take an axe to our neighbor. Or the guy who cut us off at the junction, at the intersection.
Where are you stationed at right now? Anyway, what?
I'm in the wilds of West England, so I'm not. I live in a little weaver's cottage in
Wales.
Just near to Wales. I actually live very, very close to Stonehenge.
I thought I could hear Welsh.
Glastonbury.
I thought I could hear Welsh in your accent.
My accent's kind of strange. I come from gypsy stock, so I've lived all over the United Kingdom. So when I was born in the Midlands, but I grew up north, where everybody talks kind of like the wildlings in Game of Thrones. So I would have had this sort of accent when I was younger, but I don't want to talk like that because my wife's very posh. She's like the aristocracy. So I've undergone the technical term is the process of emposhification.
Oh.
So, but I live out in rural England, and people have been living in the little town I live in since Anglo-Saxon times. And there's monoliths and ancient crumbling Roman ruins around the place, and Anglo-Saxon churches. It's a fabulous place as a Gothic horror author.
Thatched roofs with the moss like growing up over, and I can already picture it in my head. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, I live in an 18th century. This is actually I'm in a purposefully built office at the bottom of our yard, our backyard. But my house is an 18th century weaver's cottage. It actually was built in 1750.
Wow, you're way too cultured for this show. But so this must have been a hard year for you and Crystal Lake authors in general, publishers, not being able to make the convention circuit and whatnot.
That's been a real kicker. And I think the real kicker is not so much on a commercial basis. It's losing that touch with a sense of community. And I think the genre world has got a real strong community, but I personally feel that the horror lovers have got the best community of any of the genres. And just not being able to go out and see all those faces. The Horror Writers of America Association were due to come here to the UK, and there were so many people with whom I'm really friendly online, so many authors I count as friends and colleagues who I was so excited to see. And then unfortunately, it was all called off at the last minute because of COVID. Luckily, though, I think a lot of first-time readers are coming to particularly post-apocalyptic fiction because, frankly, we're kind of living through the apocalypse. So it's kind of those of us who've been reading this stuff and watching these movies for like the past few decades, we're kind of schooled in how to survive this. And I think there's a lot of noobs coming in going, what do I do? How do I Where are the rules? Well, we've been writing them for decades.
Everybody's looking for a roadmap. Yeah.
And in hard times, weirdly, people like reading horror fiction. Sales of horror fiction go up, and people have bought more books because there's only so many Netflix box sets that you can binge watch. Eventually, you think, I might as well pick up my Kindle or buy a book. So it's not been too bad. It's not been a bad time. I just got a nice royalty statement from Crystal Lake actually early today, so that kind of adds to the Christmas shopping bill for me. So I think the really, really hard thing is making the personal connection with all those friends and the readers that we've made out in the world of horror publishing. Not being able to make that personal connection, put a name to a face, to press the flesh. That's what's really been missed, I think, this year.
Where did you start, like, cutting your teeth as far as cosmic horror? Sure, I mean, everybody has their roots in, say, Frankenstein, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, and maybe a handful of horror movies that they glimpsed as a wee lad. But what cosmic horror in particular did you first cut your teeth on? Would you say William Hope Hodgson, House on the Borderland, Algernon Blackwood? You mentioned him, The Willows, stuff like that.
That stuff I came to a little bit later. Personally, that kind of two places I would have first experienced horror and cosmic horror. First would have been comics. I'm a huge comics fan, particularly horror comics. That was probably, as a very, very, very young child, my first proper exposure to really good horror. It would have been people like Marvel Comics did lots of adaptations in their black and white horror series. And also Warren Comics, most of which I would probably have shoplifted because I don't think the guys running the newsstands probably would have allowed a kind of like 7 or 8 year old kid. So I think I was slightly light-fingered. I probably pilfered a few, and that was my first exposure. And then a little bit later on from that, I discovered the work of Robert Bloch, who's the author of Psycho. But before he wrote Psycho and lots of psychological horror, he was a disciple of H.P. Lovecraft. And through Bloch, I discovered Lovecraft, which slightly blew my mind. It was difficult to read for a young 12, 13-year-old because his language is very challenging. But also, his ideas are just so mind-blowing, which is what I loved about cosmic horror. And from reading Lovecraft, obviously I read people like Clark Ashton Smith and Frank Belknap Long. And then from reading them, I then went and discovered what their influences were, which would be, as you've mentioned, William Hope Hodgson, Arthur Machen was another huge influence on Lovecraft, Algernon Blackwood, who's just astonishing author, and even M.R. James.
Now, what did M.R. James write? The Purple.
M.R. James is probably one of the greatest ghost story writers who's ever lived. He was a Cambridge Don. Cambridge is a major big Ivy League university. It's one of the best universities in the world, and he was just a very fusty old Don who had this fascination with gore and horror stories. And to amuse his students every Christmas, he'd write a horror story. And they got to be so popular, he eventually offered them to a publisher, and they brought them out in a collection of ghost stories, it was called. And they became tremendously popular. And he published 4 of these. And so famous stories of his are things like "Oh, Whistle and I'll Come to You, My Lad," "The Ash Tree," "A Warning to the Curious." And he kind of set the ground rules that the modern ghost story and a lot of modern cosmic horror is actually based on. And he's still massively influential on authors like John Langan will be a good example, Ramsey Campbell, Adam Neville, are authors who owe him a massive debt. And you could go on for hours. Robert Aikman, Thomas Ligotti owes a great stylistic debt also to M.R. James. And if you've never read any stuff, it's great. It's really fusty, old Victorian horror that's got this really gruesome undertone. And it's all hinted at, but because it's all hinted at, it's actually really quite horrific. What he's actually, he's never directly stating it. He's just playing with the imagination and taking it to very dark places. And the way he builds and structures a ghost story and slowly builds an atmosphere, it's a lesson to all of us who've come after him.
Okay, so as far as quiet places go, this woman is staying in the town of Dunballen or Dunballen.
Dunballen.
Okay. And
which is yeah, she's moved up from London. She's fallen in love with a guy who's inherited a small parcel of land, and with it, the lairdship of a tiny, extremely remote town up in the Scottish Highlands. So it's playing with themes of folk horror, like you might find in films like The Wicker Man, Blood on Satan's Claw, and also amazing books like Thomas Tryon's Harvest. And it's putting those into a UK Scottish setting, and it's introducing a big, healthy dose of cosmic horror. This town has a secret. There's a reason that the guy Andrew McStandish has been brought back, and he's going to face some pretty dark, quite unbelievable horrors that you won't quite have seen. And yeah, his partner is not going to stand for this. She wants to fight back. She wants to challenge the town and challenge the town's demand on her man. And in doing so, she unleashes some pretty large, quite unbelievable otherworldly forces.
Okay. One thing that I've always wondered how authors might get around as we reach this gigantic plateau of, technology that just encroaches further on our lives all the time. It seems like there would reach a point where we're so saturated with technology, from nanotechnology to, the super surveillance society. Would there still be room for the supernatural?
That's a very, very good question. And fascinatingly enough, it's something I had to address in the book, because it's a lot easier to write about remote communities back in the 70s, when remote communities just kind of meant they didn't have television aerials or they didn't put in telephone lines. How do you address that? But there are actually places in certain parts of Europe which are almost black spots. I was kind of worried earlier on. My broadband was playing up. But actually, I've got a goat in a shed just around the back of here on a little treadmill, which is actually powering it. When she gets a bit tired, my bandwidth just goes. But there are actually places in the UK where it's very difficult to get phone reception. You actually have to walk several miles outside of town to get it.
I just want to be clear. That was a joke, right?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. Sometimes I don't know with people. Go ahead.
So you believe they had to go to a treadmill?
Yeah. I thought it might be you, Greg. Go ahead.
So there are tiny remote communities around where I live where you cannot get any. It's tremendously difficult. They actually haven't put in the lights to give you the broadband connection, and there's no cell towers around for miles. So you have to sometimes drive like 2 or 3 miles outside of town to actually get a signal on your phone. So I slightly expand this because the community has a very particular secret. It doesn't really want to join the 21st century. So the most connection it has is like the mail service and the odd newspaper coming in. So our particular heroine has great difficulty actually going online or even getting a phone reception. So she's very remote. And there are still small communities around the UK and other parts of Europe that actually are still that remote. Just.
Even now.
Even now.
It just seems like there's no more room for anyone to hide from this further encroachment of Uber technology.
I'm pretty sure that most humans aren't on the internet, right? I mean, as far as if you think about it globally, I think that most people aren't, right?
I don't know.
They probably are. I think 90% of the population probably has some access to it, I would think. But that in and of itself is probably a theme that horror authors can address.
Yeah, I mean, it's relatively recent that India had widespread access to high-speed internet, and they've got a huge swath of the population.
Well, that's almost like a Borg-like thing, isn't it? We're all being assimilated into this massive, giant Uber culture that's not that wants to homogenize the consciousness of the entire race. I mean, that right there is a horror theme.
Yeah, I mean, you've already seen a lot of pretty common internet-based horror, and it's stuff that actually is being written by people who understand the internet. It's just not it's just written by a boomer who thinks everyone on the internet wants to rape and kill you.
Well, there have been some basic attempts at writing technological horror in a modern context, but all of it is very, like I said, basic, and even though it's basic, it's also very try hard, unfriended.
It's up to 59% now globally. Folks have access, so 40% of the 59. Yeah,
I mean, it would seem like the supernatural force would have to be stronger to hijack any kind of, I would think that man would be able to combat the supernatural on a more effective,
rational
field than they would have in, say, even in the 90s. Now I would think they're on a more even playing field because they have transcended, to levels of technology that are bigger than really we probably have any right to. And I feel like the supernatural would really have to stay, on its the tips of its toes in order to keep up with man. But but
that's very true. But you can never overlook, and one of the joys about of horror is it kind of appeals to the ghost in the machine, and it also appeals to that kind of to the scared chimp in a cage at the back of our minds, which is our kind of basic human id, and that's the part of us that isn't really reachable by rationality. That's the part of us that would really like to think that the Earth is flat. It's the part of us that loves a good conspiracy theory. It's because we can get all anxious and annoyed. And the fascinating thing is that we'd like to think the fact that now so much of the world's information is available at the touch of a button would actually enlighten us all and bring us about this wonderful age of information. And yet, basically, most of us use the internet for going online and arguing with strangers about whether this fictional character or that fictional character should have acted this way or shouldn't have acted in that way. So you can never overlook humankind's ability to seriously fuck things up.
I have a device in my pocket that gives me more access to knowledge than any ancient scholar could have ever dreamed of. I mostly use it to look at cat pictures and porn.
Yeah. Pictures of people's breasts.
Exactly.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with doing that, but yeah. So, and those are the dark areas that horror writers love. That's the kind of the seamy underbelly of humanity that's kind of our home, effectively.
Well, what would you say that the overwhelming amount of Crystal Lake offerings? What genre or subgenre would they fit into, would you say?
The wonderful thing, well, Crystal Lake's published everything from fiction based on really excellent cult movies like Chud, through to incredibly literary authors like Gary McMahon. So I think the thing that denotes a Crystal Lake book for me is that it's going to be good fiction. It will cover everything from quiet horror to extreme horror and every type of subgenre you can imagine that's encompassed by the dark fiction world. But it's always of a really high caliber. They're a little bit like, it reminds me, there are certain labels who always bring out great bands and always produce good music. And even if you don't know the band, and even if you don't recognize the type of music they play, you know, because that label has brought it out, that you will enjoy it. Crystal Lake are one of those type of publishers. I've taken a shot on a lot of authors that I've never read before, and I've always been incredibly satisfied by my read, because Joe and the editorial team that he employs, Monique Snyman, Natching T. Casa, have got phenomenal taste. They really know good fiction. So they're always the kind of the super hipster friends of yours that are always just on the cutting edge. So that whenever you want to read something really good and you say, what have you got that's good? They'll always be able to hand you something that you will really enjoy.
Mm.
So that will be the main thing. Quality, I think, would be the thing that that really denotes it's the major thing that the major quality that Crystal Lake Fiction has is its work is always of very high quality.
You said that a lot of your peers. I don't know how long you've been at this, but you said a lot of your peers moved out of the mainstream publishing racket, and I assume you're referring to what, Zebra paperbacks, Leisure publishing?
Zebra, and they were fabulous, and also the Del Abyss line as well. And once upon a time, there was a place for mid-listers. We were the people who would make regular sales year on year in. You can pay your mortgage doing it. You're never going to get rich. You're never going to be in this Stephen King league. But you would sell year on year, and the more books you wrote and they're made in print, the more progressively you grow. I kind of come in at the very end of that. I didn't really start publishing till the mid-noughties. So even then, the kind of the mainstream fictional model was wobbling, and in those days, that was the main way to get published. And if people were self-publishing, then generally speaking, that was frowned upon because they were just doing it to feed their own vanity. They weren't going to get in bookshops. Amazon hadn't grown to be the behemoth that it is now. But a lot, so in the similar way, because they also write an awful lot in comics, and when there was the giant direct market revolution in the 1980s, it meant that there were a lot of more markets. There was a lot more shelf space for independent creators to get into the market. Similar evolution happened with the dawn of the ebook and with online sales. It opened up a huge market for a lot of very enterprising people with a huge degree of initiative to move into that and to produce an alternative to the mainstream. And for those of us who slipped out of the mainstream because we were never at the top of the sales ranks, it gave us a new home and a new way to continue to make a living doing this.
Yeah.
And don't you miss things like the Leisure Book Club and those old amazing Zebra paperbacks with the skeletons on every single cover. Skeletons doing the most ridiculous things, pushing prams and dangling from Christmas trees.
But for some reason, it was
great
really,
products, great looking products.
Yeah, it was really attractive. For whatever reason, the skeletons really moved some units in the 80s. But the cover artists really made skeletons look sexy. I don't know what that says, but no, I mean, sexy as in, like cool imagery as well.
Yeah.
But that was a thing, man. Skeletons on every cover. And then they experimented with the holographic covers for a while. It was a gimmick, but I mean,
Yeah, I remember that. And the fact it's interesting these days. There's a good side and a bad side. If you bought and read horror fiction in those days, you kind of almost had to kind of wrap it in brown paper if you were going to read it on the subway in your way into work.
Really?
People would kind of, well, maybe it's a British thing, but if you were reading kind of things, with the kind of a face with an eyeball dangling out and a severed artery, and you definitely have like two empty seats, even on a very, very crowded subway train. People would back away from you. So occasionally you might not want to read those things in public, which is these days every horror piece of fiction has a very tasteful cover, which doesn't give anything away about the content inside.
Yeah.
And
why do we need to have tasteful covers? It's horror, you know. It's
they want to feel special.
Did you say you came in at the mid '90s or mid '90s, as in like 2006?
I was a journalist throughout the '90s, and my first fictional work actually that I sold. I made a living throughout most of the noughties as a comic writer. My first novel was published in 2005.
Okay.
I jumped from being a comic writer to being a comic writer and an author. And
what
then
kind of comics did you?
Yeah, what comics?
I wrote for European comics, so things like 2000 AD, which is the home of Judge Dredd and Strontium Dog.
Okay.
And also I wrote a lot of comics for the Warhammer universe.
Okay.
They had a big publishing arm, and I wrote comics for New Line Cinema things. I wrote comics for a lot of DreamWorks, and I basically wrote any kind of comic that was going from small kids comics to adult comics. I did do stuff for the Panini used to do a Marvel UK. They would produce Marvel characters that were aimed at a slightly younger audience for the European market. So I got to write Daredevil and Fantastic Four, but those were never on sale in the States.
So does that mean that they're not like in continuity? Technically, they're not canon.
Yeah, we had to follow canon, but yeah, it would anything that we wrote. Kind of, you can't mess with the universe. You're kind of playing in someone else's sandpit and with their toys, and you have to leave it exactly as you found it. So I couldn't suddenly restore Matt Murdock's sight or cure Ben Grimm, or if I did, I had to completely fix it and send it right back by the end of by the final panel.
Retcon as they go. So you said Daredevil and Fantastic Four were
those are characters I had a huge good fortune to play with. But I said that was done for Panini. They're a European publishing company. I think they're originally Italian, but they do a lot of stuff over here. I got to write Doctor Who comics as well for the Doctor Who magazine, and a whole bunch of other stuff.
Who would have been the Doctor at that time, or did you just write whichever Doctor era you felt like writing for?
The first Doctor I wrote was Paul McGann. That was a very long time ago, and then
he barely got any time on the production. On the stage, right?
I did write a David Tennant story and a Matt Smith story, and then the editor changed. And as often happens with these things, they didn't accept him on scripts from me.
Who's your favorite Doctor?
It's a toss-up because I'm old enough to remember the first series between Tom Baker and David Tennant, I would say.
Tom Baker and David Tennant? That's what you're going with? See, everybody likes those two guys.
Is that a litmus test or something? What's going on, Jeremy?
Well, because I never like watched Doctor Who religiously, but it has enough backstory that I love to like go down that rabbit hole sometimes and just read it. I don't have to love something in order to research it, is what I mean. You know, if there's enough backstory there, I'm good enough with that. And so I'll go back and read over, you know, like, oh, what was going on, you know, from with these people's anecdotes who worked on Doctor Who in this era, or, you know, what happened where this plot contradicted this other plot. I love to hear people talk about things. I have no idea what they're talking about, but you can hear their love in it, you know. And so I've picked up a lot of knowledge about Doctor Who along the way just by watching other Who fans argue with each other.
I'm probably the same. I'm never exactly a huge Doctor Who fan. And the fact that when I got to write the character, there were a lot of my kind of friends who were huge fans who were massively jealous. And for me, it was really just another paycheck. It was a nice way to kind of pay the mortgage that month.
Right.
Well, getting back to the comic thing, and then I'll let you, Gregor and Ben, I'll let you guys, because I know I've probably been hogging the airtime or whatever. But as far as the comics, yeah, let's go back into that for a minute. Like, did you get to create any original characters was that a complicated process to get to clear an original character that you may wanted to include, or?
Not when I was working for people like 2000 AD. There I was able to create a lot of original characters. I also done quite a few graphic novels with the comic publisher Marcosia, and I created a lot of original characters for Silver Phoenix Entertainment, who are a leading American indie publisher. So working for certain publishers, you've got a completely clear kind of like slate to do whatever you want. When you're employed to work on someone else's franchise, you can create new characters, but one, you're working on a work for hire basis, so anything you create they own anyway, and so if they wanted to use a character again, they'd have full rights to. So you don't want to kind of give them your best work. And secondly, mostly if you are creating new characters, they're probably only going to appear in your story, and they're only probably going to serve that particular plot.
Right.
So your characters are going to move on from that particular planet and leave all that behind.
What? Give me an example of a Fantastic Four storyline that you handled.
I wrote one in which Reed Richards was messing about with some wild science, and actually set a 20-minute timer whereby all of they kept swapping each other's powers. So they would remain physically the same, but suddenly the Thing actually had Mr. Fantastic's power and could stretch into ridiculous things, and Mr. Fantastic would start turning invisible, and Sue Storm would start bursting into flame, and then this would swap and swap and swap. And when he actually worked out what he'd done, he realized he could probably cure Ben, but unfortunately Ben then had to, as in this man, sacrifice himself, and could have become a real man, but that would have put everyone else in jeopardy. So he went back to being the Thing and sacrificed himself in order that kind of things went back to exactly as they were at the end of this particular storyline.
Okay. So Dr. Doom wasn't in it?
No, I would have loved to have written Dr. Doom, but no, let me write that particular character in.
That's too bad.
I think probably the best Dr. Doom writing was done by Warren Ellis, though.
Yeah, I was going to ask you if you enjoy the works of Warren Ellis. I just got done reading first volume of Injection. Have you read that? I
haven't read that yet. Is it worth a read?
Yeah, it's really good. Yeah, I've not finished all 3 volumes yet. I just finished the first volume. I thought it was excellent.
Most things by Warren Ellis are absolutely superb.
Yeah, I've only read this and then a novel that he wrote, Crooked Little Vein. Have you read that?
I haven't read that. If you're reading kind of Warren Ellis, though, massively recommend Transmetropolitan. That's absolutely
that I've read the first collection of that. Yeah, this guy comes down off the mountain after he's burned through all of his advance money. He was this like major hipster writer and a world award-winning, like world-class journalist, but he burned through all his advance money. He shaves off his beard, that hangs to the floor, and his long hair cuts that off, and he starts to battle the world leaders at the time. They were extremely corrupt, and people are like, "Oh, it's a return to form." It was a really good story. What I've read of it so far, so
and it gets better and better and better. And Planetary is the other thing that's absolutely art by John Cassidy, and this is a group of archaeologists who are studying superhero culture, and just his ideas, his characterization are absolutely awesome. So massively recommend those two out of all the stuff he's done.
Planetary and Transmetropolitan is what you say?
Yeah, totally unmissable if you like comics.
Okay, yeah, I do. Yeah, and I especially like Dr. Doom.
Yeah, the Doom 2099 was one of the earliest things he did when he was quite a young man, and that's really superb.
I'll have to take a look.
Now, there's another book here of yours that has caught my attention. I'm the biggest book whore. I will read anything, but this I probably would have read this. Even if I did have discriminating tastes, which I don't. Way of the Barefoot Zombie. What's the deal with this?
It's set on it's not a zombie apocalypse. It's actually set on a private island. out in the Caribbean that's so private, it's actually taken off all maps. It's not even included on sonar, and it's owned by a super rich, basically voodoo houngan who actually has a captive colony of zombies, and he runs retreats for the would-be super rich. And he practices the way of the barefoot zombie, which is basically you get to go and live alongside zombies. You get to act like zombies and think like a zombie and interact with zombies in order that you can free your inner zombie and become a killer. So in order to go and make a killing on the market, you first learn to have to become a killer. And so the world's aspiring super rich sign up to go and visit this island and undergo this mystical transformation where they will become the new elite. And as this is going on, there's also a group of would-be anarchists who call themselves the Zombie Liberation Front. And they're going there to free the zombies who they see as the noble monster. And they don't like them being enslaved in this hideous way by this capitalist. So when the two of those things collide, everything just explodes on this island. And it's so it's going back to the kind of the voodoo roots of zombie fiction.
Gregor, I would
recommend you go on YouTube and just Google "Where the Barefoot Zombie" because I have some. I have a few promos, video promos that I did for that back in the day, and I can promise you, you won't have seen anything quite like them. So you actually are. These zombies are actually voodoo zombies, which is something that doesn't seem to get much attention. So that's kind of cool. I just kind of wanted to take a slightly different take and to take zombie fiction in a slightly different direction. Right. I mean, you don't see that much voodoo zombie action going on, so it's cool that you chose that take on them. Yeah, I kind of missed that. And I took the time to go and actually find some genuine practitioners of voodoo. Mm-hmm. And various houngans and mambos got in touch with them. Some quite high-level people over in New Orleans and some practitioners of Santeria. So they were able to actually kind of school me a little bit to make certain that the voodoo that I use is all authentic. That's cool. And the weird thing was as well, because voodoo call themselves the servants of the lower or the Orisha. And that's like their kind of little pantheon. And the weird thing was whenever I got to the point where I'd have like a ritual in the book, and one of these lows would turn up, it was a little bit like I was kind of like tapped on the shoulder. I kind of move over, and I would also be automatic writing. Whenever one of those deities actually appeared, they would almost write their own dialogue. You could almost hear them in my head dictating automatically. So there's probably something in it, I would say. Very well could be. Or it just could be that I was particularly undergoing some form of dissociative identity disorder, but that's kind of just a common, hazard as an author. You do spend a lot of time alone in a room with yourself, listening to voices inside your head, so take it. It's either mental illness or full-on voodoo. Are you? One thing that I heard about voodoo from someone who wasn't an all-out poser with it. Like I've got a voodoo doll. That's like basic bitch version of voodoo, right? There's more to it than that. What I heard though was that at least in some cultures that practice it, that it's not about like the doll itself. It's something to do with I don't even know. Okay, it's the basis is it's what you would call a syncretistic religion. So it's marrying a lot of ancient African beliefs that traces its way back to a part of Africa called Dahomey. I think that's how you pronounce it. And these came over in the slave ships, and they were all partly converted to Catholicism. So it took a lot of Catholic beliefs, and it took a lot of ancient African beliefs and married them to make a new religion. And so a lot of the old ancient African deities have continued, either they're referred to as saints, particularly by New Orleans voodoo, or spirits, or lower, or Orisha. And these are kind of like the intermediaries between us as a human race and God. God is a very remote figure. It's very, very difficult to actually talk to. And although we can petition him with the power of prayer, it's difficult to get an answer. What the Orisha do is they actually directly interact with their followers, even to the degree that they will sometimes it's called riding. They will actually possess the bodies of their followers and talk to their followers. So this is why you have the drums and you have the dancing, because it puts you into a trance-like state. And occasionally the lower, the Orisha, will actually enter the body of their followers and talk and give all sorts of information. And they will grant boons and they will grant blessings. And sometimes this is a very spiritual, self-improving nature, and which is sometimes referred to as Radha voodoo, and sometimes as Petro voodoo, which is seen as slightly less beneficent, slightly more malevolent. That will give you power over people and an ability to hurt and curse people. And so there's a whole gamut of spiritual practice and religious practice that is encompassed by the voodoo. And I'm not an expert. I've just spoken to people who are, and they've educated me to a basic layman's degree.
So Crystal Lake is run out of South America?
South Africa.
South Africa. Yeah, it's I think it's on the east coast of South Africa, Bloemfontein. And Joe runs it there, but he has an international connection that he works with. And there are a few South African people, and he even actually publishes some work in Afrikaans purely for the South African audience. But he, the great actual thing about them as publishers is that it's a company that's founded by horror fans. They live, breathe, and eat this stuff, and it founded for horror fans. And one of the things they do is build communities, whether it's around their online presence, whether it's their new website, which has just been launched about a month ago, which is very worth going checking out. Whether it's all the competitions they run, like the Shallow Waters, the Flash Fiction competition, or whether it's interaction at a much deeper level on things like their Patreon page and the exclusive access that you get to writers and editors of a huge nature.
Okay.
So it's a very international organization because horror is an international community.
Well, I'm surprised you guys haven't haven't done any work with Chris Seknusem. Does that name ring a bell?
That doesn't. You'd have to educate me on that.
Okay, he wrote. Let's see, what has he written? Enigmatic.
I don't know. Chris doesn't really write straight horror.
No, he doesn't write horror. But what I mean, does Crystal Lake only publish horror though? I mean,
no, their remit is anything that's kind of like dark and a bit sinister, and kind of basically explores the darker side of human nature.
Hang on, is this the real Ann Sturzinger?
Yeah, it is. I just haven't turned my camera on yet.
Okay.
So I'm trying to see if my
wow, you're early.
internet can handle the load.
Yeah.
Oh, I've got to go.
But nice talking.
I didn't get you.
No, I'm kidding. I don't have to go.
Okay.
Yeah. He would have to go if I had turned my camera on, though.
Yeah, that's right.
What? Have you just got the shower?
Apparently, I think he's referring to the inside joke that Anne would only show up when he was not around, and vice versa at some point.
Because you're secretly the same person.
Well, I think we can debunk that now. I don't know, unless they talk over each other. See, he just muted. So yeah, maybe. But so this is one of our other co-hosts that just popped in, Ann Sturzinger. And we've been talking with Jasper Bark here, who writes in the horror genre, like really dark, fanciful, fantastical, cosmic horror type stuff. You're familiar with that term, cosmic horror, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
He doesn't write in that genre as much as he writes in the just with the kind of almost a spider-punk genre, right?
Have you done spider-punk?
I kind of marry a lot of different genres.
Oh,
okay.
there's a lot of splatterpunk elements. There's some folk horror in some of my work. There's some quiet horror in some of my work, and there's some nasty extreme stuff. And there's a lot of cosmic stuff in there as well. I'm a huge fan of all elements of the genre, so I love to marry all of my passions in the fiction that I write.
So what the reason I brought up Chris Newsom a minute ago is that he actually lived in either South America or South Africa, but in a deep, like, green and inferno jungle type habitat for at least a year. And I mean, I think he even married into a tribe. Ben, help me with this.
Wow, how cool is that?
Is this accurate information? I know that he lived with a tribe. Did he actually marry into?
I don't know. I know that he taught in an African university for a while.
No, but he actually lived in a jungle environment with natives. I mean, he's talked about it several times when I've interviewed him. And then he came back to civilization and saw how, the shocking differences and realized, how spoiled and dulled since we are.
I've traveled in Africa. My wife grew up in South Africa. So I've kind of traveled the length of that particular country. I've been on safari. I've gone out and actually worked in mission schools out there, and I've helped out in soup kitchens in tiny shanty towns and townships. So
no, when you say mission schools, so is that like a religious school?
There were schools that were set up by missionaries kind of like in the last century, and a lot of them were closed down. But since the death of apartheid and the rise of the ANC, which is the African National Congress, who are now the ruling party in South Africa, they've been opened up again. So I was able to, those sort of incidents, those sort of life events really do force you to check your privilege. I mentioned earlier on, I'm the son of river gypsies. I come from a very lower working class blue collar background here in the UK. But even the level of poverty I saw in this country was as nothing to what I went out to go and see in Africa. So it does make you very aware of how privileged you are. And it does give you, it gives you a reality check with regards to the first world problems that you wrestle with every day, which are as nothing to people who have to walk miles to go and get a simple glass of fresh water, or count themselves considerably lucky if they've gotten through that one day without being sexually assaulted. So you really and actually it was that particular journey in which I went and met Joe Meinhardt for the very first time. I'm probably the only person he's published who's traveled halfway around the world to actually come and spend time with him and his lovely wife.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, so no Zach tonight, huh, Gregor?
That is correct.
Okay. That's all right. I'm sure Regina will. So, and that's okay. So anyway, I'm fighting with my cat over the speakers. She's trying to knock it down, and I'm trying to keep it up. Anyway.
Everyone's a critic.
Yeah.
Especially our feline friends.
She's like, make it stop. I don't want to hear anymore.
You sure sucks, Dad.
While we're talking about Crystal Lake, can I mention a couple of competitions? They have got their ongoing Shallow Waters fiction competition, which I mentioned before, but they also have a big poetry contest planned for 2021 with a big-ass cash prize, which is way more than you normally get publishing a poem, even with the top publisher. And that's going to be judged by Linda D. Addison and Alessandro Manzetti, who are two Stoker Award-winning poets. So they seriously know their stuff. So
okay.
I'm plugging all this stuff because Joe's kind of giving me a briefing, like mentioning all this.
Okay. Yeah, continue.
Yeah, those are the kind of main things. And also, please do go and check out. I also mentioned before, they've got a brand spanking new website. It's only been up about a month. And it also, if you want to buy any of their books as an ebook, You can now buy them directly from the publisher. So 100% of the profits go directly to the publisher, and that means 50% of the profits go to the people who wrote them, as opposed to through Amazon, who take a great chunk of every sale price.
What is it, like 75, 80%? Or
I think it depends. It's about
it depends on the price of the book, right? So I mean, if it's 99 cents, it's like 30. They give you 35% or something to that effect, or 30.
Effectively, and then as an author who works with publishers, I don't self-publish. You then split that
right
good amount with the publisher. It mounts up eventually.
But if it's like $2.99, between $2.99 and $9.99 for the ebook price, you get they take 30, and I think you get 70%.
It depends on each. It also depends on the deal that you cut with them, whether you're exclusive or whether you're not. They try and incentivize you on that.
Right.
Lines as well. So it's anywhere between like 70 to 35%, depending on what deal you've got with them.
Right.
But I don't actually handle that side of the publishing, so I'm not the most knowledgeable. I just look at my royalty statements.
Right.
And cry. No.
Yeah, but that's basically what it is, Jeremy. If it's like under $2.99, they take the lion's share, right? But between $2.99 and $9.99, the author gets 70%.
Yeah, you get a little bit more, but again, it's also and you have to balance that off, incentivizing people to buy your work, because there's a lot of people are quite used to paying quite low prices for an ebook. So until you've actually put them into your work, they expect things, at a 99 cent to kind of $2.99 kind of price bracket for entry-level publishers they're taking a risk on. So.
Right. Yeah. So I mean, but we're only talking about Kindle books at this point, Jeremy. I mean, if you're going to self-publish or something through KDP and you're doing a print book, it's entirely different.
Okay. It is. Sometimes the margins are much smaller on that, though. Actually,
much smaller. Yeah,
because you've got all the print costs.
Right. Exactly.
Associated too. Whereas you're once you've created the text with an ebook, from there on in, everything is clear profit.
Right.
Technically.
Right.
How do you guys feel about the Giants' transition from physical legacy publishing to mostly ebooks sales? I
don't think it's mostly ebooks yet, is it? Or am I behind on that? I didn't think it was mostly ebooks yet.
Till about 2017, ebooks were the largest growing area, but recently, weirdly, physical book sales have had a bit of a renaissance.
Right.
They've been growing and booming. I think that the whole pandemic has been very, very good for ebooks because people want them straight away and can't go out to bookshops, or necessarily don't want to wait for it to kind of come through the mail.
I think it depends on the genre as well, right? So I mean, like, I think horror and like erotica and things like that sell really well in ebooks, especially science fiction that does really well in ebook as well. But I think like if you're talking about contemporary fiction or literary fiction, things like that, I think those still sell really well in the paper form.
I think they do. And graphic novels are much easier to read in proper book form,
right?
On your Kindle. I don't like the Kindle reader but I think it's as a reader. I think if you grew up reading books, there's something about the tactile feel of paper and the smell of either an old book, which has been much loved, a secondhand book, or a new book, that kind of really crisp, clean, chemical smell.
I mean, I love a real book, right? And especially, but I read mostly ebooks now. But some things I really prefer to have an actual physical copy, like a graphic novel or a comic book, or especially a tabletop role playing game manual. Those you have to have in a hard copy. Yeah,
you have to have that proper large kind of tone feeling,
right?
Forbidden raw.
Right.
I completely agree. And sometimes I think if you've really absolutely loved an ebook, you kind of want to have a physical copy of it to put on your bookshelf.
Oh yeah.
Unless you don't have room on your bookshelves anymore, which is the case with me. I mean,
There's always room. I live in total denial. My entire life. Luckily, my wife is also a bibliophile, so I'm constantly trying to build or find new shelf space to house books. The great thing about Kindle, of course, is when I used to go on vacation with my wife, I would fill half my suitcase with books that I wanted to read. These days, I've been totally banned. So I just bring my tiny little Kindle Paperwhite with me.
Wait, what's totally banned?
A bookcase. I mean, a suitcase full of books.
Suitcase
Are they really?
on vacation?
No, his wife has banned it.
Oh, okay.
She had a point. It's nice to kind of wear something while you're away.
Right.
And I would kind of go, and then I would visit bookshops while I was away, and I'd buy books, and so we'd come back with even more books. And I still do that, but at least I kind of some space because I've brought my Kindle to sit by the pool reading.
So do you do audiobooks as well as physical and ebooks?
Yeah, I've recorded a couple of audiobooks because I used to be, as well as being a journalist prior to being an author, I also did quite a bit of stand-up and bits of cable TV presenting as well over here in the UK. So I've done a few of my own books as audiobooks, and I've got a few books out with some amazingly talented people. The aforementioned Stuck on You is done by Joe Hempel, which is really, really good. So
Joe Hempel's an author as well, right?
I don't know if Joe is an author, actually. Maybe he is. He's certainly a very talented audiobook performer.
Okay. Any relation to Amy Hempel?
I don't know. He could.
Maybe that's who I'm thinking of.
Yeah, I haven't asked him. There is one audiobook performer called Chet Williamson, who goes way back, mentioning all the kind of leisure zebra books, way back to kind of like the 80s horror.
He's been on here before.
He's got the most amazing voice, actually, and I've got so many audiobooks on Audible read by him. He just seems to read most of my favorite authors. And audiobooks are another, I think, I started listening to audiobooks because it was a way of reading more books. So when I'm kind of working out or when I'm doing housework and stuff, and usually your mind's just going blank. These days, I just download an audiobook and listen to that. So I'm reading a graphic novel and a kind of an ebook, probably have a physical book going. And then I'm also listening at the same time to an audiobook for a couple of hours a day.
Do you think you think that's going to grow into a lucrative market? I mean, or
audiobooks?
Yeah.
Oh, they're already a huge market.
It is.
Yeah. It's massively expanding. A lot of people are coming to it. Some people find it difficult due to all kinds of different learning difficulties to necessarily concentrate on a page. Some people have problems with their eyesight. As we all get older, that kind of deteriorates. And so ebooks have been quite good for that because you can control the print. But audiobooks, they've actually done tests on people's brain. Listening to a story being told to you actually activates the same parts of your brain as reading does. And it's hands-free. You can be listening to it in your car. You can listen to it while you're commuting. You can listen to it while you're exercising, going for a walk, taking the dog for a walk. It's a great way of filling those empty gaps in your thing. Without necessarily having to stare at your phone or, gaze off into space. You can be told a story.
Audiobooks have kind of exploded in popularity because I do remember like books on tape being a thing when I was a kid. But there was a little bit, it was a little bit prohibitive because there'd be like 3 or 4 cassettes with them. And
you have to get a suitcase full of cassettes, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you have about 20 different things you have to keep taking it out again.
Right.
And a long car journey, you'd be, where's the next bit? I've got this one, but what happens to this middle bit? I can't find it. So yeah, there was a particularly good one of the Mist, I remember.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
That was done, and it was like this kind of surround sounds, and it was
like 3D sound. Yeah.
That was superb. That was really, really good. And you could listen to that on your Walkman, and you really were right in the middle of the action. But that was about the only thing I really remember at that time, kind of with regards to audiobooks.
Yeah, because that was like also a shorter one too, so it didn't seem like it wasn't on very many cassettes, Yeah,
it was a C90. It fit on both sides, didn't it?
Well, I think that you're talking a different format than what we had here in the States.
Sorry, that was what it would have been in the UK.
Yeah. But yeah, I remember that distinctly from when I was a kid listening to that. And that was great.
Yeah, that was a superb piece of fiction. It's a great story as well.
Yeah.
So Crystal Lake is not open to submissions right now, but so there are no anthologies in the works currently then, I guess, right?
There are 2 new anthologies coming out towards the end of the year. And as you can also be part of one of the Shallow Waters books, which is an ongoing competition they run every single month. And whenever you win that, you'll not just get published in the anthology, you'll get a very nice top industry rate pay for that. If you're a runner.
Oh no.
I didn't do anything. That's all right.
You kicked him out, man.
No, I didn't. I didn't kick him in. I kicked him out. What makes you say that? There he is.
Okay, sorry. My goat just fell over from exhaustion. With a stick.
That's
so
what,
kind of like
you have a backup goat.
With Stonehenge, we've kind of got like BC level kind of broadband levels. We're almost big man up here. I have to go and like wave a crystal over a virgin's stomach, and just in order to kind of like get online.
So yeah, you said you live like how far away from a working like line?
Anything.
Yeah,
I've got a well that works in the back garden for running water. No, I mean, a working. I'm slightly exaggerating. I do live out in a very rural space, and so the broadband here is not as good as it is in an urban environment.
What do you do if you have to? What do you do if you need? You're in need of an ambulance, or God forbid, you know? I mean,
we have those. So there's I'm near enough to the city of Bath that they can send one from there. Come and get me.
Okay. So you were talking about anthologies and Crystal Lake. You had 2 that were coming out soon.
That's why, yes, you can enter the flash fiction. They have got. I've got some notes here that are sent me by Joe. So they're also going to be doing a fundraiser around March and April to give pro-author rates for the 2 new anthologies they're going to be releasing this year. They will be open again to submissions sometime around the middle of 2021. They kind of because they get such a huge number of submissions, and they've only got a small team of 5 people trying to read 2,000 manuscripts. They open for about a 3-month period, and then they spend about 6 months reading them all. And they have some regular authors they're bringing out. I'm about to sometime next year. I'm going to release a trilogy of books under the general heading of Draw You In, which covers the history of horror comics as well as cosmic horror. And the secret history of the USA. That's coming out.
Well, tell us a little bit more about that. What is that now? Is that a fictional account?
It's both a fictional and a non-fictional account. As I mentioned, my love of horror comics, and horror comics are quite a fascinating form because they're just about the only literary or artistic pursuit that was ever banned. In my country, in the UK, they actually passed a bill in Parliament to ban horror comics for a brief period of time.
Video nasties like that, right?
Yeah.
So what would you call it?
I think isn't that what set the comics code in place in the US?
While you were having, and again, there was the during the 50s, Bill Gaines and all the horror publishers, there was that amazing boom of just astonishingly great horror comics.
Right.
And they kept pushing the envelope to the degree that there was that giant pushback. There's Estes Kefauver, who was a senator and a presidential hopeful at one point. He ran with Barry Goldwater for vice president against Richard Nixon. And he became famous for having a series of televised hearings with originally mobsters. And then he was looking about for a new kind of mission statement and a new cause. And he hit upon juvenile delinquency. And at that point, this is slightly before rock and roll, the big thing for teens at that point was reading horror comics. And so they became the core celeb. People would have bonfires and burn horror comics, and all these great. Frederick Wertham, who was a psychologist, and actually a former member of the Communist Party. He wrote a book called Seduction of the Innocent, pointing out how horror comics absolutely warp the minds of young children, and it was turning them into automatons and killers, and this is the most deadly threat to humanity since Nazism. And so, yeah, horror comics were effectively banned.
I mean, that's what started the comic code in the U.S., I believe, is the reaction to the horror comics, right?
The publishers got together, and in the same way that the Hays Code was introduced in America in the 1940s to stop censorship, state censorship of movies, the publishers got together in the late 50s and created the Comics Code Authority to
police themselves, essentially.
But boy, did they ever police themselves. And unfortunately, the standard and quality of comics drops right off a cliff, and it doesn't really start to come back until Stan Lee and Jack Kirby start reviving the superhero again in the early 60s and give birth to the Marvel boom. And then later, horror comics came back at the end of the 60s as black and white comics with publishers like Warren Comics and then Skyward, and then Marvel jumped on the bandwagon, and horror kind of snuck back in there. And DC used to do the kind of things like the House of Mystery and the House of Secrets, which wasn't really horror; it was just kind of mysterious. And the book itself charts the career of a forgotten horror artist from the 1950s, 60s, 70s, and early 80s. And this character is right at the center of a giant cosmic and political conspiracy. And our particular protagonists explore his backstory and his history and uncover the secret history of the United States. And they go on a giant road trip. And
that's called Draw Me In?
Draw You In.
Draw You In, okay. And that's a trilogy of books?
It's going to come out as 3 books initially, and then it'll all be collected. So the 3 books will appear first in hardcovers and then in ebooks. And then eventually there'll be a collected.
Is it going to be illustrated?
There will be illustrations, and we have got a lot of fascinating and exciting promotional activity around this, which unfortunately I at the moment can't say too much about.
Okay.
But again, it will be something you haven't quite read before.
Now, this isn't available for pre-order yet.
Nope, because I'm actually still writing the manuscript. Even as we speak.
How far along are you into it?
Just finishing up the second draft, and so it's going to be going off to the editors.
Okay, so you're through with all 3 of the books as far as the writing. Okay.
Yep, and it's about 250,000 words at the moment, which it wasn't supposed to be. It was supposed to be 1 book, but it kind of grew a bit like a kind of small piece of protoplasm on an irradiated kind of petri dish in a mad scientist laboratory. It just wouldn't stop.
So it's a combination. It actually references like true humans and history of the genre, but you've mixed in some your original lore and characters.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. So and
kind of like a Cavalier and Clay kind of.
Hugely. In fact, I pitched it to Crystal Lake as Cavalier and Clay meets Clive Barker.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm definitely down for reading that when that comes out. So,
thank you. And it does for the horror comic what Cavalier and Clay did for the kind of golden age of superhero fiction.
Right. That sounds great.
And it's such a fascinating, rich, amazing period of artistic history, and it's not been explored enough.
No, that sounds really good.
Thank you.
Is this one of those deals where someone points to like how the layout of Washington D.C. if you look at it from like overhead, looks like it forms a pentagram? Is it one of those type?
There's all kinds of that stuff in it.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. And again, in the sense of I love great conspiracy novels. Everything from Foucault's Pendulum all the way through to Robert Anton Wilson's wonderful Illuminatus trilogy. I'm not necessarily directly into conspiracy theory, but as a modern form of mythology, it has so many rich veins.
Have you read Flicker?
Okay. Yes, by Theodore Rorschach. That's another touchstone. That's another very, very similar book. It's very much in that type of vein. I love that book.
Yeah, because Jeremy and I are big fans of Flickr. Yeah.
Now you said what's like Flickr? Draw
book
me.
he's writing, draw you in.
It kind of and it does for horror comics what Flickr does for Max Castle, I believe is the famous forgotten filmmaker in this.
Right.
So it does for horror comics what Flickr does for film and film theory. So yeah, very much in that vein of novel. I love novels that invent characters from artistic history that should have existed. There's another great novel called Apartment 16 by Adam Neville that has a fabulous painter, almost a kind of Lovecraftian figure who paints blasphemous forgotten landscapes. And he does such like Rorschach does. I think that's how you pronounce his name, isn't it? Theodore Rorschach, or
I think so.
Yeah, what he does for the way that he actually creates this herb, and you almost think by the end of the novel that you've actually watched one of his films. Adam Neville does the same thing in Apartment 16 for this painter who's now I've slightly forgotten. And again, you think, and you're just desperate to go online and look up this character and find out more about his work, and then you realize, unfortunately, it only exists within the confines of this novel. So I would hope that Draw You In will do the same thing for the horror comics it speaks about.
Some of the title Draw You In isn't the best part of the concept as far as I'm concerned, right? I mean, it's an all right title, but it seems as if
you think it needs to be more work. There is a lost work in the middle of it all, which is called Tales That Draw You In, and we're playing on the idea of drawing you in and drawing you in.
Right. I mean, I get that joke. I mean, that that wordplay or whatever. I'm just I'm saying that.
A teeny bit more I mean, obviously, it's not been published yet, so I might have to thank you in the acknowledgement, saying thanks for making me fix that title.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I haven't read it, so I couldn't tell you what an alternate title would be, right? But it just doesn't seem to have the gravitas, right? That concept seems to command, right? That's my thinking, right? It's too. I don't know. It just doesn't sound horror comic-y at all, you know?
I do know. And I've read, titles are always the most difficult part. Titles in your opening chapter are the most difficult part about writing.
Well, yeah.
So maybe I will need to go back to the, excuse the pun, drawing board on this one.
Right. Well, just, give it some thought, because I don't know. My guess is there's probably more than one comics within the comic, but you're saying that the central comic within the narrative, right, is comics that draw you in. Is that what you said?
Tales that draw you in.
What's that? Tales?
Tales that draw you in.
Okay. And that's the central comic book line within this narrative?
That's one of the hidden works within it. And again, I'm not trying to give too much away because I want to...
Okay. Well, that was just my feedback. Maybe it's annoying that I even said it, but I'm just telling you.
I'm at a stage in my career where I appreciate every single bit of feedback, and it's always useful. And so thank you for saying something about that. A lot of people just kind of would have gone, that sucks. But I won't say anything. But I appreciate it when people do take the time to give me feedback and get in touch.
Well, you're welcome. So I am looking forward to reading that. That sounds like something that's exactly up my alley. So.
Fantastic. Maybe I can come back on the show when it's finally published and give it another plug.
I think that Jeremy would allow such a thing. He is the boss.
Yeah, you can come back. You can come back when you don't have anything to promote, whenever you want, Who's this? Somebody. Oh, yeah. That this guy's referencing something I said down in the title notes. I'll get to that in a minute. But you're welcome to come back anytime. I mean, you could even be a regular contributor if you wanted to, weighing in on certain subjects when something's in the news related to this or that. I mean, I don't care. I mean, I think it could only lend us, undeserved credibility for you to be in the mix with us.
Thank you, man. Can I just say, I have to actually come clean and say I am a CIA shill.
Okay.
We have a little comment.
We accept all kinds.
You're not a very good one because you're not a very good
CIA shill because basically they wouldn't have me in the FBI.
Oh, well, you're
MI6 wouldn't have you either.
That's what I was about to say.
I didn't go to a private school, and unfortunately, you have to. So I wasn't the right school.
The CIA will just take any asshole off the street as long as you're willing to, I don't know, lie and kill black people.
Yeah. Well, we don't have standards in my country.
But yeah, so I feel like the interview's winding down. But Ann, did you have anything to ask him? Ann, you still with us?
Yeah, sorry, I had my mic muted. Not really. I'm not familiar with his work, but I'll try to get my damaged brain to hang on to his name. Sorry, I'm having another week.
As usual, yeah. Well, Jasper, thank you for joining us. What can you tell us on a closing note? What would you like to convey that maybe you haven't about Crystal Lake Publishing? I envisioned me coming into this more researched, but again, I dozed off and lost an hour. So,
I would say go check out the website. Go check out the Patreon page. If you're a reader, then you'll be joining a community of very like-minded people, and you'll be introduced to some amazing dark fiction. You don't have to read my work. There's a lot of other amazing authors that they publish who are really very well worth your time, attention, and money. And check out a few of their books on Amazon. Pretty much everything they publish is well worth a look, whether it's anthologies or novels or collections of individual authors. It's all good.
Wow. Okay, well, thank you for joining us, sir. And
thank you. Nice meeting you.
I think you did an adequate job representing your associates. And
I think you did a stellar job of representing his associates.
And I am curious to read the one with the tentative working title of "Draw You In." When it
wasn't tentative until he got on this show.
I think he's right. I think he's right, though, that you need something more with a more dramatic flair.
I think you might be right, actually, and so I will take your advice on that.
Like,
I'm thinking for it.
Yeah.
No, don't give him any. Just leave him with that, right? Let him do the wool gathering on it, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. Well, thank you, sir, and
thank you.
We'll be in touch.
I certainly will be.
All right.
Thanks for having me, guys.
All right.
Mighty welcome.
We should now, if everything works out, we should have some more people joining us in the next hour. Unless I don't know though, because it's been a weird night. Most of the regular faces I'm not seeing yet, but I had lined up a few possible guests to follow, and I'm not sure what happened.
He just dropped. I mean,
yeah,
I think, yeah.
Yeah, there he is.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah.
I'm back. So I was just kind of leaving.
Okay,
that's fine. I thought one of our viewers had gotten into the chat, is what I thought. Okay, you're good. You're good.
All right, thank you. Nice meeting you.
Thanks for coming.
I love the way that someone sneaking onto the air with us is always a real possibility.
Yeah,
Jeremy just lets anyone on, including people playing videos of furries shitting in each other's mouths.
That was a thing that actually happened on this show. I'm still kind of taken aback and somewhat, I mean, if I wanted to, I could tell people that and brag about it, and they would probably be, proud of me. People I know would anyway. Never mind. So, like I said, there are a bunch of people who have the link who may or may not show up as guests. I don't know. I
thought you were having somebody. The window in the ground guy was going to be on here.
That is next week.
Okay. Okay. I thought it was this week for some reason. All right. Well, good. Because I started reading it and I didn't get a chance to finish it. So.
Yeah, you know what? I'm glad you brought that up though, because that was a kick-ass book. What I feel like you were going to say something, Ben. What's up?
No, not really. Okay. No, I just wonder what the window in the ground is. So it's the title of a book. Okay.
Yeah, it's title of a book by Steve Stredd. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another UK guy. There's going to be a lot of UK people on the show this month, and I don't know how that works out like that, but it seems like we get them in bunches.
Yeah, I don't know why they'd want to stay up so late to be on the show.
Right. There's very little to benefit. And how you been? You said you've had a rare week. What's going on? And
hold on, let me mute myself.
Okay.
And there's a reason why we're only getting people from the UK. We've made fun of women, kids, and idiots, which basically consists of 100% of the U.S. population. So now we've only got other countries to piss off.
Give it time. So Cunt Crusher is really going off on this whole tangent I did about Rage Against the Machine. Now Rage Against the Machine are all pro-mask, which I think is a joke. I mean, it just completely abandons anything that they stand for. They might as well call themselves Rage in Defense of the Machine now.
Look, Jeremy, I know the mask get in the way of you sucking dicks, but you don't need to keep going off on it every fucking chance you get. You sound like a whiny bitch.
No, I mean, masks are legitimately stupid and pointless, though. And I mean, they're a direct violation of the 14th Amendment that says that people have the right to be secure in their persons. I'm not going to wear a mask outside of work. I don't care if they make it a mandate. Joe Biden, president-elect or whatever, can suck my dick. Not really, though, because I know he would. So, I know who that is now in the chat, though. That's Cunt Crusher.
That's your dad.
It's CC.
It's your dad.
So, CC, if you want to come in here and give us your elaborate hot take on Rage in Defense of the Machine, more than welcome. Since one of our co-hosts abandoned us out of jealousy. So, and speaking of which, hey Regina.
Hi. Oh, were my ears burning? Should I have been prepared to?
No, you have done nothing wrong. In fact,
how do you know that?
Yeah, that's true.
You have done nothing wrong other than be yourself. And that's totally wrong.
What's totally wrong?
You said you've done nothing wrong except for being yourself.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't.
That is the correct assessment, though.
I was going to say it's valid. It is very valid.
But actually, I think it's cool to have someone on who is just now starting to discover this dark underground.
But she's not. She says she's been into it for a while. She kind of was into it, and then she went away, and then came back to it.
That's what I'm saying. So you said you were discovering all these new things you didn't know were there before, right?
Yeah,
rediscovering.
It's rediscovering, and it's
enriching.
You don't listen, Jeremy.
I don't think I just don't listen to what people want me to. That other maggot was not there before. I know that.
Yeah. Well, it's I think really the difference between then and now is the splatterpunk genre as a whole really didn't exist or wasn't more formalized when I kind of left. My interest wandered from transgressive fiction. So I think that's like the big thing. I was just reading our other guest, Jasper Bark's book, Stuck on You. And boy, that first story in that collection, the title story, is definitely very splatterpunk. Just really something. So I think there's a more brutal edge to the genre now, which I think also kind of says where we are politically and socially with how angry we are and how isolated we are.
Yeah, I feel like you could chip away at Simon McCarthy, who wrote Mother Maggot, and eventually wear down his defenses enough to get him to come on, because when there's the threat of censorship, suddenly I'm interested. So
yeah. Well, I keep trying to get him and both Elizabeth Bedlam to come on the show, and I hope at some point they will. I think Simon is thinking about it more, so fingers crossed. He's got some projects in the works that I think you guys would be talking about.
I do think that Mother Maggot is legitimately like degenerate, and doesn't mean that. And I mean, it's not my thing, but the fact that it can develop a reputation from how bad it is. And enough of a reputation that other people might enjoy it. I hope I'm never around in the flesh for longer than 15 minutes, but but no, I definitely think that he should be allowed to peddle filth if he so desires. I'm just riffing here. It's nothing personal.
There was a Mother Maggot getting. Well, I think he took it down voluntarily to keep it from being wiped. But it was actually a book that I read, Castle Faggot by Derek McCormick, that was actually taken off Amazon for a week or so.
But it's back.
Oh, it's back up there now?
It's back.
It is now, yeah.
So what's the story there? And by the way, Derek McCormick is the he's the guy who wrote The Well-Dressed Wound, which is the worst book I've ever read. Okay, so and
worse than that, or worse than most.
Mother Maggot was written by Simon McHardy and
no. Who wrote Castle Faggot?
Derek McCormick, who wrote
the worst book you ever read.
Well-Dressed
Wound.
Okay. Now, I think I read. You seem like you enjoyed Castle Faggot, Ben. Right? I read.
I really enjoyed it. I
read your review of it. I guess.
Well, there's no law that says he couldn't get better between Well-Dressed Wound and now. And actually, I accidentally bought another book by him after Well-Dressed Wound, which I gave a scathing negative review. I accidentally bought another book by him called The Show That Smells. And I didn't realize it was by, the.
Maybe you should try to talk to him about having that be your tagline.
Right.
For the show.
I know. I in the back of my mind, I almost entertained the notion that he wrote that he titled it that as a snipe at me. But I know that's like really like pushing, plausibility. It's just, something
that was. That book was part of Dennis Cooper's Little House on the Bowery series.
I'm sorry. What?
The Show That Smells, that was part of Dennis Cooper's Little House on the Bowery series.
Series of what, books or?
Yeah, it was through Akashic Books. Dennis Cooper had a curated series of books. Some of them, let's see, Matthew Stokoe's Cows and Empty Mile were part of it. Derek McCormick's, The Show That Smells, and I think Grab Bag were part of it as well.
Very interesting looking.
Lonely Christopher's, The Mechanics of Homosexual Intercourse. There were like a bunch of interesting books.
Huh.
That's not. He actually had a good cover. I don't know what this.
Yeah, CC. I'm aware of all these Jim Morrison military connections.
That was mentioned in that book by David McGowan. I don't remember, but anyway, yeah, we kind of got two things battling for content here. We got Jim Morrison and Rage Against the Machine entertainers. Conspiracies, and we got Derek McCormick with the book about the dead bat or whatever. Go ahead, Ben.
But yeah, Castle Faggot was banned off of Amazon. Apparently, he didn't get any actual answers about why it was, and I'm actually the one that brought it to his attention. So I guess the distributors were able to make enough noise that it got put back on.
Yeah, I mean, how is that really that controversial? Really, right? There's got to be at least a dozen books just called Faggot, right?
Well, yeah, there's if you search Larry Kramer's book, Faggots, is one of the first thing you get. But I don't know, maybe it's like the beginning where, the beginning is like a pamphlet for a fictional fun part called Faggotland. And there's taglines that say things like "Faggots, kill yourselves," and it's talking about how Castle Faggot is decorated with the bodies of suicided faggots and things like that, and everything is smeared with shit. I think you'd
Yeah,
actually
that sounded,
really like this
it
one.
sounded fascinating, except for isn't there like a interview or something where they talk about the book or something like that? Like they talk about the first section of the book and an interview in the second section of the book or something?
No, the afterword by Dennis Cooper and Zach Farley. That's that's what I think that's what you're referring to.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even read that part of it. It would just annoy me. But the rest of it sounds like it's pretty good.
What would annoy you? Which part?
I don't like meta stuff, right?
Okay.
I mean, I just don't care
It's
for
not
it.
really.
Wait,
I mean, it's not really
Are
meta. It's just a typical like, I'm talking about this book that you just read, like kind of thing.
That is
Okay.
meta, right? I mean,
it
Well,
kind of
I mean,
is,
in the sense that like any other like book that has like an afterword by like a critic or another author is.
Yeah, generally I don't read that stuff either. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I know there's a fine distinction about what what Jeremy's talking about and what I'm talking about in in this instance. But it sounded like it was more meta, like what Jeremy's thinking about, right? Than what it truly is. You're saying it's not like supposed to be cute and clever. It's just simply two people talking about a book, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, there's a particular cuteness and cleverness about meta-related stuff that just gets on my nerves, and I don't.
He does that stuff, though. He does do that stuff. I think that he's gotten better about his overall style in what I've read of the show that smells, and maybe he breaks through in my eyes with this one. I don't know. I just the Well-Dressed Wound really was just an eyesore all the way around to me. There were entire pages that were just like symbols and keystrokes and letters, which does not further any kind of understanding and I get that you're into experimental stuff, Ben, but and I am too to a degree, but there's legitimately nothing that can advance an art form or understanding thereof by just littering an entire page that a tree had to die for with dashes or the letter A or just scribbles and gibberish, So, but this one sounds like it's the most comprehensive that he's done yet. And so, I wouldn't be closed off to reading it, but he'd have to do better than the Well-Dressed Wound,
Isn't this cover different than the one that was on the review you wrote, Ben?
No, it's the same.
Is it okay?
So
for some reason that was different, but yeah, go ahead. Go on, Jeremy.
What is the lesson that you took away from this book?
I mean, there are a lot of themes going on in it. Like there's like nostalgia is a big part of it. Trauma is a big part of it. Obviously the most obvious one is, homophobia. I kind of like got that there was a sort of sense of parody of like I guess like woke pandering to the LGBT plus community, with the idea that there are all these suicide victims in this fun camp in this theme park ride, and it's like pandering to gay people. I mean, I'd recommend just reading my review of it. I do a lot better talking about it there.
Pandering to gay people, but it's derogatory in the presentation of the theme park. So how is it? How is it pandering? I don't understand. I don't get it.
Well, like it's a satire. So
okay, here's a better example from the Goodreads. The first part is a brochure for a fictional theme park, and the second part is a Bizarro-like story. What is the second part presented? Whose perspective is it presented from? What character?
Well, there's no specific character. It's written as if it's I guess almost like a screenplay. The idea being the characters who are the mascots of the theme park are like puppets, like in a Rankin Bass film. Mm-hmm. And all the characters are like serial mascots. The characters who run Faggot Land are like parodies of like Count Chocula, Frankenberry, and Booberry. And the Count Chocolog, who's the ruler of Castle Faggot, brings Derek McCormick to Faggot Land to make him a mirror, because he's like a stereotypical conceited gay man, and he wants to have a mirror that he can see into, but he can't because he's a vampire. Derek McCormick is, trying to figure out how to make a mirror for him while, at the same time being harassed by his underlings who don't want him to make one because they want him to be reliant on them for compliments.
It sounds very pathological, very...
There's also a lot of stuff like shit eating and
coprophilia, coprophagia.
Yeah.
Mm.
And a weird, like, tragic love story and things like that.
What do they call the Frankenberry and Booberry replicates?
I can't remember off the top of my head. I think, I can't even remember off the top of my head. Mm. But the idea is like that all of them are actually chocolate. It's just the Booberry and Frankenberry equivalents have dye in them.
Well, that's true. That's actually true.
So there's a big that's a big theme in it. Like
somewhere in this world there is some like underground fetish community that is exclusively, all about how Booberry turns your shit green.
But
I know they're late, but I mean, they're not. They probably ate
all
some.
All of a sudden, they're offended by that.
I mean, that's another theme in it, like the stereotype that gay guys are obsessed with shit and things like that. Mm. It's just making fun of that idea.
Sounds like it's very also much playing off of the idea of camp and campy things being inherent.
Very intentionally. Gay. Yeah, definitely.
Off of what?
Off of camp.
Like the
idea.
Yeah, the idea that camp things are inherently gay. That's definitely a big part of it because part of like the story is there's like parodies of Wizard of Oz and that, and that's very, very heavily tied into history.
Camp is in CAMP?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Is this your first exposure to his work, Ben?
Yeah, I've read. I know that Joey Camo, who used to do A Softer World, was a big advocate of his work. So I'd heard of him, but I'd never read him before.
Now, who's he? Joey who?
Joey Camo, who did the webcomic A Softer World.
Is that the one with the photographs, like the artistic photographs with the 2 or 3 like kind of short captions, kind of poetic, but also really dark humor?
Yeah.
Oh man, I haven't looked at that one in a long time. That was such a good comic.
Yeah, it was really good, and I've read some of Joey Camo's fiction as well. He's a really good fiction writer too.
Did not realize that.
Okay, and what was the other thing? Didn't you read something else this week?
I also read Dandelions, which is by Yasunari Kawabata. It was the last novel that he wrote before he committed suicide, and it wasn't really finished. The premise behind it is this girl is committed to an asylum because she comes down with this weird kind of mental sickness where like she is unable to see like certain objects, and she develops one where she's not able to see her fiance, especially when she's having sex with him. And like a big chunk of the book is like conversations between the fiance and the girl's mother and talking about her history and things like that. It's a pretty fascinating book.
Sounds really interesting. Have you ever read the book The Man Who Mistook His Wife for a Hat?
I haven't read that yet, but I do remember like when I looked up reviews of the book that apparently that's mentioned in that book as well.
Yeah, it's a really interesting book. It sounds like it's very similar. What's the author's name one more time?
Yasunari Kawabata.
Okay, cool. Oh, look at that.
I think his most famous work is Snow Country because that was the first Japanese book.
Yeah.
He was the first Japanese author to be to receive a Nobel Prize.
Okay. Okay, I actually have the book on my shelf. I haven't gotten a chance to sit down with it yet. I might bump it up after hearing about this.
Anne, is Anne still alive?
Hopefully.
Hopefully so, yeah.
Anne, are you alive?
Sorry, I muted myself again. Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Jump in, your insights are as valuable as anybody's. Unless you're jealous of Regina, can we get a cat fight going? Or
Sorry,
Well,
boys.
I'm not dating her yet. How could I be jealous of her?
I don't know. Some people are.
Yet.
Some people on this panel sometimes seem to be. So
The operative word being yet.
Yeah.
Oh.
Or I'm pointing out the difference between envy and jealousy.
what is the difference between envy and jealousy?
Envy is when you want something that someone else has, but you feel like you should have it.
Hmm.
And jealousy is when you have something and you're obsessively scared that someone else is going to take it away.
Yep.
That makes a lot of sense now that you mentioned that. Those are two different things, but
Yeah.
they're close enough that they would be together in a thesaurus. So.
Yeah, people use
Yeah,
them
that's true.
interchangeably, which I don't know how I feel about that. It's kind of one of those like, well, if you can't beat them, join them things. Until I get to where I'm writing a sentence where I really need to, make a distinction between the two, and I can do it, but I don't know if anyone will understand it because no one remembers that there's a difference between the two anymore. So once in a while, I'll go all pedantic on it, and then
I appreciate that.
Thanks. And then other days I'll be just like, oh, if I can just keep people from pathologically lying for the next 10 minutes, I'll have to consider that a W.
Wrong show. You're on the wrong show if you want to try that. So what's the name of the book that you read by Yasunari Kawabata, Ben?
Dandelions.
Okay. Thank you.
And how long ago did this guy get the Nobel Prize?
I'm pretty sure it was not long after World War II. So I don't know, maybe late 40s, 50s, somewhere in there.
It's his final novel.
Yeah, and it's not really finished. So there are so it kind of just stops. And there's also parts in there where there's kind of like a timeline that doesn't really make sense.
I'm really curious about that Jasper Bart.
I think,
stuck on you now. Go ahead.
I think my favorite thing that I've read from him is House of the Sleeping Beauties, which is about a guy who goes to I don't want to call it a brothel because he doesn't have sex with the women, but it's basically it's sort of like that, except rather than having sex with women, you literally pay to go sleep next to them, and they're all given sleeping pills. So there's they're in a deep, unable to come out of it sleep. Mm-hmm. And it's basically him contemplating his life while he's sleeping next to the woman.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really good.
Wait, why
I already have it on my list of things to read, man. So it must have sounded good before too.
Why are they being paid to lay beside drugged out dude that can't get it up? What?
It's the Japanese book.
Yeah, because the Japanese are so desperately lonely.
That reminds me of that girl who opened up a little business, side business where she cuddles.
Yes, I was going to bring that
women. Have you guys heard of it? It's
I've heard of that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've heard of that.
Professional cuddler or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And her idea was that it's her whole business model was based on the fact that after the whole riots in LA or something to do with police brutality or something, there was someone who held up a sign that said "free hugs," and he got some people that would come up and hug him, but then someone else stood right beside him and held up a sign that says "hugs for this price." They had a price for the hug, and more people started going to the guy to pay the guy that was getting paid for it,
Gosh.
and overlooking the guy who was giving them for free. Really weird social like commentary thing going on there. But she used that as her business model. That hey, why can't I charge people for me to hug them?
I mean, I recall reading that there's a not insignificant amount of sex workers who have said that they have clients that will pay them just to lay next to them or cuddle or something like that,
or just listen to them talk.
Yeah, it's the saddest thing.
Yeah,
very sad.
I don't think I could ever reach that point of loneliness that I would get to that point. But I mean, if people
you do, I'll give you my PayPal.
I was just gonna say you could always just start a podcast. Oh wait.
Yeah. Hey, there you go. I guess this is no, but we're not cuddling. This is not cuddling.
Not yet.
No,
this is not cuddling.
Please, no.
No.
Not until you've all had a COVID test.
I think I'm just going to change the name of the episode to "This Is Not Cuddling." There we go.
Now, this is I don't know what you would call like the opposite of cuddling, but this is basically what it is.
Distance hour.
I heard a popping noise, so someone must have just tried to come in.
Maybe it was CC.
That was just another vein in my head.
Hey, look who it is! What an unexpected!
Oh wow, man! It's Mr. Lesko.
Hey, buddy, what's new?
Hey, what's up?
All right, you roboted a little. So what? What brings this honor to us? What? I'm forgetting how to use the English language. What do we owe this honor?
Oh, nothing. I don't know. I just wanted to come say hello to you guys, see what you guys were doing.
Well, we'll see. We were going to argue about Rage Against the Machine being pro-mask, but then we found something more interesting to talk about, I guess, with the
almost anything would be more interesting to talk about.
Japanese suicidal authors, and let's see, this Derek McCormick guy who wrote a book about
catching a little bit of that, yeah.
A gay theme park.
Yeah, it's called Castle Faggot, and it was actually banned off Amazon for about a week.
I have not used that word once.
Yeah, I kind of caught some of that.
And Ben has used it over and over, so I just want everybody to.
Yeah, but it's in a context that makes sense.
I know. I just wanted to be clear. I haven't used the word once, even in reference to the title. You can't blame me this time. But
so, Chris, did I ever tell you that I enjoyed Victim 666?
Oh, cool. No,
I read that earlier this year, and then
what's going on?
What's that?
Yeah, I kind of lost track of what was going on with everybody, but I didn't realize you had read it. Thank you.
Oh yeah, it was very very enjoyable book. I read it. I don't know, early this year, I guess. Right, that was really good. I'll definitely be picking up another one of your books, but I was highly entertained. So thank you for writing it.
Thank you.
What was it about that one?
I really dislike I just like the character, the main character's voice quite a bit, and then just the idea of these. Well, I don't want to give too much away, but it was just a cool concept about this particular building having this impact on humans that live in it. I don't know. There was a point where some guy's just kind of like knocking his head against the wall repeatedly. I don't know. Is it really good? I mean, it's been early this year that I read it, but I really do remember liking it quite a bit. So I would definitely pick up something else. Yeah.
I think my favorite one
was
get the what?
Oh yeah, get
the
new one. I got put out a new cover for it too. That finally has the more of the tone to it that I was trying to go for. I did that last month, and
what's it called?
I'm really kind of the locals are watching you book.
The locals are watching you. Okay, cool. I'll put it on my list.
Yeah. I redid the cover for that one that I think matches like what I was trying to do from the start, and So I'm quite excited about that one recently. But Jeremy, what were you gonna say?
That my favorite one, I think my overall favorite work of yours so far is the girls like vodka. I mean, there's just a passage in there. There's a passage in there where it's like, I mean, you really start thinking, man, this guy's got the life, and it's a really simple-minded and domestic, passage, but it really hammers home, just how lucky this guy is to be surrounded by all these dumb girls who just want to, drink vodka and watch a TV screen that's not even showing anything, right? I didn't imagine that, did I?
Yeah. I kind of caught some of the. I remember. I was kind of watching some of the show, and I remember actually you catching part of what you were saying, and I thought that was very cool. You said thanks, for making that. I guess showing the. That you liked it. So I was listening
Here it
to
is.
that, and that was
Well, here's the passage here, actually. Home at last. It was time to destroy 2,000 years of culture. I kept the lights off and flipped on my Spencer's rotating party light ball thing so we could rock into the night. The stereo speakers blasted empty beer cans and off my end tables. The girls jumped up on my couch and kicked the cans away before stripping off their tops and dancing to their reflections in my enormous TV. Some guys have all the luck.
God. I don't even remember writing that. That's weird.
Yeah, I think I heard you talking about your newest book earlier this year on this show. Did you come on here to talk about the premise of that? When I wasn't on, Chris?
I covered that. So yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Right. Yeah, I think yeah.
And I also started reading "Talkative Corpse" by Anne Sturzenberg. And that's good. That's good so far. I'm glad it had. I don't want to give too much away, but I'm glad it had a supernatural interruption in about the middle of it. I like that. So
thanks. Yeah, it could have gotten really boring without that.
See, I couldn't imagine you ever writing something supernatural. I don't know why. I guess you're just too ironic of a writer, to.
I mean, it definitely makes sense within the book. What was the name of the demon in that again? Bartleby?
Bartram?
Yeah, Bertram. I named him after
Bartram.
I named him after the character that Hugh Laurie plays in the Jeeves and Wooster books.
For some reason, I thought you named him after the utilitarian philosopher.
Oh, well, if you thought it was that fancy, then it was that fancy.
But I kept on, what keeps on putting me off from this book, it's not really that off-putting. It wouldn't even be that off-putting at all had I not talked to you on the show every week. But I keep on thinking the dude is a girl, because he tells anecdotes that you have told on the show, right?
Oh, I see.
So I'm like, oh shit, this is a dude. This is, I don't know. I keep on the voice is very much yours, and I keep on thinking, oh, this is Anne, or there's got to be a lady, But then, I know, right, that it's a male character. But why did you go with the male character in this particular?
I had some logical reason for it that made sense at the time. It is kind of autobiographical, but there was also this neighbor I had who just, I don't know, he just kind of got into my head. Even though I never really talked to him, he always just looked like he was kind of feeling the same shit I was feeling, but was feeling it to the degree that he didn't want to talk to anyone. So, he was about my age. It was the time when everyone about my age was being put out of work, especially in certain industries, in favor of people who were fresh out of college.
Right.
So we were all, and it was the middle of the even better depression, as my sister puts it.
Right.
So there was something about his misery that reminded me of my own misery. So I kind of just mixed them together and turned it into one sort of uber creature that stood in for all of us. But I honestly can't remember why I finally decided to make him a dude.
Okay. Yeah, I was curious about that because I just, just because it did seem autobiographical, because like there are some anecdotes that you've told on the show, right? So I was like, that's pretty this seems to be pretty autobiographical. It's weird that she would choose to make the main character a male. But
I read The Talkative Corpse when I was like pretty much in the middle of trying to find a new job. So, I pretty much completely understood Johnny Jago's complete fucking hatred for everything.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I didn't set out to make that as autobiographical as it came out, but shit just kept happening to me that I was like, I got to put this into something that's not just a blog post because this is too far out there.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm enjoying it so far. So don't, Ben or Ann, don't spoil anything. I think I'm about, 50 or 60% through with it. So don't ruin it for me.
All right. I won't tell you what happens, but yeah, a lot of, yeah. Now that I think back, I think I decided to make him male before, I had the idea for the basic structure of the demon and the ending, but a lot of the stuff that I wound up, using to connect the dots of the plot was stuff that happened to me in real life that just seemed too funny at the time not to throw in there.
Right.
Probably
no, I'm enjoying
not.
it. So I'll tell you what I think or what I thought after I'm done with the whole thing. So yeah, it's good.
Fair enough.
Thus far.
Thank you. Thank you.
But I'm also reading comic books at the same time, so it's going to take me probably another week or so to get through it.
What kind of comic books? Something about Doctor Doom?
I've been reading only Doctor Doom. Only Doctor Doom. I think maybe next year I'm only going to read stories that feature Doctor Doom in them for the whole year.
Here's something I want to try. I want everybody in here, and you can do this in the chat too, guys. Everybody, because we're all really well read, everybody here, match your personality to some character in fiction. It doesn't matter if it's comic books, movies, or books or whatever. Match your personality to some fictional character. This is a good exercise.
I wouldn't say that I'm matching my personality to Doctor Doom unless you're saying that I am.
Well, I mean, that's where I got the idea. That's where I'm kind of, yeah.
I see, okay. Well, yeah, I've been reading Doctor Doom comics, and then I've read that Injection comic by Warren Ellis, which is also that's excellent so far. So,
man, since somebody mentioned Bartleby, I'm stuck on that. I'm like, yeah, Bartleby from what was the name? The Turn of the Screw? The Scrivener.
Bartleby the Scrivener or something like that.
Yeah, Bartleby the Scrivener. Like I'm stuck on that now. I'm like, yeah, Bartleby the Scrivener. I certainly feel that guy.
What's his story?
You should get one of those. I would prefer not to shirts that Zizek wears.
Oh, get this. The first time I ever had access to a computer and the internet was in the early aughts when I was working at the Chicago Reader, and I was a proofreader, editorial assistant, fact checker, kind of low on the totem pole. They paid us $9 an hour because most of the people who did this job were either used to living on nothing or were the kind of people whose parents bought them apartments. So it was an odd mix of people, but I wound up with the crappiest computer because I was the newest hire. And it must have been from like 1992. It was so old and so tired and so hated going on the internet. So I just named it Bartleby because pretty much everything I wanted it to do, its response was I prefer not to. And eventually, because I was jokingly calling it Bartleby all the time, even though the editor-in-chief hated me, she finally was like, okay, fine, get Ann a working computer. And when they gave it to me, I was really sad because I missed Bartleby.
That's funny.
Give you an excuse not to work. Well, Bartleby doesn't want to, so I
he gave me an
can't.
excuse to prefer not to do anything that Bartleby preferred not to do. And also, I'd gotten kind of attached to him like he was a pet. I mean, I think I drafted my first novel on Bartleby, come to think of it. It was called The Girl Detectives, and it was kind of a parody of a lot of people working at the Chicago Reader and just the way that kind of like leftist but elitist cultural outlet works. Like they're constant talking about being for the little people, but then kicking them in the face and mocking them, which continues to this day. But, you know, I wrote a parody of a detective novel about that. It's definitely not my best novel, like most people's first novels, but it was drafted on old Bartleby. And, you know, he and I had just been through so much shirking so many fact-checking tasks together that I really kind of resented the new computer for a while.
So I missed this part, but was Bartleby a Mac?
No, Bartleby was a very old PC.
Okay.
Bartleby was one of those IBMs that was still in like the very, or maybe it was an off-brand IBM, but it was still in the very beige casing that they used back in the 90s.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like before they started putting Dells in black casing.
Right.
So Bartleby wasn't really ready for high-speed internet.
It was like an IBM clone kind of thing.
Yeah.
Where's that coming from?
The scraping noise? I don't know.
I think that's Ben taking a bath.
You know, it might be Phoenix trying to get on because he just messaged to say he can't get on.
No, he won't be able to this month. It's fine, or this week.
Oh, it's not because of his connection. It's because of something he has to do.
I don't know where this noise is coming from. No, damn.
Well, let's see. I'll mute myself for a second and see if it goes away.
Who is Maniac McGee?
But
go ahead.
I think he's talking about. It's coming from Regina. What are you doing, Regina?
Sorry, I guess I'm leaning against the wall. Is that it?
I don't know. Do you have like the mic on you or something?
No, it's on my computer, but I think it's just I was too close to the wall. Sorry, guys.
Who is? Well, what were you going to say?
I was going to say I think Phoenix is talking about the character he identifies with, but I don't know who either of those are.
I don't. Jack Sawyer. Does he mean Tom Sawyer?
Probably not.
No.
Maniac McGee.
Maniac McGee is like some sort of I think it's like a young adult character or something from some books that he liked when he was a youngster or something, right?
Okay.
I think.
An orphan. He's an orphan character. And he like runs away, like literally. He runs and runs and runs. That's what I'm getting from it so far.
Yeah, he's talked about it before, being an influence on him.
And Jack Sawyer, I don't know who that is either.
Yeah, I've heard of Jack Sawyer too. I'm trying to remember who that is, but it seems like he's talked about that too.
Well, who do you compare yourself to, if not Dr. Doom?
I'm going with Dr. Doom now, since you know. I mean, no, I'm not really much like Dr. Doom. I wouldn't say no. I don't know. I can't. I never really thought about it. Really, what kind of a fictional character I am like. I mean, that's what you're asking, right?
Yeah. What's wrong with you that you've never thought of that?
I don't know. I mean, I guess there's probably not very many fictional. I mean, who would read a story about a fictional character that's just some guy, right? I mean, you know. That's
most of the modern day protagonists, which really bugs me. Just some guy, the normal slob who can't pay his rent on time, can't keep his girlfriend happy. I mean, in essential, like real life people. Why would you want your characters to look like real life people with all their problems? You want characters who are so invested in their life that they are active with some things. They're active with their own set of things and their own set of problems, but you don't want them to reflect your own problems. That's the problem I have. What do you think about this, Chris?
Jack Sawyer's the protagonist from The Talisman.
Okay.
So we know. Okay. But what was the question,
Now,
Jeremy? I'm sorry.
I was going to say, I think that Chris, some of your characters actually qualify as that, like the blue collar guys who have trouble, doing things with any kind of.
I mean, the Victim 666 character is kind of like that, but I mean, I don't really care about that. I mean, that is something that seems to be a recurring trope, but I don't mind it.
It doesn't turn me off from Lesko's fiction. I'm just saying it's so like well known, to make your character like a Lebowski everyman type, that I think a lot of people, do that. But I feel like they should explore deeper and try to make characters who excel at something, and they can still mess it up, though. Does that make sense?
Right.
What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, generally that's a lot of the books, are about. I mean, a lot of the memorable characters and memorable storylines are about somebody that's exceedingly competent at something, and they're put in a position in a storyline where they can't use their competency, right? They've got to figure out another way to go about solving a problem, right?
How many times in the last 6 months have you read a book with a main character though, who is not skilled at anything, who runs from conflict, their girlfriend hates them if they even have one, they don't.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's a common trope. Yeah. I mean, it can be done well, and it can be done in a real, annoying, shitty fashion. Yeah.
And I keep asking Chris, what do you think about this? How do you feel about this?
Well, I mean, I know you guys are familiar with Anderson Prunty, his characters and books, and I mean, I think he does a great job with kind of that kind of.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah. And
well, he owns it.
I don't know. I dig it. Like I kind of connect with those. Yeah, I connect with like that kind of stuff where it's not necessarily. I mean, I don't really like actually, but if comparing to like the Big Lebowski stuff, like I don't actually like that movie. I don't really care for that guy. Like maybe only because it seems like he's a
little bit more larger than life. He doesn't even necessarily qualify, in my opinion, as this type of a character.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, he's a pastiche of Sam Spade
I get like
other detectives.
Yeah, but you're right as far as like me trying to with like write some kind. A lot of my characters are sort of like that, but I'm usually like just trying to make really dumb people or people doing a bunch of dumb stuff, but and not necessarily trying to make them be like superheroes though. So I don't know. Like I don't mind. I like the I guess the more of like the real life stuff like that.
And Gregor, how do you approach making your main characters? Like, do you put a lot of thought into it, or do you go with the guy that fits the mold and has to kind of break out because of circumstances happening to him?
Well, I mean, it's hard to say how I come up with the characters, really, because I'm more of a concept person, like as far as I come up generally with an idea of what's really going on, like that's the kind of where my starting point is kind of, I don't know, there's some sort of crazy truth or, concept that needs to be explored or, uncovered in the narrative. And then everything is built around figuring out a interesting way to get to that revelation. So I don't know how I come up with the characters that I put in there to do the job. I don't really know. It's kind of like a mystery to myself, I suppose.
What about you, Regina?
I'm kind of with Gregor on this one, where it's like I do kind of tend to more start with the concept first, but really I think for me, part of creating a character is I try to find like the one trait that I have in common with them, and oftentimes, that's very little. So it might be like a hobby, like, the character collects the same thing I do or reads a similar kind of book that I like or whatever. And then from there, kind of like by just comparison, you start to find what traits you don't have in common with them and how they're different from you as a person. And then suddenly by exploring the traits that you do and don't have in common, you have a full-fledged character who just kind of comes to life on the page. And I don't even really think about character creation, I guess. So I'm probably not the best.
What comes first for you then? Is it plot or is it what?
It's a little bit plot, a little bit concept. Usually, I start kind of with a loose concept of something or like a vision, kind of a tableau of where I want the story to end up. So like the book I'm editing now, Familiarity, I had kind of an image that I wanted the book to end on. And then it was a question of, okay, given these variables, how do I get people into this situation? How did they get into this situation? So it's kind of a reverse engineering of the final scene, which of course always ends up different anyway. Like I always end up changing the first couple of paragraphs of my stories, and I always end up kind of in a slightly different place from where I expected to end up, but at the same time, it's still like along the same wavelength, sort of. So it's, I guess I really kind of start with that image, and then I let the rest of the story kind of write itself. It's like starting a tapestry at the bottom and then at the top and then filling in the middle a little bit for me.
And Ben, what are your thoughts on this? Or are you dead?
I'm dead.
Okay. Do you have any thoughts to contribute anyway?
I mean, I usually I'll come up with characters individually, and when I come up with plots, I'll try to come up with characters who I think fit them. I'll try to like match the plot to the character.
So you'll come up with the character independently of any kind of story. Like you'll just come up with the character and say, oh, at some point in time, this character may fit into a plot that I come up with later.
Pretty much, yeah.
See, I don't know about that. I don't mean what I mean. I don't know about that approach.
He doesn't believe you, Ben.
No, it's not that. I just don't know about that approach because do we make our environment or does the environment make us? See what I mean? That's an interesting philosophical dilemma, I guess.
Well, I mean, it's a mix of both, but generally it's just me trying to come up with who would have the most interesting response to the environment.
So
yeah, I don't know that I ever really come up with characters as independent of a story, really.
I mean, that's not always the case. I mean, in one I'm working on right now, it's basically I came up with the main character at the same time as the story.
Now I'll come up with names of characters, right, all the time, and I'll write those down. And eventually, like when I get to the point where I need to name a character, I'll look through my list of character names, right, and tag it on there if it fits. But generally, I don't come up with a character on its own.
Man, I used to work at a mortuary, and I used to have to go in the file room all the time because I was the new person and also a little weird. So they were like, put her in the back with the files. And so I had to like reorganize the terrible file vault. But boy, you got some of the best names out of that file vault of people who had died for the last 100 years. And I wrote them all down in a notebook I've got somewhere.
Name one.
Oh, I'll have to grab the notebook. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Yeah, I mean, I used to do that too, because a lot of times where I worked, I'd have access to huge databases full of people's names, and yeah, there's some good ones like Blue Goo is a good name I remember from one of the books. I mean, one of the
somebody's parents named them Blue Goo.
Yeah, Blue Goo, first name Blue and last name Gu.
That's just cruel.
Oh, so he's Asian.
Yeah, it's a good name. What's that?
He's probably Asian.
Yeah. And John Ondick, that's a good name too.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, terrible.
And also Johnny No Car. That's a really good name.
No. Wait a minute. No Car?
Yeah, his last name's No Car. His first name's Johnny No Car.
Awesome.
I mean, I recall someone from an old job. The name they had was like,
that's kind of the weird
name
thing
they
about
had was Bone Cutter.
Oh, wow. What were you gonna say, Chris? You there?
last names. Like I've realized, like I don't use last names for a lot of my characters, and it's not. I don't even sometimes see a reason to need a last name. I was just curious what your guys' processes were for using last names, or so, or if you've even thought about that.
I'd like to come up with names, so oftentimes I will use last names, but I don't. It's not 100% necessary. I mean, in a lot of my stories, I don't use last names.
Yeah. I just kind of do it by sound.
Yeah,
I usually do whatever sounds right, and then I find that there's a symbolic meaning to the sound afterwards that I didn't even really think about at the time,
Right.
that I just had the name come up in my unconscious.
And then I'll have to change names because some of the names start with the same letters,
Yep.
So a lot of times I'll have to change a name late in the book, late in the writing process.
Well, there's nothing like tied down, in regards to how I work, because I'm still in the formative stages of discovering if I even am an author. So, or I mean, I know I used to be, but so that I'm not even in the same, on the same tier or playing field as the rest of you guys who have somewhat had a steady go of it. So,
So Regina, do you have your book of dead names?
I have got like 12 notebooks in front of me. I'm kind of tempted to turn on my camera just so you can see the big pile of notebooks I've kept. But it's like, I'm having a hard time finding it. It should be in this one. Let's see. No, there's so much going on in here. It's so weird to look back at old notebooks. Oh, here we go. Here are some. We've got Nikki Giovanni. That was a real one. Edie is like a very popular old lady name that I saw all the time there. Let's see if we got any others in this one.
It's almost like they had to go by something else until they reached 60, right? I mean,
yeah. Yeah, and then they all just changed their names to like Edie and Opal and stuff like that.
I don't know any like 20 or 30-year-old women that are named Harriet.
Could have stopped at that.
Myrtle or who named their newborn brand new kid Myrtle or Harriet, or there's a bunch of old lady names out there that no young women will claim.
Yeah, I haven't heard of many. No. You don't run into too many Beatrices or anything like that.
Exactly. There is a lot of old lady names out there. Yeah, she's right there. Yeah. So let's hear some more though.
I'm not finding many more other than that one, unfortunately. Let me see if I can look through here. I think actually this notebook might be downstairs. I have so many notebooks and they're so completely disorganized. They've got dates in the front. And it's such a trip, man. Looking through these notebooks, like 2008 to 2010, that's most of high school for me, in addition to some other things. Well, 2 years of high school anyway. So it's just like, God, the stuff in here is unreal. It's so weird to see. And it's so interesting to see how your writing changes, because, I mean, this is so long ago, and I've been writing consistently since I was like 17. So it's just absolutely crazy to go through here. Man, I wish I could find these names. Now, boy, the mortuary was something else. It really informed my writing experiences. There was a time, here's a splatterpunk story for you. There was one time we had a guy, this was in Tucson, and the dude, actually might have been a woman. Whoever it was, they committed suicide by going out into the desert with their car. They kept the windows rolled up and they took a bunch of sleeping pills and they died. And when you have a case like that, whether it's homicide or suicide, you get a coroner's report as well in all of their paperwork. And this was like a new case at the time I was working there. So I saw this all coming through. And I had to make a copy of the coroner report for somebody, so I happened to glance over it. And on the coroner report, there will be a silhouette of just like a loose drawing of a person that then the coroner will draw the wounds on them and be like, okay, they had a laceration here and they had a bruise here and this, that, and the other thing. And this person's body was just circled with the word maggots written next to it because of being just out in the horrible Arizona heat for, just weeks before they were found. So it was just like a totally gruesome sight and just really crazy. And I think, working in a mortuary is definitely not for everyone, but I think it's something that everybody should do, at least volunteer at one for a little while, both just to see what people are like when they're grieving and also to hear some of the stories that morticians have, because, man, it's wild. There was another case where they had to, fix, this was from my funeral director friend who I was living with at the time. They had to, I want to say they had to replace somebody's tomb, basically, and because it was cracked. And because it was cracked, moisture had gotten in, and the dude's, long story short, is the dude's whole hand had turned to soap, basically, because of the moisture and the fat, and we've all seen Fight Club, so it's kind of one of those things. There was a terrible rotten ooze coming out of the tomb. Yeah, it was such a terrible thing, but it's really interesting, man. It's like a really interesting intersection of biology and psychology when you get the opportunity to work at someplace like a mortuary.
I'll be right back, guys.
Come back soon. No, but I am glad I'm going through notebooks.
What's that? What's that, Regina?
I said I'm glad I'm going through these notebooks, though, because I've got that call center book that I'm working on, and I just found my call center instructions on how to do all. Be the reason customers love us. Be the reason their issue is fixed. It's just like this. I know. It's like this. I having to write all these notes and, sell my soul to the devil for 6 weeks during AFNI training, but at least I found the notebook when I needed it.
Yeah.
They need to have the purge, but instead call center employees can just say whatever they want to people who call for a day.
Yes, holy shit. That would be so great. Oh my god. Oh, it would be so, man. So this is going into the novel, so I won't go into details too much. But when I worked at AFNI, we had a pervert. I don't know how else to describe it. This guy who Verizon did not even service called in all the time. And I mean, he literally, so there were 3 call centers in Tucson. All of them served Verizon under this vendor name of AFNI, because that way Verizon wouldn't actually have to pay us, and they wouldn't have to pay us nearly as well as they paid their actual reps. So there were 3 call centers, and this guy called so much that basically every woman at all 3 of those call centers got him at some point. And it was like just a nightmare. It was so bizarre. It started, my friend, one day we go to pick her up from lunch, and she's got the weirdest look on her face. And we're like, what's wrong? And she's like, I just got off the phone with this guy from Wisconsin, and we don't even serve Wisconsin, and he just kept asking me about werewolves and vampires, and if I was scared of werewolves and vampires, and how if if I was scared by a werewolf, he would protect me, but don't tell my boyfriend. I was like, that was my first experience with him. And then all these girls started getting these weird calls until I avoided him. I don't know how I avoided him, but then one day I got him twice in the same day, where I pick up the phone and my real name is Magda. So I'm like, thank you for calling Verizon. My name is Magda. How can I help you today? And I immediately see that the area code is Wisconsin. And I'm like, oh, fuck, no. And so he's immediately like the creepiest voice I've ever heard in my life. And he's like, Magda. He's like, have you ever seen Dark Shadows, Magda? And I was like, no. Yeah, I've seen Dark Shadows. Can I help you? And he's like going on, and he's like, there's a gypsy named Magda. Are you a gypsy, Magda? And I was like, sir, if you're not in an area where we can help you, then I really, unless you want to establish service someplace where we do serve, you're going to have to hang up with me. We weren't allowed to hang up on him, FYI. We had to get a supervisor's permission to hang up. I know. It's like Verizon was like, well, we don't want to hang up on our customers. So, I was like,
even though
fuck
he's
this.
you can hear him fucking jerking off.
Yes, exactly. So I was like, if I can't help you, then you're going to have to get off my fucking line. And he's like, be nice to me, Magda. Be nice. And I was like, okay, that's it. Goodbye. So I hang up on his ass. And then like 4 hours go by. I'm almost to the end of my shift. And I pick up a call, and it's a fucking Wisconsin phone number again. This dude was calling our call center for the length of time that I was on my fucking shift. It's like a full-time job to him. He is that compelled. And so I was like, you again, basically, and I ended up hanging up on him again because it was just ridiculous, and it obviously wasn't for anything that wasn't prurient, and I was never challenged on it. But so many girls would get on the line with this dude and then just feel like totally powerless to do anything because they weren't allowed to do anything by Verizon. It was just the weirdest fucking experience in my life, but it was like, how many calls per day did that guy have to be putting through to Verizon, hanging up on the male reps and staying on the line with female reps long enough to try to get his rocks off? It's crazy. It truly must have been 7 days a week we were dealing with this guy for a long time. And people are nuts. I guess that's why I read the books that I do.
He probably was calling a bunch of call centers until he figured out which one the female reps couldn't hang up on him.
Right.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure there were a lot of people that have a zero tolerance policy, but
It's like, oh, I get to get involved with my fucking urban gothic fantasies with call center bitches.
Yeah. He also, I don't remember if this was the same or the separate one, but my other friend had a guy, probably the same one, call in to ask what would happen if she missed the bus. And would she run after the bus and all this weird shit? It's like so specific. It's like, can't you just call a sex line? Does it really have to be this non-consensually uncomfortable for everyone? Like, don't you feel awkward? I feel awkward.
That's probably like a part of it to him while he's sitting there, beating his meat with a pair of tweezers on, trying to, hearing how uncomfortable they are.
It's just so weird. It's like it transcends uncomfortableness into just being like, how does a human being sexuality get this fucking weird, man? Like, damn, people are crazy. Have you guys heard about this? I'm sorry, this is so off topic from literature, but it's a little bit because it's transgressive stuff. Have you guys heard of this eye checks thing on YouTube where these people filmed drunk or passed out girls and they'll pull their eyeballs open and
I think you said something about that last time you were on, didn't you?
I am so obsessed with, I'm just like my mother. She gets hooked on to really weird, horrible things and just talks about them and it's like, have you heard about what teenagers are doing lately? But it's
that does sound pretty creepy though. Yeah,
it's so creepy. It's bizarre. And there's a subset of it that preys specifically on homeless men, apparently, where they go out to homeless men who are passed out in the streets of LA or whatever, and they do the same thing, or they film their feet. And it's like, the internet was such a fucking mistake, man.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Wow.
Yeah, sorry, just had to rub one out to her mortuary story, so I'm joking.
I'm glad you like soapy hands.
That was fucked up for sure. But so what did I miss with the second story with something about dark shadows?
Oh no, this was just a pervert who was calling in at Daphne all the time, and he would ask really weird questions that were it was a weird urban fantasy erotica thing, or just general unpleasant but not necessarily harmful things. It's low-key sadism, bizarre, weird, pathetic sadism, which I'm sure, again, the patheticness probably also played into it. It's just like so specific and bizarre. It actually reminds me, here's a literary segue. It reminded me of my book that I read this week, Amygdalatropolis by B.R. Yeager, which was by far and away the best book I've read all year. Of course, I have not read any of Mr. Lesko's work yet, but I'm very intrigued by some of the titles that I just added to my Goodreads list. So I'm very excited about that. But boy, Amygdalatropolis, oh man, that was one hell of a book. I was really impressed, and somebody on my Goodreads list was kind of disappointed to see that it didn't come in ebook form, but I totally understand why it doesn't, because it's got kind of a formatting thing where he's basically like interspersing threads from an image board that is presumably like 4chan or 2chan or GuroChan, one of these. And so he's interspersing those with the protagonist's Neat's kind of life, how it's disintegrating around him in these little snippets. And there are other aspects that are maybe like dreams or like kind of video games in a way. It's such an interesting book. It was really great, and I really liked it. It was hard, though.
What is the formatting thing exactly? What is the formatting issue? That is it like subliminal text? Like
no, I mean she said a lot of it looks like 4chan, like message board.
Yeah, and he'll have. It's interesting because it took me a minute to really cop to what Yeager was doing at one point, because there are some pages where you'll have basically two threads going on the same page, which to me, I kind of took to mean after a while like having multiple windows or tabs open on your computer.
Wow.
Yeah, so he really kind of does some really interesting things with the formatting, where you'll have one thread going on the left side of the page, one thread going on the right side of the page. You'll have like character actions kind of happening in between, things that the main character is thinking about. It's interesting too, because he's like, it's basically the board he goes to, 1404, is basically like R9K, I think. And I'm pretty sure, man, these posts are so like dead on. I don't know if he just went to R9K and copied some of the choicest posts or if he wrote them himself, because they are so perfect.
It's been a while since I've been on R9K, but when I went on there, like 90% of the posts were basically variations on TFW, no girlfriend.
Yeah, I totally opened right. Yeah, I mean, they are like that, but they're also vicious and, but there's one I opened right to it. I was looking for it, and it like is a big long thing about a debate about free will, and it's like, of course we don't have any free will. Free will doesn't exist, just like computers don't exist. And he goes on and on with fairly metaphorical and interesting stuff. And then towards the end of the post, he says, free will is a useful abstraction for expressing constraints, such as conscientiousness, something OP is incapable of expressing, and which he therefore believes does not exist. But words don't exist, only sounds do. OP, fuck off. Humans don't think in terms of reality. We build models. Please take this shit to Reddit. I mean, that's like, that's, verbatim something. On. Yeah, it's like, it's either, I just don't even know if he copied them, if it's like a form of found poetry, or if it's like, he just wrote it. Either way, it's a little bit scary, this book.
What's R9K? I've not heard of that.
Oh, it's so when B got the random book, the random board on 4chan is like so uncontrollably filled with copy pasta and fake things and things that are just repeats of the same word over and over again that people got sick of it. And so what they did is they created a board where you have to, theoretically, you have to post something original. So that facilitates discussion a little bit more. But
yeah,
that's
where the name comes from. It stands for Robot 9000, and the robot is supposed to be the script on there that takes down duplicate threads automatically.
Yeah. And so the posters call themselves robots, and then
Part of
it's
4chan,
like,
is that what you're saying?
yeah, it's
Oh,
a board
okay.
on 4chan.
Okay.
And so it was like fundamental in the development of incels, and the concept of incels really came out of that board.
I don't know how the fuck that happened. It was supposed to be a way for people to post original combat, and it became the default incel board on 4chan.
Well, I'll tell you how it happened, just like you said. It's because they were all that feel win no girlfriend, and then they started to feedback loop into this concept of that feel win no girlfriend, and then it became women are bitches and we are involuntarily celibate, and they just entered this cycle of self-radicalization, which, you know, is really sad because honestly, I got a lot of good stuff out of 4chan. Like, there were threads that were like how to socially interact, how to talk to people. Here are good books to read, you know, if you visit the literature board or even just the paranormal board.
That's on 4chan.
They've got
on the lit board.
They've got a literature book. If you ever go to lit, they've got actually, you know, really pretty interesting discussions. Of course, there's always somebody in the crowd who wants to be anti-Semitic or misogynist or whatever. But if you just like mentally censor all that shit out and just look at, you know, their book reading lists and stuff, it's actually pretty good. So it's like, I've taken, you know, good things from 4chan, but to me, you know, image boards in general, especially in Amygdalatropolis, are representative of the unconscious and how like such deep, evil, profane things come out of it, just like potentially good things. And Amygdalatropolis is definitely about the profane things that we get out of the internet and image board culture in general.
What's that
picture? It's been years since I've been to 4chan or to any image boards. Because it used to be you could, you know, find good stuff on there, but at this point they become so fucking toxic and so filled with OP is a fag and that kind of thing that there's no, it's just not worth it. You can go to other sites and get the same thing.
Yeah, it's true.
Man, I hate to grind this discussion to a halt. Because I mean, you know, this is what we're about, you know, literature and everything. But I did want to get this guy's updated take on everything that's going on. And even when I don't agree with him, I still find him entertaining. Rightthehand. Hey, Chris. Welcome. What up? We'll get back to the book stuff. But so I didn't know, man, but you had actually had an MMA fight.
And there he goes.
What the fuck? Okay. Hey, buddy. Everything okay? I thought you were running. I don't know.
I pushed. I'm on mobile, so.
Okay. Well, what I was going to say, I didn't know that you had an MMA fight with a woman. This was that was this year, right?
Oh no, this was like maybe 2 years ago now, something like that.
And everybody talks about it like, oh, he got his ass whipped by a woman, but I mean. I thought that you hung right with her there for quite a bit. She was a professional, right?
Well, yeah, no, and here's the thing that like a lot of people don't understand. Like, if you've never done any physical activity, right? Like, look, here's the story. Like, it's not like, oh, here's your best, there's your best, and you go at it, right? Like, conditioning and stuff is important, like food. Like, I didn't eat that day because I drove to the airport, which is from where I live to the airport's like almost 2 hours. Then I took 2 planes, right? Didn't eat. No food, no water. We're just on the planes. Then I land, take an Uber, right? So this is about 9 hours of traveling already. Take an Uber right to the gym, right? I was like, yo, am I going to get to like eat or like rest or change clothes or anything? And they're like, no, you go in like 10 minutes. I was like, oh shit, dude. I didn't really think that I didn't even have breakfast, man. Like I got up at 5 a.m. to drove to the airport, and it was just like, well, this is how it is. So I was like, whatever, you know, it is what it is. And, I could have been at that point, like, you could have two things. You could be like, yo, I don't feel like I'm getting a fair shake here. I'm not going to do it. Right. I'm just like, yo, I want to do it when I want to do it. You could be a real difficult person, or you just go, yo, okay, let's go. Let's see what happens. You know, so
they would say you made excuses if you didn't. Just
yeah, of course. Yeah, and bro, look, and if I would have won, you know what they say? Oh, you can only beat up a girl. It's taught me that if people want to hate on you, right, they'll find a reason to hate on you. if you don't have anything against me, right? You just kind of know, you'd be like, bro, you showed up and fought an MMA female girl. Damn, bro, that's, you know, you got balls, you did something. Because like there's three things I've come to learn. There's like, you could do it and win, you can do it and fail, or you cannot do it at all, right? And a lot of people take that third option, right? And they feel like, oh, it's somehow better than the second one, right? Like trying and failing is better than doing nothing, right? Like anybody can do nothing. You know what I mean?
What was the reason for this fight? Did you know this person or?
No, I just, you know, I still believe what I said. I like, and if you watch, like, I was able to, when I felt like decent and physical, I was able to take her neck like immediately. Like I felt like I could just like wrap, just okay now. And then once I started to like squeezing, like, bro, just no food.
What
are you gonna do?
You were out of breath at one point and you just got tired. But I mean, you hung with her there for a while, but she was a professional, right?
Yeah, you know, like it is what it is. But like, if you're like, what was the impetus? And basically, it was like, yo, I think, it was basically, I'm like, oh, I saw women taking self-defense classes, and I'm just like, look, just get a gun, right? Like, you're not gonna sit there fighting a guy, right? That's ridiculous. I think that's a ridiculous like mindset. Because I'm like, guys are just so much stronger than women. Right? You know, they could just hit him in the head with an elbow or something. Like, yeah, just if you're going to defend yourself, use a gun to defend yourself. Don't, you know. So then it was like, oh, well, you know, if you think you could beat up a girl, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, yeah, okay. And then, you know, there was a whole like thing to it. So they got it. What happened, there was like backstories that they had this GoFundMe for this, right? So they raised like $5,000. And I was supposed to go in Orlando to fight this chick, right? So I go to Orlando. I show up at the gym. There's cops are there, right? They shut the whole event down. They were like, oh, there's some illegal stuff. They were like, because no licenses, right? So apparently, so this whole thing got shut down. And now there's like all these people who put money, right, into this GoFundMe. And they're like, yo, why is there no fight? Like I paid, there's like money. So now they were like scrambling to get something there. That's when it was like, yo, will you fly out to Michigan and like try this again? And, you know, again, I could have just been like, you know, fuck that. Come to me. You know, I'm like, you know, it's not my fucking fault you guys couldn't put this thing on the first time. That's not on me. Come back down to games. But I was like, no, whatever. Come on, I'll go fly up to Michigan, you know. But again, nobody talks about any of this. Nobody's like, oh, what, you know, because they don't care. Because at the end of the day, people have already made their minds up, right? People already made their minds up. Most people, whether it's on any issue, right? You can talk about masks, you can talk about vaccines. You really think if somebody has a stance on abortion or any of these things, and you sit down and you give them all these facts, they're going to change their mind? No, you're not going to change.
That's the misconception about arguments over the internet. Everybody's always, bickering online with the intent that you're going to somehow either overwhelm them, embarrass them, or convert them. And no, because we're like rubber, man. You know, it's like, it just bounces off when we're done with our internet activity. We believe what we believe, you know, and we take it in and absorb it. And you know, it's pretty much not transformable. It's not, it's immutable, you know.
Only you can change your mind, right? Like I can't change your mind. Like you can change your mind, but I can't. You know, so
I'm having trouble finding this fight though. I thought it was on the Shills versus Shills channel.
I'm sure it's Fight the Flat Earth has it on all over. Is
I don't want to share screen their channel because it might get.
Oh, he'll probably give you that diva will probably give you a strike.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah, like come on, bro. You put out garbage content that nobody, like only retarded idiots want to watch, and when somebody else does use it, you strike them. Yeah, I was like, man, come on, you know, and that again, like, that's one of the things too. Like, I don't even really debate. Like, I used to probably when you first heard of me, it was probably debating flat Earth. Like, yes. I don't even. To me, I don't debate anymore because I'm just like, yo, I know I'm not changing your mind. Like, it's just so I'm just wasting my time, and that's really what I think. You know, that a lot of these arenas, right, like. And you've seen them, they're screaming matches. Nobody can get a point across. It's horrible. You know,
that's actually part of the reason that I like watching them, is because it almost becomes this like anti ASMR for my ears. It's like I love to hear just high volume voices at high volume, just chomping at the bit with each other, and they'll present this one set of facts, and then someone else will jump in and and have to keep repeating what they're saying over them. I mean, it's fascinating to me,
Oh,
But,
I was in it for years, man. I totally understand the allure of like, you have this argument and the other person is arguing. Yes, but it's all, listening is so much better than being in it. I can tell you that, because that when you're listening, you can always be like, all right, I'm leaving, and just shut it off. But when you're in there, man, sometimes you're just like, like, what am I doing? I've been in there where I'm just like, what am I doing here? Right? Like, this is crazy. I'm arguing with this person like about, it's almost an insanity thing, right? So yeah,
there is one thing I never understood, and I'll admit, sometimes when I listen to you debate or someone else debate on these channels that for some reason have half flat earth viewers and half glober viewers, and I mean, they're both arguing about the same thing every day with no concessions on either side. Yeah, I mean, it's literally like a civil war on like Jose's channel or Fight the Flat Earth's channel. And I mean, you were very aggressive with the point of bringing up Santa Claus over and over. And I got to admit, there were times where I didn't understand where that applied. Like you were trying to show them something about how concepts are actually organized or something. And
well, like, if you saw, well, I'd use it for a couple things, right? One of the main ones is like, you have presents under your tree, right? Like, I can't deny that there's presents under your tree. That's the observation, right? Like, if you saw the sunset, nobody's denying the sunsets, right? Presents under the tree. Now, when you start saying that it's because Santa delivered them, I'm going, whoa, whoa, whoa. I don't believe that Santa delivered those presents. When you say that the sun moves because the earth itself is spinning, I'm like, whoa, whoa, whoa. To me, that's, and again, that's where it's such a, to me, if I was like, okay, you boil it down, like, look, if you think that tree over there is moving, what can I do? Like Jesus said, if you have faith of a mustard seed, you can move a mountain. And I would ask people like that believe in the ball, be like, yo, do you think that mountain is moving around the sun? And
wait. What do you mean the faith of a mustard seed? Does that mean like even a tiny grain of faith? Is that what that means?
Yeah, because It's a religion. I think Ball Earth is a religion. So like, think about that. Jesus, the biggest religious figure in the history of mankind, said, with faith, you can move a mountain. And then people will tell you, these mountains are moving around the sun. How is that not faith in a religion?
Yeah, I don't know if they approach it like it's a religion, but I think they just fight it as the paradigm, the baseline of our existence, and how Earth is formed. I think they approach it more like that than an actual religion, though.
Well, yes, exactly. They approach it like that, which actually takes it from a religion, because when you're in a religion, you admit, like, I admit I'm in a religion. I admit I can't prove God to you. I have my belief in God is faith, right? Like, it's all, here we are on earth. I believe he made it. I can't prove it, right? It's faith. I'll admit that. But when you won't admit it, now you're getting into cult-like status, right? Like, a cult will never tell you they're in a cult, of course, So that's where, when you have a system of beliefs that is like handed down generationally, and you can't really empirically prove it yourself, that's, to me, it's at least a religion.
I love how you reduce a lot of arguments to, what do they call it? There's an actual term for it. It's
lowest common denominator.
Reduction to absurdity. Because like when you talk about gravity, you're saying, well, no, of course I don't believe in upside down people. You're referring to people on the other side of the globe, where it's like they're under us, we're here, and they're here on the globe model. And you're saying you don't believe in upside down people. That's a reduction to absurdity. And so I always got a laugh out of it, even if I didn't always necessarily agree. I don't even know if you consider yourself a flat earther. I think you're just anti-globe. I don't know.
Yeah, well, again, the Earth's not flat, right? There's hills and valleys. Like, I think we live on a plane, right? Like, if you saw a big horizontally.
Now, hang on, Regina. Don't. We'll get back to the other stuff. The guy's entertaining though. Yeah. No, go ahead.
So like, well, and this is what this guy Bev, he's kind of taken over this argument. I realized. So horizontal, right? Like, if I can't do that, I'm not a mason, right? So picture a horizontal, right? You know what I mean? Like a horizontally orientated, and vertical. Like, you have vertical goes up and down, horizontals to the side, right? Like, I can see Earth as a horizontal orientation. Like, that is very keen. Like, how we are all look at everybody's picture. We are all oriented horizontally. Nobody's oriented vertically, right? So that's when oh, you guys froze. I don't know. Did you freeze?
No, I'm listening.
No,
okay. So I just feel the camera's froze, but no biggie for me. I don't care. So yeah, so like, I could see orientation horizontally. So that makes sense. Whereas now, if you have people on the side would be vertical, I'm like, I can't. That just doesn't. So I say Earth is a horizontal plane. That's what I would say.
Okay. I know there are other people who are in a literal cult who believe in something called a concave Earth, whatever that is.
Oh, that is, yeah,
that's
Lord Stephen Christ.
The guy calls himself literally Lord Stephen Christ, and I mean, he's got like a legal battles. He's embroiled in legal battles, like up to his neck. You know, huh?
He was in prison, you know, like
and it's really creepy how these young
threaten the president.
Yeah, and these young men take to this guy like he's leading the way. It's really disturbing stuff.
Yeah. I seen a couple of those videos where he has some very effeminate men, long-haired, effeminate men around him. You know, young. You know, again, like, this is again, if you ask me, like, the real rabbit hole is that all of these are controlled, right? Like, the Nathan Oakleys, the Jose's, you know, whether they're directly getting a paycheck or they're doing what they need to do to eventually get there. You know what I mean? Like, nobody's ever going to come knocking at my door just because they know I can't be bought. Like, I'm going to speak what I'm speaking, right? You know, and some people will, you know, to sit home and, you know, like how Nathan just sits home. He doesn't have to do anything. He just sits there and just collects money, and he can just sit in front of his computer, right?
And there's actually audio. You can hear him smacking his son. It sounded like an open-handed smack across the face. His son's just a little boy, like 4 years old, and you can hear a visible smack when he was not on video. I mean, right?
And I saw another video where he had cut sections of his chat in an upload. Right, like edit, so which means there was edited footage.
That guy's a powder keg. I mean, but it's really funny to hear how worked up he gets about everything. You know, like, I'll never forget that time he talked to George Hanate, however you spell it. I mean, the guy was nearly breathless for 2 hours and just going all in on said, "Don't you dare mention the Coriolis. You don't have the right." And I mean, he was really passionate about it.
Right? Like, I mean, it's just, you know, and even when I used to be angry in there, and then I'm like, I came to my senses almost, you know, and I'm like, what's all the anger about? And yeah, it teaches, you know, because what happens is people, like, when they find out, or, you know, you follow this path and you get to Nathan's channel and you see how he interacts with these ballers and you kind of adopt it, right? And then you go into these channels. And then you just have people just screaming at each other, and you know, sometimes it's entertaining, but, you know, I think there's also much better ways to spend time and much better things to talk about than screaming at somebody who's never going to be convinced of your point anyway.
There are other things to invest your time in, but but that doesn't mean that we couldn't get, you know, you screaming at somebody on here. If you got any ideas, I'll send them the link, man, for a later show. I mean, what is like the cherry picking of debate, you know, that to you now, what means most to you now that you would debate?
So definitely, like, this COVID thing would definitely be up there, right? Because this is unprecedented what's going on, and I feel, you know, like the level of reach that government has in put into us, right? Like,
now, hang on. You know what's really scary is that they have taken control through the medical industrial complex. And I don't know if that's actually a thing, but that sure is what it seems like to me. You know, and people say I get hung up on this mask thing too much. Well, look, dude, they're telling me I have to wear it. You know, they don't dress me. I dress me, you know? So, I mean, people could say I whine about that, but no, I don't need anybody's help dressing, you know?
Your body, your choice, right?
Yeah, except when it comes to something they're triggered about, right?
Well, they don't like the single standard, right? Everything operates, and this, you know, there's another huge, the double standard, right? You're not allowed to take someone's stuff, but the government can take
burn
somebody.
down buildings, but I can't go through Food City or Walmart without a mask, right? Anyway, I already figured out my way around that. I just flat out asked the lady at the front, you know, who's recommending that I wear a mask, you know. I said, okay, are you going to ask me to leave if I don't? And she said, no, I can't do that. Well, there you go. If there's a mandate, well, I don't know. Maybe I'll be ordering my stuff online then. I don't know. But I am not going to be, you know, curtailed by.
Where would it end?
Huh?
Where would it end?
Yeah.
You know,
what's next? You know,
what if blindfold? Oh, you can't. You know, that movie Bird Box.
Yeah.
Right. I say that's these people. Yeah. 10 years from now, they're going to be blindfolded because if they go outside and see the aliens, they're going to kill themselves.
It vaguely reminds me of that experiment that they did where they gave the illusion of authority and people thought they were being watched by government authorities or something. And so they acted as if, even though it was an uncontrolled experiment. You know what I'm talking about? Was it Stanford prison experiment?
Yeah, I believe that's right.
Yeah.
I've never heard of it.
I don't remember the parameters of it exactly. I guess they weren't prisoners though, were they?
No, they had people pretending to be prisoners and people pretending to be prison guards.
And see.
Oh, yes. I think I did. Yes. And the guards always like abuse power.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's.
If they could do it then, you know, one of my buddies always told me, you know, when I broke up with a girl, you know, he would say, you know, if they could do it to someone else, man, they can do it to you. And, you know, that kind of stuck with me in terms of government too. If they could do it to someone else, they could do it to you. So if they did this prison experiment or whatever it was, I don't even know the details, but if they could do that, if back in the 60s, they could slip LSD into people's, you know, drinks without any repercussions, they could do it to you too, you know, but now it joins that lofty, you know, thing in the sky called conspiracy theory. Like it could never happen today, you know? And
it makes you wonder about the other plagues way back in the, you know, I start thinking now about like the Great Depression, and you're like, maybe that was just orchestrated just the same way our economies are crashing. They didn't let anybody work.
Now, I'm not saying, yeah, that's possible. I'm not saying I have an answer to why COVID is happening, you know, how widespread it is or anything like that. I just know I don't trust the numbers. And even if the numbers are legitimate, totally, the recovery rate is still very impressive, you know. And get this, a few months back, they were saying that they had found out that certain properties in mouthwash neutralized the COVID virus. Okay. And I was saying months before that mouthwash, you know, if you just gargle with mouthwash, either at least once a day or every few hours, you'll be fine, because I have prevented myself from getting sicker by a gargling mouthwash like every 2 or 3 hours. And it went away when I was starting to feel my throat close up. When I did that, it stopped the incoming sickness. And so I've managed to stay, you know, free of illness for several years, just use a mouthwash. Now you snickered there, and I don't know if that's because you don't believe.
No, I heard about the COVID and the mouthwash, and then you know, I'm just like, oh man, what's next?
It took them that long to figure that out. That's what worries me. It took them that long to figure out that just mouthwash.
Hygiene is important.
Yeah. And another thing, if the mask thing is working so well, it's so effective, then why are they once again saying that COVID's death rates or infection rates are climbing? Everybody's wearing masks, is that all the fault?
Yeah, nobody's going out. Look, the thing that gets me, I'm like, I'll like I said, reduce it. Okay, so and again, I don't even believe in the viruses and the whole thing. So I'll even now operate in the realm that these viruses are real and as they say they are, right? Just as they say. So if they're like, oh, well, it's not that the virus is like floating, it's in your spit. I'm like, okay, I can see that, the saliva. So why do we have to cover our nose? Right? Like our nose doesn't have any saliva in it. So why would that be so
membrane? I mean, maybe that's what they're going for there.
I don't know. And they always show sneezing, right? And they're like, it's kind of crazy now. It's like, oh, well, remember to sneeze into your arm. I'm like, that's normal. That's what you should have been doing like your entire life. Like nobody just goes around just sneezing in people's faces. Now all of a sudden, like we have to not do what we were never doing. I don't know. It's like a dumbing down almost. It's a very, I don't know. Like I said, I think, especially when it's with the government, I think the government will use whatever they can to try and gain an advantage on the people.
Yeah. Now, see, okay. Now I'm going to open it up to the panel, so to speak, and everybody still here? Everybody that was here before still here? And Regina,
I'm here.
Chris, all right.
I'm still here, but I am going to bow out for the evening, not because of any topics that have been covered, just because it's time for me to go because of just the time.
Okay, I understand, and we'll get some more book talk going next weekend. I'll update you on the stuff I was going to tell you then, and it's no problem. But thanks, Gregor. Thanks for coming back to the show, man. I can't tell you how much.
Well, you're certainly welcome, and it was nice talking to everyone. And it's too bad that I cannot stay longer because I would like to talk about these particular topics, but I've got to go. So
see you later,
y'all.
Gregor.
All right, bye-bye.
Talk to you later.
Peace out, man.
I can hear it in your voice, Regina. What do you want to?
I don't even know where to start. I literally just physically rolled up my sleeves. Let's start at the top. Explain eclipses to me, please, and why when we experience an eclipse, the shadow is always round. Because if there, there are so many. Oh my God!
This is the tree, the presence under the tree, right? We both see the eclipse, so I'm not denying the eclipse. That's presence under the tree. Now, when you say that it's because the Earth is getting in between the sun and this ball of fire and the moon, this floating rock, and it creates this huge shadow, that's where I'm going Santa Claus. Right now, if you want an explanation for the sky, right, the stars, like I can give you one. People laugh. I say it's a giant screen, right? Like I can bring up right now a picture of the moon on my phone screen that looks exactly like the moon you see in the sky, right? And now, if you were covered by a giant screen, you wouldn't need a floating rock, right? The moon wouldn't need to be a physical object suspended over our head and moved around with this magical force called gravity. It would just be a pattern of lights being displayed across the screen. Now, those are two explanations. You got the ball Earth, the floating moon, physical rock, and you have mine, a screen, which you've actually interacted with and seen. Now, you have evidence, physical evidence of screens and how they behave and what they can do. You can see that. You've never seen a rock fall in a circle around another rock. So this is where it gets into the explanation will be a story that you have to believe or disbelieve.
Yeah, you can choose to believe or disbelieve any kind of evidence based in physics and experimentation and years of mathematics and a long basis. I mean, we had the belief of the closed dome and the flat Earth, and honestly, not even for very long, because we have had the concept of a globe Earth for centuries.
Who's the we? Me and you?
Western society, Western culture as a whole.
So people that aren't, so like
the Catholic Church.
Religious people. So some religious people you've never met did some things you've never seen them do, and then they concluded that the flat ground you're standing on is a moving ball, and you're like, yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay,
Hey,
let
look,
me
man,
ask.
you want to?
Let me ask you this: do you believe in Darwinism?
No, I don't believe in evolution. Have you ever seen a cat give birth to something that's not a cat?
Well, because this is a very long-term thing we're talking about, like all the sciences, and definitely like the development of the earth. So I guess my question is, pick a side, because Darwin isn't necessarily known for going along well with most religions. So my other question, I guess, is, do you know what Jungian projection is? Because I think you're projecting a lot of your own quote-unquote religious bias onto something that is verifiably secular. And math is not religious. Math is the language of the universe, my friend. Math is the language of logic. Language is a map of reality, and it's a model of how we experience reality and how we communicate. Basically, what you're saying is you are saying that 1 should equal 2 because we just don't know if 1 equals 1. And it's like, well, no, we do know that, because 1 clearly, by definition, equals 1. Otherwise, we're talking about 2 different numerals completely.
Okay, let's say here. Let me ask you a question. Let's say I have 1 pile of sand and 1 pile of sand, and then I can put them together. How many piles of sand do I have?
That's a different issue.
It's not. It's 1 plus 1 equals what? This isn't
1 plus 1 though. This is
it is. It's
not.
1 pile of sand.
This is millions of grains of sand plus millions of grains of sand equals 2 million grains of sand in 1 pile.
My question would be, is 1 an objective reality or a subjective description?
1 is an objective description that we all agree upon.
Okay. So if 1 is
of communication.
So if 1 is an objective, it's objective. It means it doesn't change because it's objective. So 1 plus 1 will always equal 2, right?
Is language objective?
So 1 pile of sand plus 1 pile of sand put together will always equal 1. Oh, wait, damn it. Why doesn't that work?
Because you're using an argument that's very facetious.
It's not.
You're engaging in an equation. This is like saying that people store their money at rivers because rivers have banks.
No, what I'm saying is math is a language like English. You can lie. Right?
That's not really lying. That's equivocation.
No. Oh, what if I said 2 plus 2 equals 5? Does it?
Well, no. 2 plus 2
That's by most definitions of what 2 are.
Prove me wrong? How would you prove that if I said verbally a math equation, right? Let's say I said x equals y times 4. How would you prove me wrong? So if I said, this is why math has no official definition. Okay.
It is language.
Well, if we agree that math is a language, then it is no different than English, and it doesn't have any more empirical properties than English.
But math is the universal language by design.
The problem is when you go down that route, because language can only ever refer to itself, there's really no reason to just engage in radical solipsism.
No, but language
is engage in radical solipsism.
I'm not engaging in radical solipsism. What I'm engaging
I'm arguing that because language is not objective and can only ever refer to itself, if you just stop there, then
it refers to the objective reality. No reason.
But language is not objective.
The reality that it describes is.
But language can only ever refer to itself.
No, language refers to the objective reality.
What does...
Sorry, if math were not objective, these computers we're talking on wouldn't function, and we wouldn't be able to have this conversation.
Computers don't run on math. They run on physical components doing mechanical operations.
Oh my God, which we got out of math, my friend.
No, which you got out of the earth. Somebody went into...
So why does language refer to objective things, but math does not?
Yeah.
Math is a language. just like English, that refers to the objective reality of our experience. So when you can say, and here's the problem with math, you can't describe, so many things cannot be described with math. Can you describe red with math? Can you describe colors with math? What can you actually?
Yeah.
But
Yes.
wait, we still
Red
don't,
is
we
a
don't know what
wavelength
math,
That's
when you say the language of the universe, right? No, maybe you don't.
maybe you don't understand.
Oh, well, but you don't.
Scientists
When
do.
you say somebody else
Oh,
understands, but you don't, what is that? How am I supposed to take that? Right? Like, I can see the physical frustration your body
I'm
is.
saying there's scientific knowledge
you're
that will
looking
tell
so
you
stressed.
that the color red can be quantified. And if
Okay,
you're
well,
ignorant of
okay,
that
what-
isn't
Yes.
science's fault.
What am I ignorant of?
You're ignorant of science and mathematics. Can I ask you a
You're
serious question? Have you
You know
ever,
that when hold
like,
on, I was
especially
tested.
in your
The top
childhood, have you
1%.
ever
Well,
been?
hold on. I was tested. I will show you this document. I was tested in the top 1% of math in the nation. Okay, in the nation. So I understand math
You want a
very
cookie?
well. No, I'm just saying, don't use as your argument you don't understand science and math, because that's just me saying, well, you don't believe in God. You're not giving.
That was last week.
Well, I told you. Excuse me. Shut up for 1 second. I told you that the color red can be quantified, and you had no idea what I was talking about.
Well, use numbers to quantify red.
All right, I will look up the exact.
I mean, that's how
wavelength of the
computers
color
figure
red
up red. They
red,
figure up through hexadecimal codes.
You're not using math when you say wavelength.
color.
You had to use English to describe the wave.
But it's a form of physics.
Again, that's
Okay, but hold on.
Is the measurement. It's the
Measurement
measurement
is English.
of the-
You're using English
It's the
words.
measurement of
When
the
are you going to start
wave.
using the
We're going
math
back to
language?
But we're going back.
We were
Math
writing
is
about it
part
on
of
paper in a
English
fucking
language.
textbook.
This is a problem with your argument. You can, if we can, the problem is language only ever refers to itself, and if you just stop there, then there's no reason to just
Stop there. What
engage in
saying
solipsism.
I say language refers. Okay, see this? See what I'm holding? This is a butane lighter. When I say the words butane lighter, I'm not referring to the words butane lighter. I'm referring to this.
You're referring to your experience
object.
of the butane lighter.
The butane lighter is when the sound butane lighter is a conceptual term so that we talk about this physical object.
The term butane lighter refers to our experience of the butane lighter. It doesn't refer to the actual noumena of the butane lighter.
It refers to the physical object.
It refers to our experience of the object.
I just want to interject for one moment. This argument is so awesome that my computer couldn't handle the awesomeness, so it kicked me out for a second. Ace, did someone leave? Nobody leave. Who left?
Gregor left.
Okay.
Oh no, wait,
Gregor,
Lesko had to leave.
Not that I know.
Lesko had to leave
No,
because
I'm
his
trying to show. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yeah,
No,
I
but
see
I
my
know
phone
you're-
screen.
I'm trying to show you.
Yep.
But that's not
this
math.
is how you quantify the color
That's a phone
red.
screen.
Okay.
You're using a physical
my
object, not
God.
math. But
Are you fucking
said,
kidding
okay,
me?
if I said I could use English to show you something,
I mean,
and then
I'm
I
coming
showed
from-
you something not with English, but with the physical thing, did I accomplish my goal? No. So
you're not
saying
even
you're
referring
going
to the
use
physical
math
thing. You're
show
referring
me
to
a
your
color.
experience of the physical thing.
She is showing you the content of the information. What you are saying is you are refusing to acknowledge the actual information that is being provided to you. And instead, you're just hanging up on superficial, semantic bullshit arguments because you don't understand science. Have you ever been to a science museum?
You don't understand. I
ever-
don't understand. Well, you don't believe in God. You don't believe in God, so you
I
can't
do. Of course I
Well, but
believe
then
in God.
don't
I'm
tell me I don't
extremely
understand.
religious.
Whenever you say you don't understand, that just means I'm too stupid to explain. So if you're too stupid to explain,
it means
don't
that you're
blame that
lacking-
on me not being able to understand.
It means that you're lacking in the information to make a truly informed
Okay,
decision.
well, then
and we really wish you would look at the information and
I'm looking.
read the information.
No
I'm
one's
looking.
telling
I
you
don't
you're
see any
stupid.
math.
I'm telling you, you're
I'm not seeing
refusing to
math,
look
though.
at the quantum.
Our numbers not math.
That's not math. Is that math?
Numbers
Is a
aren't
phone
math.
screen math? I thought math was
Our
a
num-
language, not a.
Is the measurement of
Are
a
you
wavelength?
speaking some other
Did you
not a
measure
form of
this
math?
wavelength? And what is the wave? What is this wave of? Hold on, here. Let me ask you a question. If I said water was a wave, what would you say to me? Is that a logical statement? Water is a wave. Water,
that is true.
Is water a wave, or is water water that can make a pattern?
Yeah, but then again, that's going back to the, you store your money at the river because rivers have banks.
No. Hold on. No, it's not. No,
water is the medium of a wave. Water is the medium through which waves move.
Water is the medium of a wave, but water fundamentally is also a wave.
Okay, so is my hand a wave?
Nanoparticles.
Is my hand a wave right now?
Wave-like waves.
I don't even know what you're getting at now.
It depends on what molecular.
Well, because what I'm trying to get at is you're going to say there is a wavelength of light. Okay, now you're going to say that something did this, something, right? Because to have a wave, you need something doing this. Now you're going to say, but a photon has no thing.
It's a photon.
It has no physical structure. That's your problem. It's like, hence the soul, right? Do you know that they used to say that light was an angelic, non-physical being? They said light was. Yeah. Oh, and you know what they say it is now?
Before they just invented modern physics.
They took angel out, put photon in, and left everything the same. Light is a photon that is a non-physical thing. So you're in a different religion.
No, because no one's ever observed angels.
Have you ever
observed
a photon?
Photons have been observed through experimentation.
You yourself.
Photons have been observed.
Have you ever observed a photon?
Yes, I've seen.
You're looking at.
I'm looking at them right now.
What do they look like?
Yes.
Tell me what it looks like. Describe a photon. Describe one of the photons you've just seen to me. Oh,
yeah.
So are you seeing a photon, or are you seeing me? And then you believe that you're also seeing a photon.
Okay, let me get this straight. Let me get this straight.
No, hold on. Let me get this straight.
Is your argument that you can only have things that you have?
Saw me. Right?
Is your argument that you can only
see if you can only believe in things that you can
How
see, then you can't believe in God.
Exactly.
I'm not claiming something I can't see is real. You are.
Yes,
no,
you are.
I never claimed that God. I said, bro, you're claiming light is a photon.
You need to pick a side. Pick a consistent argument.
When did I claim light is a photon?
I mean, I can't see
my
my
missing
kitchen
part of
sink
your
right
brain
now.
that would normally deal with abstractions and concepts and equations? Is that what we're dealing with here?
An equation. Okay, look, we did the math thing, right? Didn't we just go through how math is like, bro? You can't really the wavelength, right? And then we got
math is like, bro. Was that the conclusion we came to?
I asked you to show me math, right? I said describe red with math, and you showed me a phone screen. And I'm like, that's not math.
Wait, but she showed you the color, right, man? I mean,
yeah, but a color is
and the
not
wavelength.
In bad faith right now.
A color is not math.
Either you're arguing in bad faith, or
yeah, you're arguing in very bad faith right now. You know,
when I say that a phone. Wait, hold on.
Faith about
you're
this,
saying
like what goal would you have in arguing about in bad faith about this?
Okay.
How am I in bad faith by saying a phone screen is not math? A phone screen is a phone screen. It can't be.
I wasn't showing you a phone screen. I was showing you the content on the phone screen that was showing you the mathematical construct that we use to describe the particular wavelength of red that appears to our eyes as red.
Okay, so did you show me math? Did you show me math?
Are numbers not math?
So symbols are math.
Okay, let me look at the equation.
Combinations. I've got the equation on my phone here right now.
Look, again, why did you not use the solipsist?
Because just numbers aren't math. They have to have symbols with them.
Let me see.
Wait, isn't a number just a symbol?
So it's language.
Well, I'm not.
I've got it.
I'm not.
So basically, okay.
Look, hold on. Let me just make a point. You're saying that math is somehow a special language, right? That it does things that other languages can't because symbols are different.
You're right. It does do things other languages can't. It can communicate universally because we all agree on the fundamentals of mathematics, regardless of our spoken language. But you are choosing not to, just to be obstinate.
Maybe it's not universal.
Okay, it's universal amongst people who can conceptualize it.
Well, so is English. You know, it's not, well, just because you think you have a deeper understanding of mathematics.
I don't have a deeper understanding of mathematics. I'm not a math professor, but
yeah, I know.
You're engaging in special pleading here. You're saying that because numbers are symbols, they don't mean anything, but language is a symbol.
The meaning. We apply the meaning.
Okay, let's do something really, really simple, okay? Yeah, that's the equation that calculates the wavelength of light.
That's not, bro. What an equation is a set of symbols.
Again, so is language.
It's a sentence of symbols. And do you know what? Sentences mean something. We agree that sentences mean something.
It doesn't mean anything unless everybody agrees on the terms, right? So if you say the word,
that's why math is a special language. You don't need to agree on the terms. Look, okay.
But you do.
Let's say I speak Japanese and you speak Dutch, and neither of us speaks English, and there's no way that we can communicate. But we're trying to trade in kratom. Okay, I have 2 bottles here of liquid kratom.
I'll take it. Yeah.
Do you want a mule?
Okay, let's say I only want to sell you 1, but you want to show me without using any non-objective language that you want both of them. So you would hold up, some sort of counters that you wanted to symbolize the bottles of kratom, like this razor and this thing of face shit. And instead of just holding up 1 for me, and since I only speak Dutch and you only speak Japanese, instead of just holding up 1 for me and expecting it to get 2, regardless of which regular language both of us speak, I'm going to understand how many bottles of kratom you want if you hold up your counters and show me, I want 2. You give me 2. See, even you and me might be subjective between, different cultural groups of humans, but holding up 2 objects is always going to say the same thing to everybody, unless they want to be pedantic and nuts and go, yeah, but this one has a cover and this one has other little parts. No, clearly I'm using the language of math to show you that I want 2 objects.
You're trying to make 1 and 2 real, right? 1 and 2 are not real. They will never be real. What is real is the objects we describe with these numbers. Okay, now if I had apples, now I can make the argument that there is no such thing.
Now you're moving the goalposts.
No, because you're fundamentally rooted in math, right? So if I can pick holes in it, right? If I can say there is no 5, there's only 1.
But you can't say that because look, I have 5 fingers. And you can't ever stop me from having 5 fingers unless you cut off some of my fingers.
Here, let me explain.
But so again, you're going back to the same problem with language.
You're not letting me explain the whole thing.
I want to hear how she doesn't have 5 fingers. It's getting good. Hang on, man.
Yeah. So you can only have an individual unit. Right?
You can't see my 5 fingers because they're stuffed up your mom's pussy.
No, but okay, hold on. Okay, so it's okay. Okay, so think you have.
But are they objectively stuffed up his mom's pussy?
Come on,
because
man.
his mom can have
right now,
right
here, right?
Anything.
No, I don't like her. You can
Truth
talk
is
about
subjective.
He doesn't get. Okay.
No, yeah, me and my mom, we don't get along.
The pieces are starting to come together.
Yeah,
go ahead. No,
Okay,
the point I'm trying to make.
How does she not have 5 fingers? I'm riveted at the edge of my seat on this. I've got to know why he doesn't have 5 fingers.
Because 5 is a conceptual representation of different individual units, right? So when you say 5 is a conceptual term. It's not the reality. In reality,
but conceptual things are real in and of themselves. Conceptual things have their own reality. Conceptual things are real. Do you know?
I'm imagining you in heaven arguing with God. Like, no, you didn't.
No, I don't argue with he knows.
Like, I know you didn't. You can't show me.
What happens if God tells you that the earth is round? What are you gonna fucking say, my friend? What if he said, dude, I gave you all this information, all this evidence in math, in science, and you just didn't listen? Why? What are you going to say to him?
I would say, why didn't you listen to he would be like, I gave you eyes and ears and senses. Why didn't you listen to them?
That's what math is. That is us
Math
using
is-
our
no, you
senses.
Bro, I can just.
through-
You're telling me that okay? When you're saying, look at the moon, right? Have you ever seen a rock float above your head?
Yeah.
When I'm looking at the moon, I see a rock
We're
float
trying
above
to
my
figure out
head.
what the moon is. Okay, so before we say the moon is a floating rock, I'd be like, well, have you ever seen a rock float like that above your head?
Well,
When I
I've
look
never
at the moon, I
personally
see-
been to the moon.
Well, okay, but again, we're not assuming the moon yet. We're just establishing the rules for which the moon
We're not
is going
assuming
to
the moon yet. Are you a hollow moon person too,
no.
man?
The moon isn't a rock; it's a machine. Come on.
Before
No, it's a giant egg that the lizard people hatch their children from.
I thought it was a snake that came out
Okay,
of Zeus's asshole.
Let him make his point.
The point is, if before we start speculating about the sky, we have to agree on all of the rules that it follows.
God.
So if
Yes,
in
that's
reality,
what science is.
with science, okay, so we're not going to the sky yet. Have you ever dropped a rock or an object and seen it fall in a circle?
Why would we? We are.
Okay,
That's just not
exactly.
how
Why
fucking
would we?
gravity
Things
works.
don't fall in circles.
It's because
right?
that's not how gravity
I mean,
works.
your basic argument is that you can't see anything outside of your immediate experience, but that's
No,
just
no.
solipsism.
No, I'm not saying I don't need to look. If I drop a rock, right now, the rock falls straight down. Now I don't need to see another bigger rock fall to know that it's going to fall straight down, right? I could just use logic and
what the
you know,
fuck
all
does
of
that
those
have
things.
to do with anything? That's
But
gravity.
Again, that's
has to
not
do-
your direct
it
experience.
has to do with the moon, right? When you say the moon is a giant rock falling in a circle around the Earth, I'm going to be
I mean,
like,
rock
but-
isn't exactly accurate. It's not a rock.
Also,
really
it's
anymore
not
than the other
falling.
planet is, but
okay, so again, I don't. You're trying.
No
to
one is saying that
convince
it's
me.
a giant rock or that it's
No
falling.
one's
It's
saying
orbiting.
it.
Okay, well,
Yes.
orbiting is just another word. You're just saying have you ever seen, besides the sky, you've never seen anything orbit? I know you haven't.
But this is
The only way-
this is a
and it's-
non-argument. Language
No, it
only
is. It's
refers
your
to
argument.
itself.
Your argument. Do you know what circular logic is?
Yes,
I'm
you're
familiar with
using
that.
it.
No, you're using it. Circular logic. For
No,
one-
You are
Define
projecting
me.
I'll show you
so
how you're using
hard.
it. I'll show you how you're
No,
using
no,
it.
listen. Define me language without
I'll
using
show you.
language.
Let me show. So circular logic is where you start with the truth that you're trying to prove. So this is what you're doing.
So the Earth is flat.
Here, let's watch. The moon is a floating rock because the moon is a floating rock.
It's not floating.
not
It's
a
not
floating
floating.
rock.
Again,
It's
when
in
you use
orbit.
the moon,
Look,
when
if
you
we go
use
back
the
to your
moon-
example,
listen. Again, this is why I hate debating. But when you use the moon to prove what the moon is, that's circular logic. Because I could do that too. I could
We're
say,
using physics
listen,
to
I could
prove
go,
what the
the
moon
moon-
is.
yeah, I could
Do
go.
you
the
know what
moon is
physics
pixels.
are?
I could say the moon is pixels in a screen because you can see the moon is pixels in a screen. That's
no,
what
you guys realize
no,
that-
you
You guys
can't.
realize that
how long is this
after
screen
the
been
Civil
there?
War, when everything falls apart, in a couple of generations, this is what arguments are going to sound like.
No, look, this is why I don't argue
No.
because people will defend. Right, you're defending upside down people. You're defending a rock floating and then
What the
falling in a
fuck?
circle.
Who?
You know, like you're defending these, and that's fine. You know, like I understand people do it
It
all the
actually
time.
sounds like you're doing a synopsis of the second Star Wars movie, frankly.
It does, bro.
Yeah.
That was all
Upside down.
science fiction, right? It's all
I don't know,
science
the upside down
Played
people
right
just makes
into
me
his
think of
trap.
us.
You played right into his trap when you bring like any kind of absurdity into it. He uses that back into it. It's like
It's not, but it's the absurdity is presented by the model itself.
Mm.
The reason that it's absurd, the reason people upside down under your feet is absurd, is because the model you've introduced, this ball you've introduced, goes so against reality that when I break it down, you're like, "Oh, that's absurd," and I'm like, "Yeah, I know. Why do you believe it?"
But
I feel like flat
upside
Earth is
down
based on a
doesn't really
yeah, it's a
cut it either
fundamental
because
misunderstanding of how large the planet is.
the
It is
concept
so
of the concept of
Yeah,
up and
like
down is something that
Australia's not
happens
like
on the planet.
40 feet underground. Okay.
If this was the Earth,
Like they're
there
not
would be
walking
people
around
on top.
upside down within earshot.
It doesn't matter if they're within earshot.
But in the vacuum of space, there really is no up and down. So the up and down concept is only
Have
really
you ever been to the vacuum
Yeah,
of
well,
space?
that's why no one thinks the moon
Oh
is
my God.
falling.
Yeah, it was called your
Okay,
mom's
well,
pussy.
again, if we live on Earth and there's up and down on Earth, and then you're gonna go, but in this place I never been to, there is no up and down. Therefore, the upside down people idea is not out of the realm of my logic. I'd be like, I mean, that's a little bit of a stretch. You're claiming some place you've never been operates totally opposite to the one place you have been.
I mean, it is possible to create instruments that you can see into it, even if you don't have to, even if you aren't able to actually go up.
What you could create what instrument
Telescopes?
have you created that has verified upside down people?
I'm talking about
What?
space.
There's no
Like
such thing as
telescope?
What
upside down
instrument
people.
have you built that verifies space?
Are you saying telescopes are fake?
Have you
Do you
ever
see-
watched
have you
an
ever seen the
onboard
sky below
launch
your-
camera from the space shuttle?
I don't look. I've seen lots of videos. If you want me to start trusting every video, I'd have to believe in Bigfoot and the Loch Ness monster.
You don't? Why not, man?
The Loch Ness monster is more believable, right? Some big creature that lives in the water. Like I've seen fat people in the pool. It's not too hard to stretch my mind to that there being this big alligator-like thing hidden somewhere. So that's
Have you
why I'm
ever-
like,
What alligator
Have you ever
thing?
driven? Yeah. Have you ever driven from one side of the country to another side of the country in the United States here?
I've been to Italy, Las Vegas, Aruba, I've been
Okay.
to South America.
So how
been
did
all
you
over
get
the
to
world.
Italy?
We flew in a constant horizontal trajectory, right? Like we just flew level over this horizontal plane. It was hours
Yeah.
of
That's
just
not what I
leveling.
said.
I don't know what
You know,
I don't know what flight you've been on, but the overseas flight I've been on didn't go in a horizontal line.
yeah,
Wait, it
no.
was curving? You're going like you feel like you're dipping down.
No, they were
You know
clear
what?
curves.
This isn't actually concern trolling, even though it might sound like it. I have some vision difficulties that make it difficult for me to drive. I can't drive because I have trouble with depth perception and distance vision. You might actually want to see an optometrist and then
Me?
take an airplane ride. Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah,
so the
because if
person
you're
who
seeing
is there,
something,
you just
if you're
said
seeing
that you have
something
eye
totally
problems.
different from what everyone else sees when they're on an airplane,
Yeah, but you're the
might
one
be
with eye
a-
problems.
but
Well,
everyone
who's to
else.
say that her eye problems aren't objective and the rest of us are wrong?
Okay, yeah, but look.
Yeah, I'm the only one here who has eye problems.
Have you seen
that I know
upside
of,
down
but you-
people from the window of the plane?
No,
Why
no
Yes,
one
they
is.
did. They were on
No
the
one,
wing.
no one but
planet
you
is
is
so
claiming that they're
large.
upside down people.
But
Look at how small you are relative to the size of the
walking
planet.
on a ball. Hold on, let me ask you this question: have you ever tried to stand on a ball?
Yes, it's called a Bosu ball. It's at the gym. It's fun.
It's hard. It's hard, right?
Not
It's
that
very
hard.
small
You're
compared to the
yoga.
planet.
Now try and stand on a table. It's so easy because the table's like flat and not moving.
Argument is so ridiculous and disingenuous. Look at how fucking big the planet is. Compare
Have you seen the whole
size
planet?
Of the planet
How much
to
of
the
the
size of a
How much
Bosu
of
ball?
Earth have you seen? How much have
Does-
you
Oh my
seen?
god. I have been all across this country. And
Have you ever been upside down?
Why
right? Have
would
you
I
ever-
be?
I've been
No
upside
one
down
would
in
be
a
upside
roller
down.
coaster.
It is a
Dude,
very
I think-
large.
I think
Maybe
you're
it's a
just
very
trolling
large
people.
plane.
There's no way you can believe this shit.
You know
What
what?
if it
You're
was
not
a huge table?
wait. You know what, Ann? You're not the first person to say that. And Chris, I am.
I wonder why.
I'm totally trying to be neutral on this. You've been
I know.
accused of this before. How do you respond to that charge that this is a big Andy Kaufman-like troll? You've heard that before, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
How do
yeah,
you
this is
respond?
what am I gonna say? Yeah, I'm trolling you with reality. That's what I'm doing. I made the Earth. I made the Earth look like this huge flat plane, but it's really a ball, and I'm trolling. Come on, man. I'm trying to bring you the truth, bro. You know, like, I'm not sitting
if you're
here
sincere, more power to you. It's just it doesn't sound like you're sincere.
Because I disagree with
yeah.
you. I mean, of course, anybody does.
No, I think plenty of people who disagree with me, including some pretty evil people who disagree with me, are perfectly sincere, but they have reasons that aren't just like.
Why are my reasons bad? What you don't think?
Because you're saying. Okay. You're saying that you're looking out of a plane and seeing a completely flat plane below you, but that's not what anyone else sees when they look out of an airplane. So the only
Bro, do you know how small the ball would have to be then? If you can start seeing the curve of this ball from an airplane, you know how small this thing would need to be? Come on, you just got done telling me how massive it is. It's so massive.
Do you know how many miles up you're
but in? You go up 30,000 feet. You can almost see the curve. Come on.
That's
I'm going to try
30,000 feet is very high.
And just tell myself that your vision is terrible.
Well, you don't, bro. You don't need vision, right? Picture somebody was blind. You couldn't convince them the Earth was a ball, because you couldn't convince a blind person that he was ever oriented differently. Right, and the ball Earth needs that orientation change, right? Because
I hope you just realized you metaphorically called yourself blind. That was like a really deep cut from the Freudian unconscious there, and I hope you listen to yourself.
Well, you're
right.
I'm not.
No one could convince a blind man that flat Earth did not exist if he chose to believe it.
Bro, if you had a blind person and you were just like, feel the ground outside. Right, and just let him. He's on his hands and knees, crawling around. He's feeling the ground. He would say it's flat. He'd be like, "Yeah, I didn't go over a hump. There was no curve. I didn't feel a ball." And you would just have to say, "Well, it's really big."
I guess if he were raised in an environment without any science or anyone telling him about the Earth being round, he might draw that perception.
Let's say I'm this blind person, okay, and I'm your sister, and you're my brother. All right. And we've been really close since we were little kids. And because I'm blind, I'm really vulnerable. So you have taken it upon yourself to tell me how to get around, how to avoid obstacles, how to not run into things and hurt myself. So I've developed a certain amount of trust in you. Kind of like, you know, I, in real life, have built a certain amount of trust in the scientific community because they've produced things like running water for me to use and thermostats that keep me comfortable and computers that allow us to have this conversation. By the way, using a computer language that depends on nothing but the numbers 1 and 0. We are using math to speak right now. But I'm trying to make an analogy between this blind person who is, you know, most of us who aren't that well versed in science, and you as my caring brother who shows me, you know, where to find the bathroom, how not to get run over by a car. Science has done enough good things for me that even if I don't understand all of the details, and as a reasonably intelligent layperson, I can understand the basic gist of most scientific explanations. If you were my brother and you had always shown me how to cross the street and how to not get hit by a car and how not to get eaten by a bird, and then you told me, yeah, actually the ground feels flat, but, you know, if you could see, you know, from 10,000 feet, if you could see 2,000 kilometers out, you would see that it has a slight curve. I wouldn't have any reason to disbelieve you. And actually, where that analogy falls is most of us can actually sit in an airplane and see the curve of the Earth because we're high up enough to see it. But for some
you're not according to your model. It's okay. Even your model says an airplane's not high enough. But again, that's irrelevant to you, right? Because your mind is made up already, right? You already believe the Earth is a ball. So what you're going to do?
Okay, let's all do a math project together right now. How high up do you have to be in an airplane to see the curve of the Earth? The answer actually is 0, because if you're on a flat ocean, you can also see the curve of the Earth. But just to humor you, anybody here good enough at math to figure out how far up you have to be?
What Black Swan? What about Black Swan? Is that relevant here?
Yes, it's called the horizon.
Yeah. That's called refraction, right? That's what
What's that?
light bends like a rubber hose. So the photon bends. Isn't bend like what a physical object does? This is why I don't like it. It's just so many like ridiculous things you have to believe.
That's
it.
nothing I said. See,
refraction is that's your model, right? Like you've put your faith in this model in science.
It seems like you would lead a chaotic existence by not believing in so many things, like actively not believing in so many things. And I understand there's a lot out there to distrust, but don't you find like your life is more chaotic by not believing in so many things?
Oh, no. But I fear it's the opposite, right? Like my life is so much simpler now, right? Like I don't, people are like, oh, I was watching, I'm like, yo, that's all quantum mechanics and the double slit and light, bro. No, for me, like, and this is, a lot of the whole thing is like, if you were like, how does light work? I would say, well, God designed a system, right? This is God's design system. If you want to know how it works, you got to ask him. But apparently like man and its ego thinks that it can understand the workings of a God, right? Like, and this is what it's all about. It's playing to the ego of man and saying, you're so great, you can figure out what a God did. And no, you can't.
It is about building a model to represent the works and the wonder of God. I got into a great, wonderful, much better tempered debate with the other fellow who was on this show, who was, more of a Bible literalist, I guess.
Zach,
and he's a great conversation. Really, I felt like it was ultimately very positive. Everybody was listening and very patient. And I think the thing is that, we are building models for these things rather than literally representing them. And I think it's important to know that, being able to develop a model for the works of God is just in and of itself a sign of the wonder of God, that he was able to produce the human mind with human will to create these incredible things and to learn his language, which is of course math, and learn the secrets of how he created these things and how physics works and how, time functions. And it's, I don't think it's at all, a negative thing. And I don't think it's arrogant at all to want very much to, don't you want to understand your father? I mean,
you can't. He told you not to. He said, don't eat from the tree of knowledge. He specific. Do you know why? There's a reason. Okay. He knows, like God knows better. This is why his way is always better. So when
we already do.
But you keep eting.
And right? your screen froze, and it's like you have no pupils.
Yeah, that's pretty creepy.
It's a sign.
Right, let me tell you this. Let me ask you this, because I didn't think to ask this of Zach last week. But do you like wearing clothes?
I mean, if it's cold, I like bundling up. But
when you go outside, do you want to see everybody's dick and balls? Is that what you're telling me?
Well, here's the thing. Why are you? If we come face to face, why are you not looking at my face?
Well, because it's a little hard to be walking down the street, and because you're conscious, you see somebody's fucking Johnson. I mean, he can't help it. It's like
you can help it. That's the whole thing. You have free will to keep your eyes up, right?
Okay.
In that situation where someone's naked in front of you and you're just trying your very hardest not to look at their nipples.
Yeah.
No, it's like, it's like when a hot girl walks by. I of course, do I want to look at this girl like up and down? Yes, I would love. There was nothing more than I would to just soak in but it's like you just don't do it.
Your wife would not like
society would be better off, healthier, safer, etc. if we all walked around naked all the time. That would be healthier, safer, better for society.
Really?
In the end, it would be.
I don't think it would be. I think you would get more infections. You would see more sexual harassment.
You ever been made fun of because of your clothes?
Try being made fun of because your tits are saggy, or because you've got a tiny dick because you're walking down the street and you don't look the
If you
perfect way
got
you
made
should.
fun of because of those.
Well, that's what you would have. But what I'm saying ultimately is that, quote unquote, eating from the tree of knowledge, that is to say, becoming conscious as human beings, is a good thing because we have clothes, we have social developments, we have minds, we have perceptions of reality, we have the ability to write and argue and think and experience. It's why we're not just philosophical zombies with nothing behind us, and we're not just automatons or animals. Consciousness has to develop from somewhere. It has to spring up from somewhere. We are problem-solving creatures. Our duty as human beings is to understand the world and express it in math and science, and to constantly build on previous discoveries and to bring our consciousnesses to as high of a threshold as we possibly can while still maintaining our physical forms.
So what
That's
you
very
just
well
said
said.
there, that was just, you just said God created us not good, so we have to use humans and the knowledge of
that's not what she
humans.
said.
You just said we have to transcend. We have to use all of our knowledge to become
That's coming
better.
back to Eden. That's
what got you kicked out of Eden. So when you got kicked out of Eden, right? Because you wanted to know how everything worked, right? Because you wanted that knowledge. Because just existing in perfect harmony with the world wasn't enough. That having everything your body needed to sustain every pleasure of the body wasn't enough. You needed to know how it worked, right? So you then went down this quest of giving up everything that you were given to waste your time speculating over how the unseen processes of God's world works. That's the tree of knowledge, to waste away in endless debates over the unseen, right?
And why are you here?
Well, I was invited here,
So why did you bother coming?
But I'm also here to bring that, right? Like that
why knowledge is
what
bad.
I've come to see is that it's
there's
nothing but a waste
there's
of time.
nothing in the Bible about how you can go back to a pre-fall state. That's the point. We've eaten from the tree of knowledge.
Sinning. You gotta stop sinning.
But no, you are
Just
born
because you sin
with
once
original
doesn't mean you
sin.
keep doing it.
The whole concept is that you are born with original sin and you are inherently sinful, and the only way we can possibly transcend that sin is by understanding ourselves and understanding the universe, and like I said, trying to develop human consciousness.
Okay, well,
And,
if you think your consciousness isn't developed enough, then you don't have any faith in what God created you.
No,
the conscious will never be developed enough. It's a universal, it's every human being's duty to develop their consciousness and the consciousness of their neighbors and the consciousness of all humanity.
No, it's not. It's your duty. It's your duty to do God's will, and God's will is to not.
That is God's will.
No, God's will is not to You just said it's your duty to infringe on your neighbor. Okay, that's not your duty. Your duty is not to science for your neighbor. Okay, your duty is to live a good life and to not harm people, to follow the 10 Commandments, right? Not kill anybody and not eat from the tree of knowledge. You're supposed to.
Okay, then you need to stop bearing false witness. You need to stop bearing false witness and being so absurd.
Whoa, that's
you need to know when to plant a tomato seed, not how the light hits the green leaves to make them green. You see what I'm saying?
What?
No, because part of growing
knowing
a tomato seed and growing superior tomato seeds is learning how and why the leaves turn green and how to express the height of green and how to, figure out, in every possible unified way, how to make the best lives for our fellow men with the best, highest quality tomatoes. And do you know what gives us that? The sciences.
No,
the science of agriculture.
What is science? So tell me what science is.
God. Are you worried
okay, if you're
about
going to say science gives us better tomatoes, then what did how did you science a tomato plant? What was that process? I'll tell you what it was. They took a whole bunch of tomato plants and they grew a whole bunch of tomatoes and they said, hey, look at that tomato plant. It looks like it's doing better than the other ones. Let's take the seeds from that one.
Look,
wow.
I discovered fire.
Science.
I discovered
That's not
fire.
science.
Look, I discovered fire.
You didn't discover fire, dude.
I didn't.
It was already here.
You know, I may be reading you wrong, but you seem to be concerned with people being too arrogant. One of the best cures for arrogance is actually to look at how huge and powerful the universe actually is. And I don't mean the universe that you can see with your naked eye and conceptualize by supposing that, you know, you fall off if you go past Antarctica and we're living
I don't think
under
that.
a dish with upside down people.
Don't think that.
If you look at actual
Look at
photographs,
what am I looking at? Tell me what to look at. What, look through a telescope at the sky?
yes.
That's okay. And you see the screen. You see the giant screen above your head. Oh, wait, that's right. You don't believe that. You have a different belief. So we're going to look at the presence under the tree, which is putting our eye in the telescope, seeing the exact same thing. We're going to see the exact same thing. But you're going to tell me that your beliefs are correct, and I'm going to say that my beliefs are correct. And you're going to say, no, you're wrong. Just look through the telescope again. And I'm going to be like, I have looked through the telescope 50 times. I see the screen. And you're saying, no, it's orbiting bodies. And I'm going, well, why do I see a screen? And this will be an endless debate. Because you
I can be persuaded by math and science.
I think we're at an impasse and I'm getting fucking bored. Can we move on to something else, please, Jeremy?
Well, because I told you.
This is the most retarded discussion I've ever wasted my time on.
I told you before you started that it was. This is why I don't do it anymore.
Hey, Chris.
Well, no, if every debate you get into is awful, there might be a common denominator there.
Yeah, look, I'm just saying. If you're going to call me insincere when I told you we are about to get into a pointless argument and I've stopped doing this argument for the entire reason that it's pointless, right? Like, so what more sincerity do you want?
Hey, okay, we're about.
Why are we here? Just to suffer?
Okay.
No, that's you know that's a very the why are we here thing. You know, that's another one that I like.
That's a loaded question, boy. We could be here all night with that one. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So, why are we here?
My
suffering.
Well, the suffering is part of it, but it's more how you handle the suffering.
Because I'm lonely and I needed.
Yeah, but that doesn't explain why I'm here.
Entertainment for the evening.
And the only way you can get your dick up is I don't know, a pair of women yelling at some guy.
Right.
About the wavelength of the color red.
Yeah, about science.
Oh man, imagine you had to tell them that, babe, you got to scream about wavelengths, or I just can't. It's just not going to work tonight.
So, Grit, I appreciate you coming, and you gave me a great gift tonight. You know that I got an early Christmas present from under the the dome or whatever. You gave me is in essence Rightthehand. Thank you, and hopefully this is none of this is really taken personal. This is what I does, and I don't know. You know, it's for him to know how much he believes and how much he doesn't. I just get entertained when he gets lit up like that. And we do have some other stuff to get to before we wrap up. I appreciate you coming on, Chris. And
yeah, man, yeah. Oh, thanks for having me. It's always when
we hose everybody down, calm them down. You can come back sometime. Huh?
Yeah, sure, man. Sounds good.
Okay. Thank you, man. Thank you.
Peace out. Thanks for talking. Yeah, no hard feelings. I hope not. I hope everybody,
No, again, I hope you actually go see an optometrist. It might open up a whole new world for you. I'm not kidding.
I'll go, but if I'll bring back the proof that I got great vision, I'll be look, he signed me off.
Thanks, buddy. I appreciate it. Have a good holiday. All right. Don't let the government tell you not to celebrate. You know.
Oh, I won't. I'll be out there.
All right.
Peace out, man.
Thank you, buddy. Yeah. So, ladies, are you mad at me?
I'm not mad at you. I'm ashamed of myself for engaging in that.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. You didn't have the least bit of fun with that. Come on.
It was amusing. It was amusing, but if I cared, I would have a huge bruise on my head right now from just bashing it against the wall.
Regina, you were even more heated than Ann. You tell me you didn't have at least a little fun with that? You didn't get an adrenaline rush?
Oh, I got an adrenaline rush, all right. I was just going to say, but I wouldn't say it was fun. I was definitely sitting here shaking in fury that someone just cannot accept mathematics.
I have that same problem when I get into debates. It's the fight or flight mechanism where it's like I get so angry that I start shaking too. I don't know what it is. That's why.
It's I usually enjoy debate, but when you're arguing about something like 1 + 1 is 2, and the other person is still trying to do these gotchas that are completely obtuse. Like, no, when I look out of an airplane, I just see a flat plane. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna be kind and assume you need to see an eye doctor because I have similar eye problems, but they're not that severe.
That was very charitable, Anne.
When I looked outside, when I got on a plane to go to Oregon, and I looked outside the window, it all looked like a claymation video to me. I don't know, but whatever.
Yeah, but the
was that just the acid kicking in at the time?
but the presence under the tree and the sky is an iPhone.
What's that?
But the presence under the tree proved that the sky is an iPhone.
Yeah, of course. That's right.
That's not math. That's your phone.
Oh my god, that was the worst, and that got my blood pressure so high. I don't know how you didn't.
No, that was clearly bad
faith. Of your computer.
That was clearly bad faith right there.
Well, that's the thing. I still can't figure out whether he believes what he's saying or not. And I know he got insulted when I said that, but either he is trolling us or he really needs his eyes checked, and I don't mean that in the ump needs his eyes checked. I mean, he might have a whole new lease on life if he goes and gets astigmatism glasses or something.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Why don't we cleanse our palates by watching Dr. Tran?
Who?
Dr. Tran. Type it in on YouTube.
Well, hang on. Don't you want to see him get in the battle with Terra La Rosa and get beat?
Not really. You can jerk off to that later.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
I like watching fighting. I mean, if we'd been talking about his fighting, this would have been a much more pleasant discussion.
Yeah, no kidding.
What is Dr. Tran before I click this? This will get me copyright stricken right here.
It's not.
I'm awake now.
Just watch it.
I'll get copyright struck if I bring that up.
No, you won't.
I will.
Okay, guys, how many cats do I have right here? How many stumblers do I have?
Oh.
The 4, right? Because each of the paws is an individual cat, right?
Cat wars.
Yeah, we're Sesame Street now. Look, kids, 1 cat, 2 cat.
How old is Stumpler?
He's 3.
I've had this girl since Thanksgiving 2004.
Aw, look at her.
Does that mean she's an old lady?
Yeah. You've had her 1 year longer than I've had Oedipus, but I think Oedipus was 2 years old when I got her.
Well, who's Oedipus? I don't remember Oedipus.
Oedipus is my gray mittened Maine Coon.
Well, I thought you had Stumpler and Charlotte. Wasn't one of them Charlotte or something?
I had Tumble Cakes, but she got ate by a coyote.
Okay, well, we got another cat here.
3 cats.
Aww.
3.
This is Izzy.
Hi,
He's
Izzy.
a cute little black boy.
Boy, girl.
Short for Israel.
She a boy, girl.
What a cutie.
He's a boy. He's a big old boy.
He's a boy, boy.
14 pounds.
Ben, show your pussy.
I don't have a cat.
Aw.
I feel like discriminated against.
I thought you had a little gray cat. You raised it from a kitten, I thought. No?
No? Where'd you get that idea?
There was a picture of you with a kitten that was gray.
That was a friend's kitten.
Oh, okay. Well, you need a cat, man.
Yeah, man. Got to join the official writer club to really be a literati. You got to have a cat.
I don't know why cats are so much more fun than dogs. I hate to say that because there's something really innocent about dogs and endearing, but cats are on another level when it comes to affection, and that probably makes me sound really gay, but I don't care. I love my cats, more than most people.
Yeah. Yeah, I love my cats to an unnatural degree, and now after being locked in alone with them, I think they're people.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
They're probably better than most people.
Oh yeah, for sure. I can't find
Jeremy, play the
evidence
Dr. Tran video.
I'm telling you, I'm going to get.
You won't get copyrighted for it. Play it.
I will.
Famous last words.
And if I do, man, then that means this channel will be unable to be activated for like 90 days, man. That's all the way through the new year and into, my birthday. So I really don't want to risk it, even though I've got like 70 some backup channels in case somebody pulls some bullshit. I've spent a lot of time, building up this thing. I really don't want to. If you can prove to me on a separate show that Dr. Tran will not give me copyright stricken, I will. So
lame.
They're getting really strict with the copyright strikes now.
Yeah, they are.
I can't play a 3-hour German horror film, that isn't even sold in any American retail outlet. I mean, what? It's a homebrew subtitle thing too. The subtitles are all like homemade from some guy who had too much time on his hands. The director didn't even bother to subtitle it. It's just floating around out there. But I try to, upload a documentary about it, and I get popped. It's unreal. But
yeah, that's crazy.
So you think Simon is wearing down? Simon McCarty? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Simon. Yeah, sorry. I was like, Simon, is that the name of the guy that I'm just pissed off at now because of the flat Earth thing? No. So I think Simon has some projects coming up kind of soon that might be of interest to the community. Okay. And I think that kind of when those come out, I'll probably nag him again and see if I can't get him to come on the show, because I think he would have a really interesting perspective. I mean, it's like censorship in literature has always been awful, but right now, what really has disturbed me since starting to write erotica for Pocket Change, basically, is seeing how, especially in the subreddit, there are a lot of people who are basically pro-censorship in a lot of ways, and they're like, well, I don't want my books to share a shelf with those, whatever genre or niche books. Now, and it's like, well,
it's like my books can actually get shit on people. They can't. They're books.
I know.
Do you notice? Do you find yourself noticing that a lot of those people who are pro-censorship, would you say that they have a liberal of the liberal persuasion, or are there some conservatives too?
You know what? I really couldn't say one way or the other, but I do think it's both sides, because I think that conservatives are very hung up about sexuality and liberals are very concerned about the representation of certain subjects, especially rape in fiction. And so I think that there's a cross-section there where it's just like you have a lot of kind of prudish leanings about certain kinks that I think are coming from more conservative people. And then you have more representational concerns and, kind of the actual precise content of the themes, I guess, coming from the liberal side. So I think it's a problem that goes both ways pretty frequently. But again, it's hard to say in these communities because I'm just seeing their posts in the erotica forum where they're like, ooh, I don't like the idea of seeing this in the store. So I think it's better that Amazon bans this type of book. And it's like, well, but who are you to say that? It's a bookstore. It should be impartial as long as the book is selling.
Those of you who are... Those of you who are younger might not remember this, but sadly enough, in the 80s and the early 90s, believe it or not, the left was anti-censorship. They really were, especially in the 70s. They were for free speech, and it seems like you can only get one side to be pro free speech at a time, because back in the 80s and 90s, the conservatives were more for censorship, and they slowly got better, which looked great, but then the liberals kind of picked up the ball of censorship and they ran with it. So it's like you can get one side to relent for a while, but for some reason, it seems like that causes the other side to pick up that cause célèbre and start purity testing everybody. I think it might have something to do with who's got more cultural capital at the time. The whole, I like to silence you when I have the power, but I like to be for free speech when you have the power. Could be that, or it just could be that the mystical universe wants to have us as writers have some censorship bullshit that we have to fight against all the time, and it's always got to be the same level, like
battle.
Yeah, which is pretty fucking woo. I think it just depends on who has more power at the time.
Well, another reason that I think Simon would be a good guest is because, at least for right now, I'm unable to finish Mother Maggot because I'm so repelled and disgusted by it. But I never resolved to make that an obstacle that he couldn't come on the show or that the book couldn't have value to someone else.
Sure.
I would wish more authors that I didn't like, whose books I didn't like, would come on so we could talk about it. Maybe they could, show me their work in a different light. Like Eric McCormick, who wrote The Well-Dressed Wound. I despise that book, but I see that he got a little bit better in The Show That Smells. And I don't know, I haven't read Castle Faggot, but Ben, you did, and you said you really liked it. Maybe he's evolving his style. I'll give you another example. J. Peter W.
I was going to say The Well-Dressed Wound he released before Castle Faggot. I think The Well-Dressed Wound was just like an experiment.
Well, yeah, it was, and it even came out through an experimental, like, university press or something. But
Castle Faggot came out through the same press.
It angers me that he thanks two different groups at the beginning or end of the book, with basically because they gave him grant money to write it. And I don't know why he needed grant money to write that. I don't think it was warranted. It warranted that at all. But I would read Castle Faggot, just out of curiosity to see if his style's developed. And I'll give you another example. J. Peter W., who's written all kinds of weird shit like Popsicle Hearts, Giraffe Carcass, that one I liked. Hobby Horses, then Straight Jackets, and Luciferin was the latest one that I read that I absolutely eviscerated the ending on in my review. I hated the ending. You remember that, right, Ben?
Yeah.
You read that book, right?
Which one?
Luciferin by J.P.W.
I haven't read any of his books yet. I have Giraffe Carcass on my shelf, but I haven't read it yet.
Carcass is great, but I'm telling you, he crossed over into new territory with this new one he released. In the Woods, Monsters Happened is the name of it. And it's got this professional, like, polish to it that tells me he's evolving his craft. It's seriously good. The characters are well developed, and they have a reason to be upset about what they're upset about. And there's intrigue in their new living situation. There's like these weird animatronic figures that live in the woods where their aunt has taken them in. It's a really wild, ride so far, and it's just introductory. I'm on an introductory chapter with it. But he's really getting better. Even his language is evolving. And so, I'm hoping that J. Peter W. will come on next week. He agreed in print, verbally in principle to come on next week. So I'm hopeful for that. And am I screen sharing that book, by the way? I'm not, am I?
No.
That reminds me, I need to talk to Nick Mamadas and try and get him on here.
Yeah. He would probably be annoying, but maybe you all could enjoy watching me debate endlessly with someone, and as revenge, because I know how Mamatas talks. I know how he talks to people and how he treats people, and I think it is sort of down his nose at people, And I know he's one of those like intellectual types too that tries to conquer everybody with intellectual, stuff. Maybe we could have a good debate out of it, but
I've known him for a long time. He and I've never really seen eye to eye, but we've always had a cordial relationship. But maybe he's different with men than he is with women. I don't know.
But yeah. I mean, Mamatos would be great as long as nobody like persuades him not to come on. I would hope he's able to think for himself better than some authors.
Yeah.
You know, some authors won't touch the show with a 10-foot stick because they're like cowards. But
right. Well, the thing about somebody having a big ego is that they're not going to be scared of shit.
Mm-hmm.
Well, sometimes.
But what I'm saying is, I wish more people whose books I didn't like would come on. Now, Jay,
right.
I think he goes by Peter, if I'm not mistaken. He's agreed to come on, and I'm hoping maybe if you reach out to Derek McCormick, maybe he can come on and tell me something I don't know about Well-Dressed Wound, or at least promote his new one, you know. And I would hope he doesn't take it too personally that I just, you know, eviscerate that first book at every turn, you know. I would hope he just sees it as a bit more than anything at this point. But
I mean, I'm sure he's aware how divisive his style is.
Yeah. And also there's a controversial figure that's going to be coming on close to the end of the month, maybe the penultimate episode of the month, you know, the next to last December show. I'm going to have on a really controversial guest, and we'll see how it goes. You know, they may.
Is it a cat?
No.
Is it a cat boy?
No. Our cat's really
Either way, I'm down.
But,
no, it's that joke was based on the fact that we just debated someone who, you know,
doesn't believe in upside down people.
Yeah, doesn't believe in upside down people. I'm like, well, he's okay. The guy we just debated is not infamous.
Y'all motherfuckers be wild and you believe in upside down people and shit.
See what I mean?
Was that then?
I don't know why you guys just can't see him for the entertainment he is, man. I mean, people legitimately get mad at the dude, and I don't know why, because there may be some.
Well, it's because it's so hard to tell because he's, like Ben said, his arguments sound so much like they're in bad faith, but he claims to be so sincere that you can't figure out what the fuck is going on in his head, because, you know, he keeps playing semantic games, and you're like, yeah, I understand. You want to win the debate. You want to convince people of your way of thinking, but why the fuck do you think that?
He kind of got tied in knots when I made the point about language.
He never explains why he thinks it. He just explains why everyone else is wrong because you can't count to red.
God told him. Did he tell you? Huh?
There is no five. No, you do not have 5 fingers. I still never understood why you don't have 5 fingers, Am. But maybe you.
He never explained that. He never explained that. He just explains why everyone else is just using a model, and I'm like, yeah, that's how science works. That's how people, and we don't believe religiously in that model.
Works.
I don't know.
We don't believe religiously in that model. The whole point of science is that you keep refining your theory and tossing out the stuff that didn't quite fit.
I don't know.
Yeah,
but
I don't know.
When I use a map, I don't use a map from the fucking 16th century that was written by some guy who, like, you know, had no
he's
fucking
not even
idea
here, and we're getting annoyed.
All the blank spaces that say here be monsters.
I don't know if you drive at all, Ann, but you know, if you could access handicap parking, and if they challenge you on it, just hold up your hand and say, but I'm handicapped. See, I don't have 5 fingers. I didn't where was he going with that? I don't understand that.
I think he just thinks that if he keeps objecting to the most obvious shit, people will just give up, and then he thinks he's won, and he can keep believing that the Earth is flat. But why does he want to think the Earth is flat? That's what drives me nuts.
No, that's the thing, is that where is the end game? And if
there's nothing in the Bible about the Earth being flat.
Yes.
So do you take a bunch of acid and thought God was telling him the Earth was flat?
And what and who would benefit from the Earth not being, like, if the globular Earth is a conspiracy, where's the fucking benefit? Like, what does that change? Yeah. Why would we go through all the extra effort of covering it up? And
I remember that other flat earther we had on. I asked him that, and the only thing he could come up with, well, knowledge is power. So obviously, if they control the knowledge, they control everything.
See, he said knowledge is power, right? But Chris, or Rightthehand, he said that knowledge is what got us into all these messes. So I wonder if they would be odds on that, or
they don't like each other, right?
I'm not sure. That there's a lot of them do not get along. Surprisingly, I don't know why.
I recall you saying it Rightthehand that he apparently hates a lot of other flat earthers.
That's what you heard?
No, isn't that what you said?
Yeah. He gave some shit to some guy, because he said he didn't think through his arguments very well. He just wanted to get on a show and rant and rave. Oddly enough,
that sounds like classic projection.
Well, he seemed unhappy with Nathan for making money off of what he does.
Wow.
Before we wrap up, I did want to update. I've read some of the Horrible Vacuum International books. They're only like 20 pages each, and I think there's more time invested in the covers than there is on the actual content inside. But they're fun in that way that, like, old cheesy short movies between USA Up All Night episodes when you're like 10 and you're too young to go out and get laid or drunk or anything, yeah. And everybody remembers that, right? Am I wrong?
Yeah. Nope.
Didn't everybody watch USA Up All Night at some point? They were too young to, do adult stuff.
Yeah.
That's what they remind me of. And they look like VHS covers. But this one is probably the best. No, wait a minute. This one is probably the best right here. Federal Offense, where they plant a bomb in the Stanley Trophy Cup, right? And they assemble a team of former retired federal agents to form a hockey team, and defuse the bomb in the Stanley Cup. It's really fucking crazy. This one right here is a lot more serious. It's about these people who are snowed in at this convenience store, and there's a sinister presence among them that's like a frozen dead body or something. I don't know. Some of it, I have to admit, I was probably blacked out when I was reading. But this right here, I expected a lot more out of. I think that Bobby Mackey's Music World is an actual place. It was written about here in this book, Hell's Gate and the terror at Bobby Mackey's Music World. I think that's a real place that's reputed to be very haunted, like on a scale of 1 to 10, The way this was written, it was presented more professionally than it came off when I actually read it. It reminded me of a copy pasta or creepy pasta when I actually opened it and read it. So, and finally, Bloody Murder. How can you not love that, man?
So good.
So now I'm going to go read Stuck on You by our first guest, Jasper Bart, and see how he gets out of being stuck in a woman after they were struck by lightning and she's dead. I can't wait to see how he gets out of that jam.
I think he may have based that off of a Darwin Award story.
No
I don't know.
No way.
Because I've heard that was what I don't know if it was real or not, but apparently there was a Darwin Award story of a couple having sex and got fused together when they got hit by lightning.
Oh my dear God.
That's
not as fun as it sounds. I'm sure of that.
Yeah,
no, I'm sure having your dick cauterized in your dead girlfriend is not a good time, not fun.
Right.
Not the ideal way to spend Saturday night.
Yeah. Do what?
Depends on how kinky you are.
Oh. Let's see.
See, that's one of those things that's not mathematical.
Yeah.
As far as what I'm reading right now, I don't know. It's all starting to blend together, man. It's seriously all becoming like this one tapestry of like overlapping, like, I don't even know. Look at all this. Everything here I've tried to read at least a passage from in the last week, and it's getting to a schizophrenic level, and I can't stop it.
Taking out his big old Kindle dick and flopping it on the table again.
I can't help it. I did discover a new
No
favorite.
pants can contain this Kindle dick.
Right.
Uncle Boobs? That sounds promising.
Yeah. Hey, check this one out. I had to get this one. The buck stops here, huh?
That's pretty good. Yeah, that's great.
And it's a deer. Get it?
Yeah, that sounds like my cousin's last weekend going back up to Wisconsin to go hunting.
Yeah.
They said it was way too fucking cold. I was like, "Oh, really? What was your first clue?"
Oh,
they're living in Arizona now, and they thought it would be a good idea to go back up to Wisconsin to go deer hunting.
Why?
See, I gotta do. I couldn't resist. I had to get a new monster girl
Oh, Jesus.
with a rhino girl this time.
Oh my God.
Are her boobs in
And-
the right place this time?
She's not a blob.
Looks like,
I would hope. Yeah.
looks like this one's focused more on ass.
Yeah. Mhm.
Check this out. And this is the last one I'll show before we wrap up. Taking shape to the Lost Halloween sequels. There have been 2 proposed Halloween sequels that were never filmed. I can't wait to see that one. Can you imagine? So yeah, there's another one of Jasper's. And Theodore here. Theodore. It's about a cat whose owner is a serial killer. I had to pick that up.
Oh yeah.
And that's it. Okay, I'll leave it at that. We've promoted more than enough authors for 1 week, And I want to thank Chris for dropping by, both Lesko and Chris Rightthehand. The debate really made my night, ladies, and I know it probably got y'all upset, but it was entertaining. Hopefully, it was entertaining for everybody else. And
I guess you just got to see me have an autistic meltdown. Hooray!
Yeah, I know.
And
next time we just need to keep going until you're just literally shouting "Ree" over and over.
Yeah, exactly.
and by the way, if Hot Hands is ever interested in sponsoring me, I could totally sell these things, man. I work in the drive-through window all morning, and trust me, these things numb me to the cold. So Hot Hands, if it's ever you, please sponsor me. I will sell these units. I will sell these things until they go platinum.
Yeah, someone please sponsor us and give us some fucking money for this shit.
Yeah. I mean, look at the suffering we endured tonight.
I don't know.
I'm sure that Raid Shadow Legends wants to put their name next to that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's a 4-fingered woman.
The only thing that was really missing is Zach, But
yeah, man.
Yeah, that would have added an extra note to whatever.
Yeah, new dimension.
Extra note of what?
I said that would have added an extra note to whatever that was.
Yeah.
Whatever potpourri we just created.
Yeah, the thing with Zach is, I do think he brings a lot to the show, not because of his religious, views, though. It's something a little more subtler than that I think he brings to the show. He doesn't realize that he's not on here because of his religious views. And I get that he's going to carry him with him wherever he goes.
He was on here before he converted, wasn't he?
He was semi-religious then. But I mean, the point is, he's not on here. I didn't recruit him on here because of his religion. I brought him on here because he was a voracious reader and had a respect and adulation for literature like the rest of us. That's how I select people to be on this show. And of course, they have to want to be. But I hope he can get past this and this doesn't become an issue later. He's going to have to realize, that, and this is something that everybody realizes in their 30s, that you have to coexist with different people from all kinds of different backgrounds. And it doesn't mean that you're forcing them to absorb diversity. It's not diversity training. It's just the fact of life that you are going to encounter people from all different backgrounds, and that doesn't mean that somebody from every different color, class, affiliation, gang affiliation, and sexuality have to be represented. It's just a fact of life, that to do things you enjoy or to do things professionally, you are going to have to learn to coexist with people that may not share your religion, your political views, you know? And I hope that he can get past that, because I fear that that's going to become an issue. But Regina, you are more than welcome no matter what. And I appreciate what you bring to the show. A very dynamic personality. And, you know, you and Ann even worked together well. And I didn't know if that was going to.
Yeah, it was a great collaboration today. Good tag team effort, if you will.
So,
yeah, it was just kind of a mission impossible.
Maybe you girls can get together as far as, you know, put your heads together as far as your publishing frustrations and figure something out too. I don't know. And didn't you have some things you were trying to figure out with your own work?
Yeah, it's a lot of real boring details, though.
You needed an editor for one. Didn't you need an editor?
I can't really pay for an editor right now, so I'm just gonna have to. Yeah.
Maybe.
So yeah, we're all kind of stuck in the position of, you know, someone who represents himself in court is a fool. Well, someone who edits themselves on purpose is a fool, but those who edit themselves out of necessity are, you know, well, we've all got the same dick up our ass. We're what?
We're indie authors.
Yeah.
I also want to thank.
Well, actually, it's not just indie authors. You know, I know people who are with major publishing houses who have hired, for example, me to edit their book at their own expense, out of their advance, because the publisher is too fucking cheap to hire an actual editor. So it's kind of all authors now. Either you need to have the money yourself to hire an editor, or you got to go into court being your own dumb shit lawyer. It's really a sad state of affairs. Yeah.
What about cover art? How much of a hassle is cover art? I know you didn't do anything really that special for your cover, right? But Ben, you do, and Regina, you do. You've got some great covers, Regina.
I mean,
thank you.
Like the books I've self-published, I made the artwork myself, but it's not too hard to find cover art. Like there are much like writers, there are tons of starving artists chomping at the bit to get some money to do a book cover for someone.
Now, which cover did you do? Story of the Wild?
I did it. No, that was Matthew Revert. I'm flattered you think I had that skill, but I did the cover for Skies Black and Blue Like a Battered Child, and for Dr. Simon and Mrs. Gomorrah, and also for the Tomato Garden. Okay.
Those are photography, right?
Well, Dr. Simon and Mrs. Gomorrah and Skies Black and Blue Like a Battered Child, I did take both those pictures. The Tomato Garden, I used stock photos.
How much did they pay? How much did they cost?
I used a free site.
Oh, okay.
I found decent,
Strange said before that was offensive when I asked somebody how much they paid for something. I don't know why. I mean, that's pretty common around here where I am.
Yeah.
If you want to buy something yourself and you know someone who has it, I mean, it's natural to ask how much it costs, right?
Yeah, that's just.
I thought that was weird how Strange took offense to that. But I don't know where he's at these days either, man. I hope that the fellowship isn't broken as far as Strange and Zach. I don't know what's going on in their heads right now, but
was it? Did I annoy Zach and his religion?
No,
I don't remember.
No.
That was me, probably.
I don't remember even saying anything about religion.
Even if that's the case, Regina, it doesn't matter.
I think you both had a good faith discussion the last time he was on here.
I thought it went well. I thought it was a very good natured.
And that's the thing. You even mentioned independently that you had a good discussion with him, and I feel like he's in a different mindset where he's just got to disprove you or something, and I just have a problem with that. And gosh, man, I hope this isn't going to be awkward when he comes on next week, because he's going to hear this. But I don't know. We've got to get through this, because, Regina is knocking him out of the park on her third show, as good as any of us, here. And so that's valuable. And so she stays. So there.
Well,
And
I'm
hopefully
happy to
that-
be here, but I just don't want to sow dissent and cause problems.
Well, you're
But
not, though. That's the thing. You're not. It may look that way, but you're not. I swear. And hopefully, Zach gets with it too, and we can work. What's wrong?
Check the chat.
Okay. Well, you come in if you want. Brother. Have I said anything wrong? Have I said anything wrong?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Oh wow! I just noticed the chat.
Yeah, man, that's cool that you can switch over and see. I guess that's the YouTube live chat. That's cool.
Well, unless Strange wants to come in, or anybody else, I want to thank Phoenix for showing up, and Chad Lutsky, and the private chat.
Yeah, man, Chad, I loved Of Foster Homes and Flies.
Hey.
If you're still watching.
Okay, let me have it.
Well, first of all, it's pretty rude to mischaracterize someone's position when they're not available, when they're not here to defend
You're here.
themselves. So
You're here. You're always
I happen
invited.
to be. I happen to be lurking. I happen to be lurking in your chat when you fucking went in on me.
I have to go in on you, man.
Like, oh, here come the fingies.
So let me apply the proper context. Jeremy, you asked me how much I pay for products I sell.
I thought I was asking
That's
you.
the business person how much he pays for the products he sells.
I
on
thought
the
I was
internet,
asking.
live on the air for anyone in the world to listen. That's like asking a person how much money they make. So what's your salary at your job?
I didn't see it that way.
Ask,
I mean, I think
how
like-
much do you pay? How much wholesale do you pay for the production of your card game? I was like, don't ask me that, dude.
Well, no, I get like it not wanting to discuss that publicly, but just saying like, I don't want to discuss it publicly. Just ask me privately. I think that's a much better way to go about it.
A whole different human being would take that approach, Ben. That's not. Unfortunately, I don't react that way.
As far as I do, and you can go back and watch, I was about to drop out from exhaustion anyway, and it's like I just threw out the first question I could think of, but I didn't see it as being rude. I see around here, and I thought this was applied universally. When you feel like you might want to invest in something similar that someone has, you naturally ask them, how much did you pay for it? Like, hey, I might want to get it on that. That's what I thought I was asking.
Publicly.
Huh?
Publicly on the internet in the middle
Okay,
of
I get that part of it. I get that part of it. Okay, fair enough.
I mean, I didn't think of that either.
Okay. Well, we resolved that.
I could have acted with a lot more tact and grace, but we all know that's not me. Unfortunately, I'm not a very graceful or tactful individual.
I'll be honest, man. The last time you were here, it felt really awkward, and I feel bad about that because it's like you were the only dude I talked to for like 2 years on the phone.
Yeah.
So I mean, how do we fix this?
I don't have a problem with you.
Okay.
You're the one that freaked the fuck out and told me you didn't want me on your show talking about certain subjects, or you'd have to leave. So why are you asking me how we fixed it?
Now who's mischaracterized? Dude, what I said was, while you are soul searching, I don't want to be a bad influence. How is that?
No, what you said was extremely cunty and passive aggressive. I'll just step out of the show if you want to have any discussions about spirituality. And I was like, dude, fuck you. Fuck your show.
This is turning into a drama channel. This is how we're going to make money.
It really
man.
Yeah,
talking about flat
Blue
Earth.
Chew, please listen to this. This is good radio.
So we got Flat Earth. Flat Earth. We can check that off. We can check off Internet Blood Sports. What else? Strange.
Yo.
Dude. I respect you and I value you, and I'm sorry that for what I made awkward about it. Okay, I own
Jeremy,
that.
What have I told you more than anything I've ever told you in our relationship? We've known each other for 10 years.
Don't take things personally.
I don't take things personally, and I will always be your friend no matter what. I tell you that. I've told you that 10,000 times. You get all weird and ate up about shit. You're not mad at me, are you? You're not mad at me. I've never been mad at you. I've been mad about things you said, but that's just me. That's just who I'm going to blow up and act like an asshole if you say something that triggers me. But that doesn't mean I'm mad at you. And I understand why it seems like I am. I understand why it's easy to make that assumption, like this dude's pissed, but I'm not mad at you. I've never been mad at you on a personal level. You're one of my favorite people. Like you said, we talked on the phone, almost every day for 2 years when nobody else would talk to us.
Like we had carried the plague.
We had been exiled from the internet. And all we did was like have group therapy sessions with each other. That doesn't go away with me, brother. I'm a loyal guy. I'm a loyal person. That doesn't change. Even if you get all weird and tell me you can't have a conversation with me.
You can listen back to certain shows. I told Frank when I talked to him one day that I was always going to be on Team Strange, even though things were awkward at that point.
I appreciate that.
Okay. Because I remember
now kiss.
There was something you said one time, and you don't want me to bring it up on here, so I won't. But there was something you said there was something you said one time that stuck with me about people going their own way, and I felt like maybe I was in that category now, in your perspective. Do you remember that? What you said? I don't. Okay, well, we'll talk about it some other time.
You never have to go your own way, buddy. My phone's always on, and every time, you fucking texted me out of the blue on Halloween, and I texted you right back.
That's right, yeah.
So why would you think that I don't like you?
Well,
I texted you right back.
Halloween is a sacred day. Come on.
It's fun. I like Christmas better. I'm drawing a Christmas comic right now.
Cool.
I'm doing a 30-page black and white Christmas comic I'm giving away on Christmas.
Nice.
Are we going to get the Cat Wars going again? Maybe Strange.
Yeah, this is.
Strange.
Yeah, well, we've had Flat Earth, blood sports, and everybody's pussy.
We've had Cat Wars tonight. Everybody but Ben has shown off their cat. Why don't you show off your pussy, Rocco?
No, he doesn't stay here.
Okay.
He stays at a different
This little girl is almost 20 years old.
And how much is that cat?
What's that?
How much does that cat cost? She's not selling
nothing.
The cat. She's not selling the cat. That's the point.
That's not what I said. I said, how old is she in cat years?
Oh, I thought you asked how much the cat costs.
I'll pay double.
She's actually 18 in human years, I think. 18 or a little older, according to the vet.
No, not if she's 20 in human years.
No. I don't know how old she is in human years. How many human years is a cat year?
Who really knows? We can guess, but who really knows?
The weird thing about cats is most of them, like, their maximum lifespan is 13 years old. So technically, Eddie is like freakishly old, but the oldest cat in the world right now is 31.
Here's the thing about cats. When you look at like cat psychology and how long a cat's memory is and things like that, it always comes down to the same thing. Cats remember whatever they want to remember, and they forget whatever they want to forget. And it's the same thing with how old they get. They fucking die when they want to die. They'll just stick around as long as they fucking want to. They're cunts. Cats are cunts. They don't care if they are spiting your life in any way. They won't leave you. They will never leave you. If they can offer you any grief in your life, they'll stick around.
Check it out. This is from the American Association of Feline Practitioners. The first year of a cat's life is 15 human years. The second year is 9 years. And then after that, it's 4 human years for every one of their years. So Jesus, if I had Gracie back in 2004 and she was a 6-month-old kitten, then she's like an old lady, and that worries me.
Rocco's 11 and he acts like a kitten. He doesn't act any different now than he did 5 years ago. And I guess he's just going to keel over one day. I guess he's just going to fucking finally one day be like, all right, I fucked with you enough. Bye.
Maybe people just don't know what they're talking about. And maybe they're just guessing.
Yeah. Well, Eddie was kittenish, when she was 13, 14, 15. It wasn't until she got diabetes that she changed. She got diabetes, and then I gave her insulin for a couple years, and she actually came back from the diabetes. It was cured, but then she got kidney failure. So
I'm sorry.
Maybe she's sick of me.
You have two,
so
right?
Now,
2 or 3.
What's that?
You have 2 or 3 cats.
I have 2, but in my mind I have 3 because of that one that got eaten by a coyote because she was adorable. She loved me so much. I'm still so pissed at the roommate who let her out.
Yeah.
And the coyote.
I don't trust hardly anybody with my cats. Like, that's why I can't go, on vacation anywhere now, is because, there's nobody I trust to not make a mistake and let one of them out.
Yeah.
I've been through that too, where a cat got let out when I had a bunch of friends over my senior year, and I woke up the next morning, could not find this one cat, and I found her 6 months later, led her to the back door by leaving a trail of hot dog weenies, Got her when she got to the bottom step and put her in. She was dehydrated. And she had survived 6 months in the wild with no front claws because we declawed her before we knew how cruel that was, So she got really good at smacking other cats in the house with just without a claw. She learned to just smack the hell out of them. But all right. So I think in the words of Gordon Ramsay, we shut it down.
Yeah. Yeah. I've been pretty much exhausted ever since he told me I only had 4 fingers.
I know. Well, it's hard to be an amputee.
That is getting its own clip. I mean, I'm serious. He made my dream come true. I got to see some of my co-hosts argue with a flat earther with the same degree of vitriol as they do on those 7-hour Globe Earth shows or what. I realized a dream tonight. Just like I talked to the female wrestler last week that puts her ass in people's faces, I've realized I can cross 2 things off my bucket list.
Yep, there you go.
Jeremy, what do you think about?
I've watched Ed and Regina argue hopelessly with a guy who refuses to admit that 1 + 1 is 2.
I'm sorry, Strange. What was it, Strange?
I was going to say, what do you think of AEW crossing the Rubicon and joining forces with every other indie wrestling promotion other than WWE?
Is that a fact? I know TNA, like quote unquote, invaded, right?
So AEW and TNA are working together, but TNA and New Japan Pro Wrestling are working together. Somehow Ring of Honor's in that fucking mix too.
Whoa.
And it's not an official alliance, but NWA is all. NWA and TNA are also they work closely together, and I think NWA and AEW have a working relationship where they swap their wrestlers back and forth. And so it's like every promotion that has a television show is now working together interpromotionally, except for WWE. So it's almost like territories are back, but it's cable television territories, not geographic territories.
Whoa.
And all the territories are working together except WWE. And AEW has the money to buy any contract. They just bought Sting.
Yeah. How much did they pay for him?
I was listening to Cornette yesterday. He threw around the number. He was making $5 million at TNA.
Yeah,
$5 million a year at TNA. No. He was making $500,000 a year at TNA. And so it's definitely more than $500,000. He basically said he wouldn't do it for less than what TNA was paying him. So he's making probably around $1 million a year. Isn't that fucked up?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like somebody's finally going to take the fight to McMahon. Yeah.
Well, that's when the thing about it is that's when McMahon is at his best. If you can get his back against the wall, he'll make a great product for people to watch. If you start taking his audience away from him, he'll make a great product. But nobody's been able to take his audience away from him for 20 fucking years.
Yeah.
Do you know TNA is almost as old as WCW was its entire run?
Really?
TNA has been on TV.
In there. They're still hanging in there. Yeah.
Yeah. TNA has been on TV almost as long as WCW was on TV.
And Triple H put out the tweet, "We're available for crossovers." Was he just being a smartass, or is he saying, "Hey, let me in on that"?
No, he's definitely being.
Okay.
Vince would never allow that. It would have to be, if it happened, it would have to be Vince's idea. You know how Vince.
They would have to lose to all the most inferior WWE in talent.
That's what they did to Sting. They fucked Sting up. They fucking made him look terrible and then broke his neck.
And they didn't understand why the fans wanted Sting versus The Undertaker. How fucked up is that? Vince didn't see the appeal of that match. God, man. Just like he couldn't get on the boat with Raven. Raven was one of the most fascinating characters in wrestling, and Vince never got on board with Raven.
Yeah, I liked Raven a lot. Raven is underrated.
He's a dick.
I liked that whole WCW era of like the mid card, because you had like Conan and his like Latin crew, and then you had the Luchadors. You had Raven's flock with Perry Saturn and all that. There was a lot of good talent over there during that era.
Good
it was like the waning attitude era when WWF like took back over in the ratings. WCW had a lot of good talent that was basically not being utilized because they were desperately trying to put Hulk Hogan over still.
Yeah,
that was when Hogan and Bischoff were booking, which was a disaster. Late era WCW.
They thought they could go right into the Monday Night Wars and relive. You can't retread that territory. You have to do something new. Anyway, ladies, I know this is like geeky guy stuff, and
I had to listen to a flat Earth debate. It's a little bit of pro wrestling. We'll be okay.
Oh, and I'm the only person here who's actually lost body parts pro wrestling, so it's not.
Oh,
it's not a subject that has no interest for me.
Well, what did you lose though? Was it a hip or what?
Teeth? Most of my front teeth. Yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah, so it wasn't as drastic as a hip.
Okay.
But you know what? I almost want to say it was worth it because it was a lot of fun till I broke my teeth out.
Did you ever win a belt? I don't know what league or whatever you wrestled for.
How much did you get?
It was scripted. What's that? It was scripted.
It was scripted.
It was scripted. It was WWF style mud wrestling.
Yeah. But you guys didn't have a belt. You told me you didn't have a belt.
I mean, I won a belt technically, but I didn't really win it. If you know what I mean.
Okay, they kept it. Yeah. They didn't let you have a trophy room, man. They should have given you a replica of it so you could put it, in a trophy room or something. I don't know.
Right. Well, we played in bars mostly, so. This was this wasn't a corporate thing. It was a bunch of restaurant employees in Madison, Wisconsin getting together.
It wasn't midget wrestling, was it? Was it that midget wrestling thing?
You think Anna's a midget?
No! But that doesn't being a midget wrestling.
She wrestled midgets. She smashed midgets.
Well, how do you think I won the belt? I was wrestling midgets.
Wow. What the depths we've gone to here tonight. It's amazing. I mean,
dude, listen. Speaking of midgets, I've been watching a ton of full moon movies on Tubi. Tubi's the free streaming app with ads, and they've got all of the full moon catalog on there, like 300 plus full moon movies. And I've been watching the old 80s movies, like the Trancers movies and Subspecies movies and Puppet Master movies and all that. And they have so many midgets in those movies. I absolutely am going to start putting midgets in everything I do. It's a blind spot in my exploitation entertainment that I had a midget in the Cotton Candy novella, and I believe that's the only midget I've ever written, and that is a travesty, a tragedy even.
The damn shame is what it is.
It is. I can't believe it. I had a blind spot.
That was in a collection also, wasn't it?
Strange Sex, which, by the way, all of the anthologies that I edited and published under Strange House Books are out of print.
I kind of thought that would be the case.
Why? Why were they taken out of print?
Well, because Strange House is like very different from when you established it now.
but those were really good selling anthologies. Yeah, that's the novella Cotton Candy. It's about a woman who gets gangbanged by a bunch of furries, and one of the furries is a midget.
That's hilarious.
I mean, they probably should have contacted you to at least try to give you the rights back or something.
That'll
how anthologies work.
They went out of their way to make sure they controlled the Strange House Books name, and they're going to contact me to ask me if I want the anthologies back. No.
Wait.
I mean,
Are you saying
based on what you've said about it, they very much fucked you over in a very unforgivable way.
Are you saying that, like, for instance, Vampire Guts in Nuketown, you don't control where that goes?
That's my book.
Okay.
The anthologies that I edited and published. So Strange Sex,
Gotcha.
Strange Sex 2, Strange Fucking Stories, Zombie Brain Bang, A Very Strange House Christmas.
Beer Run of the Dead. Did you do Beer Run of the Dead?
No, that's Don Noble's book.
Oh.
That's not an anthology.
Sorry.
I listed off the anthologies that we published. And to my knowledge, they're all out of print.
Strange House.
Yeah. I have quite a few of those on my Kindle, but I think I grabbed them like when there was like a bunch of giveaways for them.
Yeah, man. We had a lot of talent in those books. A lot of early. That was like peak wave Bizarro, where what would you say? That was like the third or fourth wave of Bizarro fiction authors, and there were a lot of really talented people that came in. We were one of the first people to publish M.P. Johnson, who went on to win a Wonderland Award. We published a lot of.
We called it, by the way, that she would.
Yeah. We don't have to retread any of that if you don't want to. But
yeah, go ahead.
Well, my point being that these anthologies are actually really cool, and they have a lot of really talented people in them. And it was an era where there was a lot of interest in Bizarro. Bizarro was on fire, and we had basically the pick of the litter of any authors we wanted to put out. So we would do calls for submissions for these anthologies and get 80, 100, 150 submissions. And it was such a pleasure to go through them because it was a bunch of great, weird, fucking whacked out fiction from new voices that hadn't been heard yet. Because at that point in time, really, you had Rooster Republic had just started doing anthologies around the same time we did. But then you had a little bit of anthology action from Eraserhead, but that was it. Like, as far as publishing Bizarro fiction in anthology form, there wasn't a lot of it going on, and so we basically had the pick of the litter as far as short fiction goes. And there's a lot of cool fucking stories in those anthologies, and it sucks that they're out of print. There's no fucking reason to take those books out of print. We had lifetime rights to those stories.
What the fuck? Could you challenge that legally?
No, I don't own fucking Strange House books.
Oh, Strange House owns it, so that not you. Okay. But yeah,
they own the anthology IPs. I own this, like right here, McHumans. This is my novella. I own all of my fiction. The anthologies that I edited, I let go with the IP when I sold it to Rooster Republic. And then they turned around and sold Rooster Republic to Don Noble and Nick Day, who instead of retiring the Strange House name, just keep using it out of spite to this day for no reason. It makes no sense. They do nothing but slander my name and then use my name in a publishing.
People refuse to see it from your point of view, but I mean, I got on board really early in seeing just how they maligned you for no reason, and even got involved in your personal life and tried to, muck things up there. I don't understand where that is where this hostility started, whether people want to admit it or not, And I saw how they were, treating you, and I thought, this is reminding me of high school. I don't want to be one of those types of people, and that's where I started. And they were very generous to me when I went to Oregon. I cannot deny that they were very accommodating, and they went out of their way to look out for me while I was there. But
the actual Bizarros these days, I don't know if you noticed or not, but the actual Bizarros these days, they're pretty fucking eating a bunch of humble pie. They're in trouble. Nobody is paying attention to Bizarro fiction. It's in big. It's on the ropes. Nobody's buying it. Nobody's reading it. they don't have a lot to say as far as.
That's not surprising. We predicted that. I mean,
I know, but as I predicted it, I've always said publicly, I don't want this to happen. This is a great genre of weird exploitation fiction, and it deserves to exist. But it's controlled by these insanely hyper political gatekeepers that will just not let this genre flourish as a creative. It should be one of the most creative genres that you can work in, but the gatekeepers of Bizarro have created such strict rules and parameters on what's acceptable, what's socially and politically acceptable to publish in Bizarro, and it's just a damn shame. Yeah. It's just a real shame.
Yeah.
Let's do our own publishing house.
Well, man, I know that your schedule has changed, but now this is a lot less awkward now. So I'm glad you came in and caught me.
We already did that. You already had me on for fucking 3 hours.
You caught me with a left hook coming in, and now it's less awkward. We got past that little bit of stumbling stutter steps or whatever, and so yeah, it's back on. You can come on when you want, even though I never banned you from the show.
I didn't say you did. I said you very passively aggressively said, "I'll leave the room if you talk about things I don't want to talk about." To which I said, "I'm not going to be
fair." I thought that was being fair.
You say so.
What are you saying? I have to be involved in a discussion I don't want to be a part of? I mean,
no, I'm not saying that at all.
Okay. I'm telling you, I could sell the shit out of these hot hands. But Ann, are you smoking, Ann?
That depends on whether you consider CBD to be smoking.
Oh, nice. You'll pass out in a minute, right?
No, CBD doesn't get you high, really. It just it's like aspirin. But it's a lot more fun than aspirin because it has flavors and it has clouds of smoke.
Mm-hmm. Well, what have we learned tonight, Ben?
I learned that because the president's under the tree, the sky is an iPhone.
And what did you learn tonight?
I learned that all of my fingers are Schrodinger's cat.
Schrodinger's fingers. Regina, what did you learn tonight?
Never give a flat earther airtime, man.
Out. Out. Strange, did you learn anything?
Yeah, don't talk about flat earth on this show. Fuck. Bunch of science deniers on here.
All right. Well, I guess that's all right. It's time to change over, and I thank you all for coming. It's going to start echoing in a minute.
We should have asked him how many gods there are.
Man, watch his little head explode. I always wonder what these people think about Mormons.
Okay, you're echoing now.
Echo.
I mean, if math's not real, then there can't be one and one only God, right?
That's true. If 1 equals 2, then we have 2 gods at least.
No other god shall come before me, though. Huh?
Pagan.
Scripture.
But what if you have 2 piles of gods and put them together? How many piles of gods do you have?
You only have 1 pile.
It's a bootleg god that you got on your hands then.
That's it. That's going into Gnosticism.
Bootleg god. Okay. So yeah, music time, and I appreciate everybody who came on tonight. From everybody in the chat, Chad Lutsky, Chris Lesko came on for a little bit. Rightthehand, Ann Sturzinger, Regina Watts, Strange, Ben, no Zach, which was a shame.
Where's Zach?
He had some stuff he had to take care of, but. I hope I'm wrong, but I have a feeling he's still he's kind of sore about last week. I don't know, but
what happened last week?
Him and Regina debated religion, and it ended like it always does with, you know, passive aggression, I guess.
It's usually you and him debating religion, so that was kind of a change.
I just tell him to lighten up and back off a little bit. You know, I'm religious too, but I mean, I'm not out here like the Witchfinder General. You know, I'm not like the Witchfinder General here. You know, trying to see how religious everyone is. And yes, you're killing it with the echo and Ben. So thank you everybody for coming. There was one other person that came on tonight, right? Oh yeah, the guy from Jasper Barks from Crystal Lake Publishing. Thank you for the lively 2-hour interview. And that's it. I think we've all given all we could. We left it all on the stage here, so.
Or on the flat dish that passes for a stage.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Good night. Good night.
All right, go home. Show's over.
You go home first, Ben.
I am home.
Well, I'm home too.
Bye.
I'm just drawing bubbles. I got nowhere to go. Still there?
Yep.
Give me a call. Catch up.
Man, it's too late tonight. I will tomorrow, though. What time? When you're available tomorrow?
I'm on vacation for another day, so I'm free all day.
Okay.
I took a vacation because it's around this Christmas time.
Because of what?
So I could draw the Christmas time.
Cool. So I'll catch up with you tomorrow if you're available.
Yeah. Remember.
You know we're still recording though.
Yep.
Okay.
Nobody watches it.
You what?
Nobody watches it. Nobody's listening.
Right. It's true. I sincerely believe they were earlier though.
Yeah.
There's at least 100 viewers on most of these videos that are real.
That's good. That's a decent listener base for something 2022, man.
Yeah. Yep.
You gonna read this comment?
I sure will. I'll read it. Yeah.
You can't read it now.
No, but when you finish it.
Yeah. It's free for Christmas stuff. I'm not hooking you up.
Yeah.
I'm hooking everybody up. How long do you sit there for after everybody leaves?
Do what?
So how long do you sit here for after everybody leaves?
Through the song to the song.
Oh, All right, hit me tomorrow.
Later, brother. Thank you for clearing that up.